Chapter 321 The boss appears. And the nine-toothed nail raked the Tavern. Lucien suddenly found that the guy in front of him looked familiar. And he was still making a wish in the same old way. By the way, this guy can't be Galia, the terror scale again. Lucien carefully looked at the beauty in front of him. Xiaolan, who was on the side, heard about making a wish and started making a wish without caring about it. Xiaolan said loudly,
I want to make a wish. I want to eat the most delicious food in the world. Eat it every day. And never finish it.
Lucien was speechless. Maybe this guy was out of his mind. Beauty. The beautiful woman smiled awkwardly.
This wish doesn't count. You can't say it. If you say it, it won't work.
Xiaolan said sullenly.
Don't tell me. If I don't tell you. Do you know what wish I made? You're a dragon. You're not good enough. You're gone. You won't allow it anymore. If I had known you were so incompetent, I wouldn't have saved you.
And you?
The beauty wants to cry, but has no tears. Zhao Su frowned strangely when he looked at the beauty in front of him. But there was no change in the beauty in front of him. Maybe he was overthinking it. The two continued to walk forward. Lucien used his insight as he walked, looking for the surrounding routes. Sure enough, after the maze moved, the two finally met up with Yao Yao and her group.
Ah. Ha. Yao Yao. We finally meet you. I really miss you.
Xiaolan desperately went over and hugged Yao Yao. And the scene was a little awkward for a while.
Okay. Let me tell you. I know that you two are sisters. So there is no need to show it at this time. Let's leave quickly. There are not many monsters in the maze. And it is really annoying to walk.
Fei Hao on the side couldn't help but complained. Xiaolan said,
Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't worry. Lucien will take us out. Lucien knows the movement rules of the maze.
Ah?
Lucien, do you know the movement patterns of the maze?
I'll go.
Right? There are rules in this maze. Why is there a pattern in this maze? Then where should we go?
Everyone put all their hopes on Lucien. They had completely lost all direction in the maze. The monsters here were nothing to them. After all, everyone's equipment was very sophisticated. However, the maze was constantly changing, which made them very depressed. As soon as they found the intersection, after the maze moved, the passage disappeared. Several people were bumping around in the maze. If Lucien hadn't found them, I'm afraid these few guys can't get out of the maze.
Okay. You all follow me. The maze changes every 10 minutes. And it is regular. As long as you follow me, we will definitely be able to get out.
Lucien led a group of people towards the established route. After the 7 people gathered together, the number of monsters that appeared after each movement of the maze seemed to increase. However, these monsters were nothing to them, and they quickly eliminated all of them. After a few people dealt with a wave of monsters, they all stopped following Lucien's instructions.
Why don't we leave?
Li Kai asked in confusion. Lucien said,
There's no need to leave. If my calculations are good, the exit will appear next time the maze moves.
Ah?
Is it so magical?
Li Kai looked at Lucien in surprise. Although several people were convinced of Lucien, it was a bit impossible to wait for the exit like this. 10 minutes. The maze began to move. And then, the wall in front disappeared. And a 100-meter-long passage appeared, with a bronze door at the end.
Wow. There really is an exit.
Li Kai shouted excitedly, and then rushed towards the exit. Everyone followed. When I arrived at the bronze door, I heard a roar, and the bronze door opened from bottom to top. Seeing the door open, several people showed excited smiles. But when everyone walked into the bronze door, what happened behind them shocked several people. This turned out to be a huge ancient arena, and it seemed that this should be the place for the final battle. Call! 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 At this moment, torches were lit on the walls around the venue. Roar! As the roar rang out, a Tavern who was 4 to 5 meters tall fell from the sky. The Tavern had a strong body,
but in his hand was a black nine-tooth rake that was as big as his body.
Go ahead. This guy wasn't Zhu Beiji in his previous life.
Fei Hao couldn't help but complain. Li Kai stepped forward with golden light in his eyes.
I like his nine-tooth rake. It looks so awesome. I hope he can show it to me. What you are thinking is quite beautiful. What if that is not the weapon of the great swordsman?
Xiaolan on the side poured a basin of cold water, which made Li Kai suddenly depressed.
Sister Lan, don't be so disappointing. It's not easy for me. Just let me dream. Cut!
Xiaolan said disdainfully.
Roar!
At this moment, the Tavern roared and a few people stepped out and hit the people in front with a rake.
Dodge!
Luchin shouted, and everyone jumped away. However, the Tauren's attack was too fierce. When the nine-toothed nail rake hit the ground, a huge shock wave erupted, knocking away all the people around him. Affected by the shock wave, several people suffered varying amounts of health loss. Luchin stood up, raised his scepter, and threw it with a skill, and then the bodies of several people glowed with green light. It was Luchin who used group health recovery. Luchin's skills were very strong. One skill restored all the lost health points of everyone. Draw the ground as a prison. Luchin was the first to throw out his skills. Seal the demon and kill it. Luchin's skills are now released very quickly, and the two skills are released almost instantly. After the boss's defense was broken, everyone also started attacking with the skills. Galu's skill directly hit and exposed the boss's weakness. Ice Soul Array. Fei Hao from behind released a skill, turning the boss into an ice sculpture. At the moment the Ice Soul Array appeared, 3 soul arrays appeared one after another under the boss's feet. These were all Fei Hao's masterpieces. The 3 soul arrays were released continuously. At this time, ordinary ghost swords cannot do it. The ghost swordsman's soul array release is limited in quantity. Fei Hao obtained a special skill through a piece of equipment he had previously obtained, which means he can add an additional 1 soul array. This also improved Fei Hao's strength. The moment the boss was frozen, Jia he moved behind the boss and used the 2 daggers in his hands at the same time. Instantaneous annihilation. This skill is very powerful. It causes 2 double attacks equal to its own attack on the enemy in an instant. It will also cause poisoning and stun effects on the enemy while attacking. It will also cause hidden damage to the enemy after hitting the enemy. The hidden damage will gradually amplify after 3 seconds, causing 120% of your own attack damage every second, lasting 10 seconds. If the enemy is executed within 10 seconds, a huge explosion will occur, and the explosion will cause 300% of your own attack. This skill is very powerful whether it is a single target or a group, especially in group attacks. It will destroy the enemy's soul. This also changes the assassin's weakness of not having group attacks. Instant destruction is released, and the boss is poisoned and stunned. Then came Yaya's 3-stage storm slash. This skill is a long-range attack. It can release 3 huge sword energy to attack the enemy. While releasing the sword energy, it can also change the direction and aim at the enemy. The most important thing is that this skill comes with penetration effect and paralysis effect. After being hit by the 3rd stage of the storm, boss's body became paralyzed again. Immediately afterwards, there was Xiaolan's whirlwind sickle attack. At the same time as the sickle was released, Li Kai also rushed over. He jumped up and raised the sword high in his hand. Collapsing mountain and explosive slash. Boom! At the same time that the sickle passed through the boss's body, Li Kai's sword also directly hit the boss's body, causing a loud noise. Then, the ground under the boss's feet cracked inch by inch. After such an attack, the boss's health was knocked out by 37%. Immediately afterwards, everyone's attacks did not stop there. They continued to attack the boss, coupled with the attacks of pets. The boss was beaten for a while, and was unable to fight back. Roar! The boss roared angrily, with golden light all over his body. He used his overlord skill. After breaking away from all control, he quickly spun around with a 9-tooth nail rake in his hand, forming a huge tornado around him, and attacking everyone crazily. Everyone! Be careful and retreat quickly. Extremely cold ice soul. Luchin used the skill directly, but it turned out to be ineffective. The opponent's skill had a special effect, and was immune to all control effects. Luchin didn't expect that this boss had such powerful skills. This boss's skills are too overbearing. Although everyone's attacks hit the boss, they were unable to restrain it. The boss's attacks were very sharp. Everything in its path was crushed by the storm, and nothing remained. Therefore, everyone, you must be careful not to be hit by the boss. Otherwise you will definitely die. Everyone go to heaven! Luchin shouted. There are no restrictions on flying here. Everyone spread their wings and flew into the sky. However, this is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. The boss's attack has no intention of stopping. Once everyone's flight energy is used up, they can only kill by boss. Luchin would not let this happen. Seal the demon and kill X. Luchin used his strongest skill attack. He raised his big sword, and a huge sword light condensed. A sword light dozens of meters long suddenly fell down and directly hit the boss's hurricane. The sword light and the storm started a fierce confrontation. What surprised Lu Chen was that the two were evenly matched. Cracks suddenly appeared in the sword light, and Lu Chen was shocked. The next moment, the shoulder exploded into a huge flame, and at the same time, the storm that the boss transformed completely disappeared at this moment. The boss kept retreating.
Good chance.
Destruction Cannon. Chapter 322. Kill the Minotaur, and the Wishing Beauty comes again. Lu Chen opened the gun again, and held the black cannon in his hand. Boom! The stage artillery was fired towards the Tavern. The next moment, a huge beam of light rose from the feet of the Tavern, swallowing it whole in an instant. And the ground under its feet also shattered inch by inch. And the beam was still expanding. Everywhere it passed, the ground shattered inch by inch. And the power was so powerful that it was not only shocking, but the expansion of the beam seemed to have no intention of stopping. And it actually swept towards everyone. Damn it! Lu Chen had forgotten this. The attack range of the destruction cannon was very wide, and it was very likely that everyone would be affected. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw how powerful Lu Chen's skill was.
Lu Chen's skill looks very dangerous. It's not a skill that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. I'm tired of seeing it.
Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the passage connected to the bronze door behind him, and shouted to everyone,
"Hurry and hide here!"
Hearing Lu Chen's cry, everyone fell down and hid in the passage, while Lu Chen summoned a reflective shield at the door of the passage. The beam of light arrived instantly, and when it touched the reflective shield, it did not accumulate any more. It seemed to be blocked from the outside. Everyone was relieved when they saw this. Immediately afterwards, the beam slowly disappeared. As the beam disappeared, the entire ground of the arena sank, forming a huge crater. Li Kai looked forward in surprise and said,
"Hey! Lu Chen! What is your skill? Where is the boss? Is he dead?"
Lu Chen didn't think this skill could kill the boss, so the boss must have been driven into the ground or in the sky. Lu Chen raised his head, but did not find the boss. So this guy must be underground. Lu Chen looked down again, and saw an arm stretching out from the ground in the center of the crater. Immediately afterwards, the Minotaur jumped out of the ground. But at this time, the Minotaur's health had dropped to 30%. Fei Hao looked at the boss's HP in surprise and said,
"Here! Is it true? Lu Chen, you took out 1/3 of the boss's HP with just one skill?"
Lu Chen frowned.
"Come! Kill this guy completely.
Seal the demon and kill it." Lu Chen rushed out first, released his skills, and hit the boss again. The boss roared and threw the rake in his hand towards Lu Chen. The nine-tooth rake struck towards Lu Chen like Xiaolan's whirlwind sickle. Lu Chen quickly dodged, but the rake seemed to have a position and chased after Lu Chen.
"No! This energy saving also has a tracking effect?"
Lu Chen dodged again, but the rake did not stop attacking. Everyone saw this and started attacking the Tavern. However, everyone discovered that an impenetrable barrier had been formed around the Tavern. It seemed that they had to break through the rake's attack. Reflective shield. Lu Chen used his skills to block the rake's attack, but the rake directly penetrated the defense of the reflective shield. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen directly used Thunder Escape and quickly moved away.
"It's not over. Right. I want to see if you are afraid of this skill."
Thunder Escape. Lu Chen used his skills again to appear next to the Tavern, using the Tavern as his shield. The Tavern suddenly panicked when he saw the rake coming towards him. The Tauren's barrier is not afraid of the enemy's attack, but it knows that its own attack can definitely break through its own defense. So it must find a way.
Roar!
The Tavern retracted the barrier, recalled his rake, turned around, and smashed the rake at Lu Chen. As the Tauren's defense was lifted, it was completely exposed. Thunder Escape. When the Tavern released its defense and rake attack, Lu Chen used his Thunder Escape and appeared behind the Tavern, and then used another skill to throw him out. The art of thousands of birds. A huge sound of birdsong came, and a thunder ball like a small sun in the palm of Lu Chen's hand shot towards the Tavern. Boom! The thunder and lightning exploded, knocking the Tavern away and paralyzing it at the same time. One skill was not enough to kill the Tavern, so Lu Chen used the skill again. At the same time, others had already launched an attack on the Tavern. Thunder Tiger. A huge tiger formed by thunder and lightning appeared and flew towards the Tavern. Boom! The Thunder Tiger exploded the moment it touched the Tavern, and the lightning engulfed the Tavern again. However, in the next second, the Tavern jumped out of the lightning and jumped into the air. Roar! The Tavern raised the rake in his hand and pointed it at Lu Chen. But this time, Lu Chen actually saw that the rake seemed to have turned into a sword with astonishing murderous intent. Lu Chen could feel that the power of this rake was astonishing, and it must not be underestimated. Although it could not kill him, it would definitely be maimed. At this time, Lu Chen also noticed that the Tauren's health had dropped below 10%. Go to H.L. Assassination. Before the Minotaur's attack could be unleashed, Lu Chen had already used his assassination skills. He flashed behind the Minotaur and quickly slit the Minotaur's throat with a cold dagger, executing him instantly. Wow! The Tauren finally died, and after his death, he turned into materials all over the ground. Among the supplies, Lu Chen saw the nine-tooth rake glowing with cyan light. It was actually a Holy Spirit level weapon. Needless to say, Xiaolan had already rushed over and grabbed everything into her backpack.
Hey! 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 Sister Lan! You are being unkind. The rake is not for you. Take it out.
Li Kai on the side has long been staring at the nine-tooth nail rake. Although the sword in his hand is 10 myth level, he doesn't care about having another Holy Spirit level weapon.
Go! 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 Do you think this is for you? Really? You want everything? How shameless!
Xiaolan said angrily. At this time, Li Kai had completely collapsed. Every time Xiaolan grabbed something, he could only drink some soup, and he could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing Li Kai's look, she knew that he was not convinced. Xiaolan said,
Okay, if you are still not convinced, then I will convince you.
With that said, Xiaolan directly revealed the properties of the nine-tooth nail rake. Nine-tooth nail rake, Holy Spirit level. Level, 50. Attack, 7,500. Magic attack, 1,000. Attack speed plus 25%. Critical hit rate plus 25%. Critical damage plus 90%. Special skills. Every time you kill an enemy, you will get a crazy bonus, increasing the attack speed by 5% for 15 seconds, which can be stacked up to 10 layers. Enchantment, 2/5 skills. Spinning rake. Throw the rake in your hand towards the designated enemy. The rake will automatically track the enemy, causing huge damage, and silence it when it hits. When released, it will form a circle around itself, an impenetrable barrier that absorbs damage equal to its own health. Rake missile. Throws the rake and hits enemies in a 50 by 50 area in front, causing huge damage. Occupation restriction. Crazy great swordsman. Level limit, 50. Introduction. The replica of the weapon of the god of war Zhu Jiumei. Because Zhu Jiumei didn't like it, he threw it away. I hope someone will pick it up and return it to Zhu Jiumei. Seeing this attribute, Li Kai suddenly lost his temper. Isn't this just for Lu Chen? This weapon has high attack and high explosive damage. It is so perfect that Li Kai is so greedy that it is a pity that it is not his own.
It's a pity that you didn't fall into my hands. Oh, why is my rake a crazy swordsman? Why? No. No.
Li Kai cried on the sidelines. Lu Chen stepped forward and said,
That's it. Your Chiyoya isn't here. So hurry up and go.
Lu Chen took the rake, and now he can replace the Scarlet Moon sword in his hand. The Scarlet Moon sword is still a level 30 weapon and cannot be upgraded. This makes Lu Chen very depressed. So this weapon can only be used to perform demon sealing slash. Now he can finally change his weapon.
Oh.
Okay.
From now on I will be the one to guard this rake.
Seeing the envious look in Li Kai's eyes, Lu Chen smiled and said,
Don't be envious. It's useless no matter how you look at it. Keep working hard. Kid. Li Kai curled his lips. Next, Xiaolan sorted out the things she picked up. Li Kai was pretty good at getting 2 skill books and a mythical breastplate, but they were all level 50. He was only level 45 and wanted to use them. It's still early, so we can only slowly increase the level.
Dear warriors, come and make a wish.
At this moment, the beauty in the golden treasure chest came over from behind the bronze door.
Let me go. Why is it you again? You can actually get out of the maze. You are amazing.
Xiaolan stepped forward and looked at the beauty and then said,
Then I make a wish. I want to eat ice cream. I will eat it now.
Can it be realized?
Beauty.
It won't work if you say it.
Everyone. Li Kai said.
The dragon can still say it when he makes a wish. Why? You can't say it when you make a wish. Then do you know what we wish for?
The beauty smiled and said,
As long as you make a wish, I will know it, and your wish will definitely come true.
Li Kai smiled and said,
It's interesting. Let me try it.
With that said, Li Kai began to make a wish. Then others also started to make wishes. But Lu Chen did not make a wish. Instead, he looked at the beauty in front of him and said,
Beauty, Should I call you Galia the scale of horror? You make us make wishes every time. Is this interesting?
Likai said in surprise.
What? You said this guy is the same guy as last time. Right,
the beauty said.
I don't know what the terrifying scales are. Please start making a wish. Brave man. Your wish will come true. Please start.
Luchin smiled.
Okay. Then I'll start making a wish and let you reveal your true form. Anyway, my weapon has finished cooling down. I will put you on the ground and rub you hard.
Luchin began to make a wish. And just after Luchin made his wish, the beauty in front of him suddenly changed her expression. And her figure quickly grew into a half-snake with black devil wings behind her.
Ha! You stupid humans can't escape your greed after all. I, Galia, am back.
When you encounter the true form of Galia, the terror scale, please escape quickly. Chapter 323, Kill Galia. Your dream comes true. When you encounter the true form of Galia, the terror scale, please escape quickly. Oh my god. Why is this the true form of Galia? Luchin was confused now. He thought this was at most a clone. Why did he meet his real body this time? And he was prompted to escape. It seemed like it was going to be over. Tip. Galia's clone has been destroyed many times. And her real body's ability has been reduced by 50%. Ouch. This is good news again. The real body's ability has been reduced by 50%. But this guy won't be as difficult to fight as the Demon King. If he is like the Demon King, he will be finished. Draw the ground as a prison. Luchin didn't waste any time and blocked Galia with a skill. Immediately afterwards, Luchin used the 9-tooth nail rake to release the demon ceiling slash. Boom! Skill hits, breaking 80% of defense. Then came Gao Lu's weak point attack. As soon as Galia appeared, she encountered a series of blows, and screams came from Galia's mouth. Luchin took a closer look and saw that this guy was actually level 55, with 3.6 million HP, and just a few skills had knocked off 5% of her HP. This guy's defense is not high.
Everyone, don't stop. Kill him!
Luchin shouted. Afterwards, everyone's attacks were launched towards Galia. Luchin, on the other hand, flapped his wings and flew up, holding the Hell Reincarnation Cannon in his hand. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The Hell Reincarnation Cannon fires directly without any nonsense. Because of Luchin's ability to reduce the cooldown of his skills, the cooldown of the Hell Reincarnation Cannon was also reduced by more than half. Now Luchin has 2 Hell Reincarnation Cannons in his hands, and he is not afraid of Galia at all. Being hit by the Hell Reincarnation Cannon, Galia's health began to drop crazily. With 300 rounds of Hell Reincarnation Cannon, plus attacks from other people and pets, Galia's health actually dropped to 50%. Galia knew that she was afraid of dying, so she activated her hegemonic body, flapped her wings behind her, and flew into the air.
A bunch of stupid humans. I am the scale of terror. I am your fear. How dare you disrespect me so much? Then you will definitely die here.
Although Galia was shouting to everyone, her hatred had long been attracted by Luchin in the sky. A black ball in Galia's hand was released towards Luchin. Thunder escape. When Luchin saw the black ball, he felt something was wrong and used his skills to move behind Galia. The black ball suddenly exploded in the air. Then the black ball expanded rapidly, distorting the surrounding space and forming a small black hole, absorbing everything around it. Fortunately, it was in the air. This black hole just sucks loneliness. When everyone saw this move, their spines tingled. If this black hole hits, they will definitely burp. Before Galia could turn around and attack, Luchin's Thunder Tiger had already been released. Boom! The Thunder Tiger exploded and hit Galia, paralyzing her body. Hell Reincarnation Cannon. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Luchin stuck in the air and took out a new Hell Reincarnation Cannon and launched a fierce attack on Galia. This Hell Reincarnation Cannon has a immobilizing effect. So even though Galia is flying in the air, she cannot move at all. At the same time as Luchin attacked, attacks from others also followed. Under the barrage of artillery fire, Galia's life dropped crazily. Ouch! 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 Galia screamed repeatedly, but no one sympathized with her. Galia must die. The crazy attack caused Galia's health to drop extremely quickly, and it soon dropped to 20%. At this time, Luchin's Hell Reincarnation Cannon attack also stopped. Galia looked at Luchin again.
I am the noble scale of terror. How dare you do this to me? You will all die.
Extreme light speed slash. Before Galia's next attack could be released, Luchin had already used a skill to hit Galia's body. A flash of sword light flashed, and Galia's health value was quickly cleared. However, Galia did not die directly, but her body floated in the air and continued to disintegrate starting from the feet.
Ha! Although you killed me, you can't eliminate fear. I am the scale of terror. I am born from fear. I am everywhere. We will definitely meet again.
Ha ha. Wow. Galia died and turned into equipment that fell to the ground. However, those equipment and skill books were all wrapped in a ball. And there was actually an ice cream in a ball, which few people had never seen before. Xiaolan didn't care so much and went over to collect the things. But what makes Xiaolan strange is that except for one ice cream that she can put away, she can't pick up the others, showing that she has no authority.
Why can't I pick it up? This is so annoying.
Xiaolan complained while eating ice cream. Luchin said,
Do you think this will make our wish come true after Galia's death?
After hearing this, everyone went over and picked up what they wanted. Li Kai looked at the Holy Spirit level sword in his hand and burst out laughing.
Yes, that's right. That's it. I just made a wish for a Holy Spirit level weapon. And it came true. Ha ha ha.
Xiaolan was dumbfounded when she looked at the big sword in Li Kai's hand. She looked at the ice cream in her hand, and then at the big sword in Li Kai's hand, and instantly felt that the ice cream no longer tasted good. Xiaolan suddenly started crying.
Oh, whoa. No, I don't want to. Why is it that only mine is ice cream? And all yours are weapons and skill books? Why?
Yao comforted.
Okay. Don't cry. None of us thought that this wish would come true. I just made a random wish. If I could do it again, I would definitely choose a better one. Okay, forget it this time, and be more serious next time.
Hearing this, Xiaolan sniffed and said,
Okay.
Li Kai came over and said,
Sister Lan, do you want to see the properties of my big sword?
Xiaolan said with a gloomy face.
Believe it or not, I will bite you to death.
Li Kai quickly got out of the way. Several people got the items they wished for, and Luchin got a skill book, which was a summoning skill book. Bloody Puppet. Blood Puppet summons a corpse demon with 80% of its own attributes to fight for itself. The corpse demon has 5 different forms: white bones, corpse explosion, devouring, splitting, and thrust. It can be switched at any time. It prompts that the switch cools down for 5 minutes. Lu Chen's skills are now full, and now he can only choose one skill to replace it. Finally, after some screening, Lu Chen selected the magic compression skill as ultra. The utilization rate of this skill is not very high, and it has no special effect bonus. So after thinking about it, it is most appropriate to remove it. So now Lu Chen can summon its puppet. Call. Chapter 324 Discovering New Creatures. Following Lu Chen's call, a fat zombie appeared in front of him. One hand of this zombie was holding a black cutting knife, and the other hand was wrapped with a string of iron ropes. It looked very much like a zombie. Captain Fiddlesticks from Alu. Seeing Lu Chen summoning a zombie, several people looked over. Xiaolan said with a look of disgust.
Lu Chen, you actually summoned a zombie.
Li Kai pinched his chin and said,
Huh? Why does this guy look so familiar to me? It seems like there was such a character in the game I played before.
Lu Chen said,
This is a puppet summoning technique. I don't know what it will summon, but it looks pretty powerful.
World announcement. Congratulations to Lu Chen, Gao Lu, Jiao Lan, Li Kai, Fei Hao, Jia He, and Yao Yao for completing the first kill on the 3rd floor of the multiplayer dungeon. World announcement. Congratulations to Lu Chen, Gao Lu, Jiao Lan, Li Kai, Fei Hao, Jia He, and Yao Yao for completing the first kill of the hidden boss on the 3rd floor of the multiplayer dungeon. 2 consecutive world announcements sent Lu Chen and his team to the world channel again.
Go ahead. These guys are so awesome. They are indeed a great team. 7 people took down the 3rd floor. It's really awesome. The Great Master has finally opened up the 3rd floor with multiple people. We have been trapped in the maze for a long time. It's great to finally be able to get out. The Master is waiting for your strategy and will always follow you. Great God. Great God. The eternal God in our hearts. Come on. Oh, Li Jai. Master, I've asked you to push me down many times. I'm in a hurry. Come quickly.
Lu Chen didn't care what everyone in the world channel said, but started editing the guide. Lu Chen soon attached a map of the maze, which specifically mentioned that all gold treasure chests could not be opened, but if someone insisted on opening it, There was nothing he could do. After an hour, the gate of Rainbow Valley did not appear on the map. So everyone returned to the main island. After returning to the main island, Li Kai and others immediately went to the blacksmith to start improving the material of the equipment. Now on the main island, many players have begun to gather for the sub-profession. But the sub-profession is not so easy to obtain. It requires many missions, and the vast majority of players almost all end in failure. Lu Chen didn't care about the sub-profession. He already had a sub-profession, and now he still had to complete the task. Lu Chen came to the tavern. Due to the launch of the sub-professional mission, the number of people in the tavern was now much smaller. But the boss didn't care and remained normal.
Hey, island owner, you are here. Sit down quickly and come have a drink.
When he saw Lu Chen, the tavern owner immediately greeted him with a smile. When other players around saw Lu Chen, they all pointed and then turned and left. Lu Chen didn't know what these guys meant. Did he offend them again? Don't care about them. Just do whatever they want. It's enough for you to live well.
Boss, let me do a divination for you.
With that said, Lu Chen performed a divination for his boss. And it turned out to be a lucky card. Lu Chen said,
Boss, your luck is still good. Boss, I want to ask you if there is any new news recently.
The boss thought for a while.
There is some new news, but it is not interesting news. After all, the SS level missions have not been updated yet. Sir, you cannot do SSS level missions.
Lu Chen smiled slightly.
Of course. I don't want to die yet.
Etc. Lu Chen then remembered that he still had 2 Holy Spirit level equipment bags in his backpack, which were given in the last SS level mission. They were still in the backpack and had not been opened. It's good to open it now.
Sir, I heard that a cannibal tribe appeared in the northwest of the island. Many villagers were attacked there. I think if you can go over and clean up all the cannibal tribes, you will definitely be loved by more people.
Just when Lu Chen was about to check the equipment bag, the tavern owner suddenly said something important. This made Lu Chen very happy. It was possible that he could gain world fame again. It seems that the tavern owner is really good, and he can give him some great news every time.
Thanks for the reminder, boss. If that's the case, I'll go over and have a look.
Lu Chen immediately stood up to say goodbye, left the tavern, summoned his Mount Griffin, and headed towards the northwest of the main island. To the northwest, Lu Chen discovered that the original Wanshan Mountain had shrunk and was replaced by a jungle. It was just a thunderstorm that caused a towering mountain to disappear. It seemed that this thundercloud, the power of the storm, really cannot be underestimated. Lu Chen sat on his mount and checked the equipment bag. Open. Congratulations on getting the Evil Spirit Leather Crown *1 and Flame Leather Armor *1. Evil Spirit Leather Crown, Holy Spirit level. Leather Armor. Level, 50. Defense plus 2,500. Magic Defense plus 2,800. HP plus 2,500. Magic Value plus 3,500. Casting Range plus 10. Special Skills, during the attack, there is a chance to summon a Flame Demon Wolf to assist you in fighting, which lasts for 2 minutes. Enchantment, 1/3 Skill King's Army. Summon a powerful undead army to assist you in fighting. The undead army has powerful undead creatures, and can fight indefinitely, lasting 15 seconds and cooling down for 60 minutes. Introduction. Weapons made by famous craftsmen from the world of the undead. Infused with countless dead souls. Possess powerful power. Class restrictions, Necromancer. Level limit, 50. Flame Leather Armor, Holy Spirit level. Leather Armor. Level, 50. Defense plus 3,000. Magic Defense plus 3,200. HP plus 2,700. Magic Value plus 3,700. Special Skills. Obtain a continuous flame burning effect, causing continuous fire damage to surrounding enemies. Enchantment. 2/3 Skill. Bone Soul. Summons a Bone Soul to cause huge damage to the enemy in front. The damage of the Bone Soul is 3 times the attack power of its own weapon. Tip. The Bone Soul needs to consume 10% of its own health to generate. No cooling. Bone Armor. Tear the bones of nearby enemies to form a white skeleton attached to itself, forming a defensive barrier, absorbing damage, and causing 120% of the damage of your own weapon to the enemy while tearing. Introduction. Armor made by famous craftsmen in the world of the undead in the magma of H.L. and infused with powerful souls of the undead. Class restrictions, Necromancer. Level limit, 50. They are actually 2 pieces of Necromancer equipment. They are also very good. They both have the effect of summoning skills. However, this Bone Soul skill is really disgusting. It actually consumes 10% of your own health. If you can't attack the enemy, if it causes too much damage, it will really mean hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 1,000 times. However, the skill of this bone armor is still very good. While defending, it can also attack the enemy. It is a complete equipment skill. Liu Chen registered the 2 pieces of equipment with OK and directly replaced the equipment with OK. The original leather armor had no skills, and it was an epic level equipment. Liu Chen could hardly switch leather armor equipment. But it's different. The power of the necromancer has been greatly improved. Then Liu Chen opened nowhere to escape and searched for the location of the cannibal tribe while flying in the air. Liu Chen saw some changes on the main island during his search. This thunderstorm not only made changes to the main island, but also some of the original plains and jungle areas have now turned into deserts and are still in the desert. A snow mountain appears next to the desert, which makes people feel very strange. There is a snow mountain next to the desert. So where does the melted snow on this snow mountain go?
Hey, what is that?
Liu Chen saw some strange creatures in the video. The creatures were all black and couldn't see their faces, but they walked upright like humans. In the video, 2 creatures actually attacked a tiger. Needless to say, after a while, a tiger died in the hands of those 2 creatures. And what shocked Liu Chen was that he actually saw the 2 creatures eating the tiger's flesh alive.
Holy shit! It's so disgusting. Vomit!
It seems that these are the so-called cannibals. I didn't expect that they are still very strong in fighting.
Watch me destroy you!
Liu Chen controlled the griffin beast and fell down. The 2 creatures below also saw Liu Chen, raised their heads and looked at Liu Chen, and actually showed a sharp fang to Liu Chen.
Damn it! These teeth look like those from Attack on Titan.
Liu Chen took back the griffin beast. Thrust Wave's sword. The skill was released, and the 2 creatures were frozen into ice sculptures by Liu Chen's skill. Scarlet Cross Impact. Boom! Liu Chen almost defeated the monster with 2 skills. When Liu Chen was about to continue the attack, the 2 creatures were released from the floating state. The 2 creatures roared and rushed towards Liu Chen on all 4s. Liu Chen took a closer look. How could this guy be a cannibal? They were clearly 2 man-eating monsters, with their sharp teeth, walking on all 4s, and their monster-like screams. This seemed to be what they were. The latest product of thunderstorms. Seal the demon and kill it. Boom! The sword energy was released, and the 2 guys were knocked away directly. Then, Liu Chen rushed over and used another skill to throw them away. Indiscriminate killing. Both monsters died on the spot. Although the monster died, Liu Chen missed an opportunity to find the opponent's lair.
Oh! Damn it! I should have left one alive. Now I can't find the other party's lair. Damn it!
At this moment, Liu Chen noticed another movement in the jungle in the distance, and 2 of the same creatures appeared again. The moment they saw Liu Chen, they turned around and ran away into the distance. Liu Chen took a look. What a good guy. It really took no effort at all. Liu Chen spread his wings and chased after him. Just after Liu Chen chased them a few hundred meters away, the 2 creatures suddenly stopped and showed ferocious expressions at Liu Chen. Liu Chen frowned. I was fooled. Chapter 325 Monster Army. Liu Chen gives gifts. At this moment, hundreds of the same monsters suddenly jumped out and completely surrounded Liu Chen.
I'll go. Why are there so many? Quack quack.
Those monsters roared at Liu Chen and showed ferocious faces. Immediately afterwards, the monsters uprooted the trees from the ground and threw them towards Liu Chen.
Damn it! Are these guys so powerful?
Liu Chen's wings fluttered behind him, and he flew up into the air. Far away from this place, Liu Chen didn't expect that these monsters would trick him, and he really fell into the trap. He was still too young. But at this moment, a dozen of the monsters on the ground grew wings and chased after Liu Chen. Liu Chen looked closely and saw that these dozen monsters actually had black wings behind them. And there is also this long tail, which looks very similar to the gargoyle in Warcraft.
Damn it! Can you still fly?
Seeing the monsters chasing after him, Liu Chen did not dodge. But there were only a dozen of them, and he was enough to deal with them. Thunder Escape. Liu Chen's figure appeared behind the monster and threw out the last skill. The Art of Thousands of Birds. Boom! As the thunder ball hit a monster, the thunder ball exploded instantly, and countless arcs spread in all directions, affecting all other monsters, paralyzing all the monsters. Immediately afterwards, Liu Chen's attack did not stop. Thunder Tiger. The tiger transformed by thunder, and lightning appeared and charged fiercely towards the dozen monsters. Boom! The Thunder Tiger exploded the moment it touched the monster, and the huge thunder light swallowed up more than a dozen monsters in the air. At the next moment, only one monster rushed out of the lightning light, and the other monsters all died in Lu Chen's hand. Under attack. The monster did not escape, but rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned.
You are so virtuous, but you still dare to come here to seek death?
Magic gun. Uh-huh. The magic gun penetrated directly through the monster, killing it on the spot. Lu Chen's operation was very sharp. He killed more than a dozen flying monsters in one encounter, which shocked the monsters on the ground. Lu Chen saw the monsters below fleeing in all directions. But Lu Chen they can't just run away. They must be found and eliminated one by one. The existence of these guys is the biggest threat to the main island. Although Lu Chen is not worried that they will come to the city to cause trouble. If someone enters the dense forest to look for resources, their lives are definitely at risk. So it is imperative to clear them out. Lu Chen chased a monster. Coincidentally, this monster was heading towards their lair. In fact, it was not just this one. The other monsters were also heading towards their lair. The monster was affected by frightened. The final hiding place is your own lair. Lu Chen was surprised to find that the hiding place of these monsters was the original location of Wanshan Mountain.
Could it be that these monsters were originally hidden under Wanshan Mountain, but we didn't discover them?
This idea came to Lu Chen's mind, and it was very reasonable. After all, the existence of these monsters could never be for nothing. Lu Chen chased the monster and came to a mountain forest. Inside the mountain forest, Chen saw countless white cocoons. Lu Chen walked in and opened the cocoons and saw that there was a monster that had not yet hatched. It turns out that these cocoons are those monsters, and they are still breeding. Looking at it, the entire mountain forest is a cocoon of this kind of monster. If they all hatch, there will be at least thousands. If they reproduce again, the number of these monsters will definitely expand to an astonishing tens of thousands. By then, even the main city will be thousands of feet tall. It is estimated that the guards cannot be defended, so they must be killed before then.
Come out, my summoned beasts!
Lu Chen himself was weak and needed more helpers. With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen summoned all the summoned beasts and pets.
Attack! Target all cocoons!
Lu Chen gave the order, and all the monsters immediately launched an attack. These cocoons were still unformed. When they were broken, Lu Chen's pus flowed out, and the monster inside struggled for a few times before dying. Under the attack, the number of cocoons decreased rapidly. At this time, the monsters who fled back also found that their children had been killed, and all the monsters suddenly became furious.
Roar!
1 inch. A thunderous roar echoed in the mountains and forests. Lu Chen turned around and frowned, knowing that those monsters had appeared. In sight, Lu Chen released his skills and detected a large number of monsters coming towards him. But Lu Chen didn't panic, and he even wanted to get some monsters to make kebabs or something. With insight, Lu Chen had cleared the monsters' whereabouts and was ready to fight. Volcano shock. After the monsters entered the ambush circle, Lu Chen also launched an attack. A huge volcano rose from the ground, breaking through the surrounding ground. Then, countless fireballs erupted from the crater and landed in the middle of the monsters. The fireballs exploded and devoured the monsters. These monsters seemed to be very afraid of the attack of fire. They actually fled in panic under the attack of fire, but they soon died in the flames. Lu Chen didn't expect that his attack would be unexpected. If he had known it, he would have used the fire element to attack. The volcanic shock had a good effect, killing and injuring more than half of the monsters. And Lu Chen's guidance also ended. The flames extinguished as the volcano disappeared. The other monsters did not escape this time. Instead, they launched another fierce attack on Lu Chen after the flames extinguished. The hatred of killing his son was irreconcilable. This time, they had to kill Lu Chen. Forget it. Facing the attack of dozens of monsters, Lu Chen did not retreat. Instead, he jumped up with a rake in his hand, and a golden light shone on the rake. Explosive air slash. This skill is a group attack skill, which is very powerful. But to achieve the strongest attack effect, it needs to be charged. Lu Chen's charging time was calculated just right. When the monsters rushed over, Lu Chen's charging time had just ended.
Go to H, L.
Boom. The moment the rake fell, 5 rays of sword energy rushed out, cutting 5 bloody paths among the monsters. The rake's attack was impressive, coupled with the strongest attack of Lu Chen's explosive chi slash. The attack was earth-shattering. The ground was littered with corpses, and 5 cracks about tens of meters long were left behind. Of the dozens of remaining monsters, there are now less than 10 left. Lu Chen looked at the remaining monsters and showed an evil smile. Lu Chen angrily scolded.
You guys are actually trying to subvert my island. Now I give you a chance to live. If you obey, I will let you live well. Otherwise you will be completely destroyed.
These monsters seemed to understand Lu Chen's words, and they lay on the ground one by one, not daring to move at all. Lu Chen chuckled.
That's right.
Lu Chen then used wooden boards to make several wooden boxes and put the remaining monsters into the wooden boxes one by one.
I will send you to a place. If you obey, you will be free when you arrive. Otherwise, you will know the consequences.
The monsters that were moving around immediately stopped, and Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then, Lu Chen called out the griffin beast, put the boxes on top, and headed towards the seaside. At the beach, Wan Kailing and others are waiting. Seeing Lu Chen coming with several large wooden boxes, he hurriedly asked,
Lu Chen, what do you want to do? What kind of goods are you transporting?
Lu Chen smiled mysteriously.
Don't you know the coordinates of that guy Sun Shang's island? Find someone to sneak these boxes to his island. You don't have to ask anything. Just do as I say. Put the box in a secret place and then come back. You don't need to worry about anything else. Are you going to give Sun Shang a gift?
Wan Kailing asked strangely. Lu Chen smiled mysteriously.
You guessed it right. I'm going to send him a big gift. Remember, be careful not to be discovered. Otherwise it will be dangerous.
Wan Kailing said.
Aren't you talking nonsense? Sun Shang wants to kill us now. I'm not stupid. I will go there when it gets dark. Don't worry. It's just a reward.
Lu Chen frowned.
Wow. You are really a profiteer. We are all friends. How can you talk about remuneration? Nonsense. It's all business. Why do we have to work for you? We agreed at the time that you are not allowed to default on your debt.
Wan Kailing looked at Lu Chen unhappily, and she suddenly felt that Lu Chen might have stolen her money. Lu Chen said,
Okay, these are rewards. I'll give them to you.
After Lu Chen gave some resources to Wan Kailing, the deal was concluded. Watching Wan Kailing's ship leave, Lu Chen smiled happily.
We're just waiting to see the show. I can imagine tens of thousands of monsters appearing on Sun Shang's island. Ha ha ha! You are such a shameless guy.
At this time, the devil on Lu Chen's chest spoke.
Let me go. You are alive. I thought you were dead.
The devil had fallen into a deep sleep since the last time he helped Lu Chen deal with a demon monster. Lu Chen thought this guy was dead, but he didn't expect him to come back to life. The devil said angrily,
You just died. I absorbed too much energy and helped you fight. Of course, I need to take a rest. Hee hee. It's fine this time. I'm at my peak state again.
Lu Chen frowned and said,
Looking at your tone, are you planning to escape from my control again?
Quiet. Very quiet between the two of them.
Ha! You are thinking too much. Thinking too much. How could I have that kind of thought? You are thinking too much.
The devil said quickly, which made Lu Chen smile slightly.
Okay. Since you have a good attitude, I'll give you a few skill books. I just got them.
When Lu Chen took out several skill books, the demon took one look at them and said,
They're all garbage. Don't want them.
Damn it. Chapter 326, Looking for the Dream Stone.
You are quite pushy. Don't forget about it.
Lu Chen put away the skill book and prepared to go back and show it to others to see who needed it, and then just sell it to get some materials if no one wanted it. Now that all the monsters here have been dealt with, Lu Chen can finally go back. Congratulations on releasing the ghoul. Gaining world reputation plus 10,000.
Ghouls? Those are ghouls. Lu Chen didn't expect these monsters to be ghouls. But they do look scary.
Lu Chen turned around and left. And just when he was about to return to the city, he saw the blacksmith's son Xiaoning digging alone with a mining pick.
Xiaoning!
Hearing the cry, Xiaoning raised his head and saw Lu Chen walking towards him. Xiaoning wiped her sweat and said,
Oh, it's you. What's the matter?
Lu Chen asked.
Why did you, little guy, go out to mine by yourself? Where is the blacksmith?
Xiaoning said proudly.
My father is very busy now. He has many apprentices. He has no time to mine. So he asked me to mine by myself. I will become a big shot like my father in the future. Oh, really? Then come on. Bye.
With that said, Lu Chen headed towards the main city area. Xiaoning immediately stopped Lu Chen.
You are really weird. Aren't you supposed to be helping me mine at this time? Shall I help you?
Lu Chen said with a weak smile.
Why should I help you? This is your own business. And you said you want to become a blacksmith like your father. Mining is the first step. But you still keep up the good work. Wait a minute.
Xiao Ning stopped Lu Chen, who was about to leave again.
I actually have something I want to get rid of you for.
Yo! Could it be another plot mission? But what kind of plot mission can this guy have?
Tell me about it.
Lu Chen smiled.
I'm going to build a legendary hammer that will make me a powerful blacksmith. But I'm missing a material. I heard that there is a luminous stone on the bottom of the Sea of Death in the east. That's the dream I need. Stone. But there are many monsters guarding it. Can you help me get it? If possible. I am willing to exchange this thing with you.
Xiao Ning took out a stone that emitted 7 colors of light from her arms. Damn it! 7-color stone. It turned out to be a 7-color stone. Doesn't this guy know the value of the 7-color stone? If his father found out, he would definitely kill him. However, the dream stone seems to be more valuable than the 7-color stone. Otherwise, why would this guy use the 7-color stone in exchange for it? Dream stone. No matter, there are so many. It's better to go and take a look before talking about it.
Okay. No problem. I'll go find the dream stone for you. Just wait.
With that said, Lu Chen summoned the griffin beast and headed towards the coordinates given by Xiao Ning.
Sea of Death. The name sounds very dangerous. We are still underwater, and it feels more and more dangerous. But it doesn't matter. We know how to swim. What are we afraid of? We will fight for the 7-color stone.
The Sea of Death has finally been reached. This is a place out of the deep sea. The reason why it is called the Sea of Death is because the sea here is very deep, and there are many sharks and other monsters on the seabed. No one dares to enter it. Otherwise they will definitely die. Even the ships passing here will disappear inexplicably. So many ships will avoid here. Lu Chen took back the griffin beast and jumped into the sea. With a pop, Lu Chen entered the seabed, and a protective film was automatically formed around his body to prevent Lu Chen from being eroded by the seawater. And at the same time, it also allowed Lu Chen to move freely in the sea. Lu Chen switched the title of Sea King, and he was as free in the sea as on land. No matter how deep the sea was, Lu Chen's vision was still as clear as day. Lu Chen headed all the way towards the bottom of the sea. The bottom here was very deep. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen finally arrived at the bottom of the sea. There were countless boulders on the bottom of the sea. It seemed that they were left behind after something collapsed. There was no specific location for this dream stone, so Lu Chen could only slowly search for it. Ahead, Lu Chen saw a huge clam. The clam was as big as a car. It appeared so suddenly on the bottom of the sea. It looked very strange. But Lu Chen felt that there must be some treasure inside. Lu Chen walked in, and just when he reached out to grab it, he suddenly felt a huge danger. The big clam suddenly opened up, and a tentacle made Lu Chen grab it. Damn it! Seal the demon and kill it! Lu Chen directly used a skill to repel the tentacle. The big clam seemed to sense the strength of the person in front of him, and immediately retracted its tentacles and closed its SHL tightly. Depend on. Emotions are a coward. Lu Chen didn't waste any time and launched an attack on the big clam. A flash of sword light knocked the giant clam away. This guy's defense was very strong. Even Lu Chen's attacks couldn't break its SHL, and there wasn't even a scratch on it. At this moment, the big clam seemed to emit a sound wave, which pushed Lu Chen away. The sound wave spread extremely fast in the water, and quickly spread to hundreds of miles away. Just when Lu Chen was wondering how this giant clam could emit sound waves, 2 huge sharks appeared in the distance. Lu Chen had seen the shark before. It was very strong. It was many times stronger than ordinary sharks. He had tried his best to kill it before, but now he didn't have to. The shark saw Lu Chen coming at great speed. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Welcome. The shark opened its mouth and bit at Lu Chen. However, the shark's ability was very weak in Lu Chen's eyes. While Lu Chen was dodging, the dagger in his hand directly scratched the belly of one of the sharks. Wow! One shark died instantly. The other shark did not retreat and attacked Lu Chen again. The attack of this shark was not as single as the previous one. While attacking, the tail behind this shark swept towards Lu Chen, causing Lu Chen, who originally wanted to kill it again, to step back. What a powerful guy. He can also use this kind of attack. The shark turned its head and opened its mouth wide as it rushed toward Lu Chen, sending out a shock wave. Only then did Lu Chen remember that the shark would still send out shock waves to attack the enemy. The shock wave hit Lu Chen and knocked him back 2 steps, but did not cause any damage. Snort. Magic gun. Whoosh. The magic gun shot directly through the shark's body, killing it instantly. Lu Chen didn't want to continue playing. He had just killed the shark, and the blood shed by the shark would attract more sharks. So he had to fight quickly. Lu Chen directly took out the 9-tooth rake and smashed it fiercely at the big clam. Boom! There were actually cracks on the SHL of the big clam. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, raised his rake, and smashed it over again. Click! Suddenly the big clam's SHL opened directly, revealing a black pearl the size of a watermelon.
My day is not a dreamstone.
Chapter 327. Kill the giant turtle and obtain soul stone LB30. Lu Chen originally thought that this guy was resisting desperately, and there would be a dream stone inside. But he didn't expect that the SHL turned out to be just a black pearl.
Boring.
Lu Chen didn't pick up the pearl and turned around to leave. At this time, Da Bang's heart was broken. Why on earth did you not want Jinjini to hit me? Lu Chen still wanted to find the dream stone quickly, but he had no time to waste here, because some sharks were killed. Blood flowed out, and the smell of blood attracted more sharks to come here. And the ones that came were all giant sharks with extremely powerful attacks. Although Lu Chen was not afraid of these sharks, the appearance of so many sharks was a problem. Of course, this kind of trouble should be avoided if possible. Lu Chen didn't want to be dragged down by these guys, so it was better to leave quickly. Although Lu Chen left the place quickly, the sharks were still chasing after him, which made Lu Chen very depressed. These sharks were chasing after each one so closely, and it seemed that the only way to do it was to kill them. Just when Lu Chen stopped and was about to kill the sharks, the shark seemed to have seen something scary and turned around and fled. Lu Chen was confused. What happened to these guys? Why did they run away? At this moment, Lu Chen felt a wave of waves coming from behind, and a school of fish swam past him crazily. Turning around, Lu Chen actually saw a small hill in front of him shaking, and then a 3-story turtle slowly climbed up from the bottom of the sea. It seemed that this turtle actually existed on the bottom of the sea. It's been a long time, and if you don't look carefully, you won't be able to detect the existence of this guy. Just now, Lu Chen really thought that this was just a small hill on the seabed. Lu Chen looked carefully, and saw that there seemed to be something on the turtle's head.
What it is?
Lu Chen discovered that there was a stone emitting a strange light on the turtle's head.
That can't be the dream stone.
Lu Chen looked at the stone with a greedy expression. It would be great if this thing was a dream stone. The moment the giant turtle saw Lu Chen, it opened its mouth and sucked in a large amount of water elements from around it. Then, a large number of blue beams of light were sprayed towards Lu Chen from the turtle's mouth. Lu Chen quickly dodged. The beam was so fast that it passed by Lu Chen's side and shot towards the back at high speed. Lu Chen looked back and saw the beam of light flying out and disappearing into the darkness behind. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light lit up in the darkness in the distance. The light quickly expanded and spread towards the surroundings, just like the sun during the day. The next moment, Lu Chen felt a powerful shock wave coming, and he quickly dodged. However, there was no place to hide here. Lu Chen found that the turtle had actually retracted into its SHL. Obviously, the turtle had also shrunk into its SHL. Know how powerful your attacks are. Lu Chen subconsciously came to the back of Wugui quickly. Perhaps this was the best place to hide. And just when Lu Chen came behind the turtle, the huge shock wave had also arrived. With the arrival of the shock wave, Lu Chen felt a powerful impact. Lu Chen quickly reached out and grabbed the turtle SHL next to him. And then, they were not knocked away by the shock wave. Countless schools of fish were mixed in the huge waves and flew past Lu Chen's head. Soon, everything around him calmed down, and the turtle climbed down and fell asleep because it lost its target.
Phew! It's so dangerous. This guy is so ruthless that he can even hit him.
Although the turtle's SHL was very hard, Lu Chen found that the turtle seemed to have been injured. There was a gap on the turtle's SHL. It was obvious that the turtle had played off the wound in time. Seeing the gap, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This was the turtle's fatal weakness. Blood spear. Lu Chen directly concentrated his blood spear and stabbed it into the turtle's wound. Boom! Bloody light exploded in the turtle SHL. Immediately afterwards, the turtle suddenly jumped out of the turtle SHL, and its body suddenly began to stir on the bottom of the sea. Chen could feel that his blow had hit the vital part of the turtle. The turtle turned its head to look at Chen and bit Chen with a chest-straining bite. The turtle was huge, but its attack speed was not slow. Chen quickly dodged to avoid the turtle's attack. Seal the demon and kill it. Chen threw another skill and hit the turtle's head directly. But due to its huge size, it was not knocked back. Immediately afterwards, the turtle blew out a breath of bubbles at Chen. And a huge bubble came towards Chen. Chen raised the rake and smashed it. But the moment the rake touched the bubble exploded. Come on! As the bubbles exploded around him, Chen felt dizzy and tinnitus. Being dizzy, the prompt came, and at this moment, the turtle rushed towards Chen. Seeing the turtle rushing over, Chen had to think of a way as soon as possible. Otherwise it would definitely be miserable if he was attacked by this guy. Holy hammer! Chen directly used the skill in the suit's helmet. This skill was a type of invincibility. After being used, he was immune to all attacks and allowed himself to recover from dizziness. Just after Chen's skill was released, the turtle bit him. Boom! The turtle's sharp teeth hit the transparent barrier around Chen, making a muffled sound and a shockwave spreading in all directions.
You can't bite this time. You bastard. I'll kill you.
Destruction cannon. Chen directly switched to the black cannon, aimed at the turtle's big mouth, and blasted it out. Trigger absolute attack. Under absolute attack, the target will die. Boom! The fearful attack exploded directly in the turtle's belly. Suddenly, the turtle's expression became extremely distorted, and its mouth, eyes, nose and other organs all glowed with light. Upon seeing this, Chen quickly retreated, and while retreating, he used his power of the Sea King to form a water barrier around himself. But Chen was still a step slower. The turtle's body suddenly exploded, and a huge beam of light shot into the sky, blasting its SHL into pieces.
Absolute attack. Really awesome.
Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. After your beam killed the turtle, it still had a tendency to spread in all directions. Chen quickly retreated backwards to avoid the attack of the beam. Seeing the light beam disappear, Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then he remembered that the dream stone had not yet been obtained. So Chen quickly went over and started looking for it. Finally, Chen found the shiny stone on the seabed. Congratulations on getting Soul Stone LV30. Damn it! Chen was shocked. It turned out that it was not a dream stone, but a soul stone. And it was a level 30 soul stone. This was a stone that could increase weapon attack by 30%. What Chen didn't expect was that this thing, after reaching level 30, it actually became so huge that it was already the size of a watermelon.
My god! If this is a level 100 soul stone, it can't be bigger than a human being?
Just as he was talking, the soul stone in Chen's hand actually shattered with a click. Chen was suddenly shocked. The soul stone he had just obtained was broken into pieces without being warmed up. As the soul stone shattered, a soul stone the size of a walnut with blue light appeared in it, and those broken SHLs dissipated.
Oh! It turns out that this is the body of the soul stone. It must have a SHL because the turtle is embedded in the top of the head.
Chen picked up the soul stone and poured it into the 9-tooth nail rake without hesitation. Congratulations on getting the 9-tooth rake. Soul plus 30. This time the 9-toothed nail rake's attack power surged again. Chen checked the properties of the 9-tooth nailed rake and discovered that the level 30 soul stone not only increased the attack by 30%, but also increased the attack speed and attack speed by 30%. Critical damage. 9-tooth nail rake, Holy Spirit level, soul plus 30. Level, 50. Attack, 7,500. Magic attack, 1,000. Attack speed plus 25%. Critical hit rate plus 25%. Critical damage plus 90%. Soul, attack power plus 30%. Soul, attack speed plus 30%. Soul, critical damage plus 30%. Special skills. Every time you kill an enemy, you will get a crazy bonus, increasing the attack speed by 5% for 15 seconds, which can be stacked up to 10 layers. Enchantment, 2/5 skills. Spinning rake. Throw the rake in your hand towards the designated enemy. The rake will automatically track the enemy, causing huge damage, and silence it when it hits. When released, it will form a circle around itself, an impenetrable barrier that absorbs damage equal to its own health. Rake missile. Throws the rake and hits enemies in a 50 by 50 area in front, causing huge damage. Occupation restriction. Crazy Great Swordsman. Level limit, 50. Introduction. The replica of the weapon of the god of war Zhujiume. Because Zhujiume didn't like it, he threw it away. I hope someone will pick it up and return it to Zhujiume. Seeing the new attributes, Lu Chen felt crazy with joy. Only then did Lu Chen know that different attributes would appear when the soul stone was upgraded. But at how many levels could new attributes appear? I'm afraid it was one for every 10 levels. Lu Chen chuckled and put the rake away. Even if you don't get the dream stone this time, it's still worth it. Level 30 soul stones are not so easy to obtain. It seems that there are indeed a lot of good things on the bottom of the sea. It's just that opportunities and dangers coexist. I'm afraid it's a you'll die here if you're not careful. Lu Chen still has to look for the dream stone. Even if he gets a level 30 soul stone, he can't forget the mission. The Sea of Death is not small. Xiao Ning only said that the dream stone is in the Sea of Death, but did not give a specific location. Lu Chen was very depressed now, because an hour had passed, and it was going to be dark. Lu Chen remembered when I came down. The sun was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was already 5 o'clock. If I hadn't found the dream stone by 6 o'clock, I would have left anyway. After all, we were in the sea, the home of monsters. Just hide if you can. Chapter 328. Get the dream stone. And the benefits are opened. Lu Chen started his aimless search again on the bottom of the sea. The dream stone has no appearance. Xiao Ning just said it casually. And now Lu Chen begins to doubt whether the dream stone really exists. The sky is getting dark, and the light on the seabed is not very strong to begin with. After the sky becomes dark, the visual distance becomes even smaller. Lu Chen walked forward. He suddenly turned around and looked behind him. But except for the countless boulders, there was nothing else behind him. Strange. Why do I feel like there is something behind me? From the beginning, Lu Chen felt that something nearby was watching him. But when he turned around, there was nothing there. On the dim seabed, even with Lu Chen's title of Sea King, the visible distance is actually much closer. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen could no longer continue searching. And as it was approaching night, there might be monsters coming out. Once more monsters came, it would not be easy for him to deal with them. However, just when Lu Chen was about to leave, he saw something shining faintly in front of him that seemed to be deep under the sea. What is that? Lu Chen stared at the location that was emitting a faint light. At this time, he once again had the idea of finding out in his heart. Lu Chen swam towards the location that was emitting light. When Lu Chen took a closer look, he discovered that it turned out to be a black bead emitting a faint light. This bead is actually somewhat similar to the black pearl in the big clam before. It may be that one. The turtle's attack hit the position where the big clam was. Unexpectedly, the big clam was killed. Yes, this bead is very hard. Is this the dream stone? Lu Chen reached out to get it. Congratulations on getting the dream stone *1. I wipe it. Lu Chen suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. It turned out that the beads in the big clam were the dream stones. He thought they were black pearls, so he didn't go to get them. He didn't expect that the clown turned out to be me. But just when Lu Chen put away the dream stone, the ground beneath his feet suddenly moved. And then a big black fish suddenly jumped out of the sand and opened its mouth to bite Lu Chen. Ouch! Let me go! Fortunately, Lu Chen dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been bitten by this guy. Lu Chen cut the big fish in half with a backhand knife. The big fish looked intimidating, but it had no defense at all, and he was able to kill it with one knife. Congratulations on leveling up to 52 levels. Ranking first in the world. Lu Chen didn't expect that his level had been improved. Maybe it was because he killed the turtle before, so the level was improved now. Although the level was improved, what made Lu Chen depressed was that the turtle didn't drop anything. Although I got a level 30 soul stone, the other party is also a big boss, so it's unjustifiable if he doesn't drop something. Lu Chen put away the dream stone and turned to leave. But at this moment, Lu Chen turned around and saw that the ground behind him was shaking. Then, countless big black fish jumped out of the sand, and they all looked at Lu Chen with huge breasts. Hack! Lu Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that this was the nest of the big black fish. Lu Chen turned around and ran away. But how could those big black fish let Lu Chen go? Lu Chen had killed one of their comrades, and they had to avenge their comrades no matter what. Numerous big black fish were chasing behind Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen had obtained the dream stone, he turned around and flew towards the sea level. As long as he left the sea level and flew into the sky, he wouldn't have to worry about these big black fish. Finally, Luchin rushed out of the sea, spreading his wings behind him and floating in the air. Although those big black fish jumped out of the water, they couldn't touch Luchin at all. Luchin looked at the lively big black fish below and said with a proud smile,
"Hey, a group of stupid fish. Let's see how you can catch up with me this time. Since you want to chase me, then I will let you have a taste of my power.
Seal the demon and kill it." Boom! Luchin raised his hand and released his skill. The demon sealing slash instantly killed 3 big black fish on the spot. When the blackfish died, Luchin smiled proudly and turned around to leave. But just when he turned around to leave, Luchin discovered that his experience bar had increased by 10% after killing the 3 big black fish. Luchin looked at his experience bar in shock and was confused for a moment.
What the HL? Does this blackfish have such a high level of experience?
Seeing such a high level of experience, Luchin could no longer remain calm.
It's decided. Let's gain some experience first.
Afterwards, Luchin did not just leave, but launched a crazy attack on the big black fish on the sea level, throwing out all kinds of long-range skills. And those big black fish were unable to parry one by one. Almost touching the skills, he was killed instantly. Congratulations on leveling up to 53. Ranking first in the world. Luchin was so pleased that he didn't expect to be promoted to another level. So go ahead and get started. Luchin's attack continued. But those big black fish were not stupid. Seeing that Luchin's attack was so sharp, and they couldn't touch Luchin at all, they all headed towards the water one by one.
Why are you leaving? Don't run away. Experience welfare fish.
Luchin retracted his wings and jumped into the water to catch up. Luchin chased after him crazily, but the big black fish sank into the sand on the seabed and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Luchin's head hurt, but he absolutely couldn't let it go. He had to kill them no matter what. But those fish were now sinking into the sand at the bottom of the sea, and he couldn't find them at all. Luchin tried to release a few skills, but he stirred up a cloud of sand, but did not kill any big black fish.
Yes!
Luchin suddenly thought of a fun idea. The evil spirit is resurrected. Luchin directly used the skill of resurrecting monsters and successfully resurrected 10 big black fish. These resurrected big black fish will definitely know the location of each other.
Come on, my devils!
Luchin gave an order, and the 10 resurrected big black fish rushed towards the ground, and were suddenly knocked out of the mud.
Chance!
Luchin raised his knife and killed the 10 big black fish that came out on the spot. Luchin saw that this trick was very useful, so he continued. The big black fish launched its attack again, pushing other black fish out of the mud, and Luchin started to kill them crazily. Congratulations on leveling up to 54 levels. Ranking first in the world. Congratulations on leveling up to 55. Ranking first in the world. And then, Luchin found that these big black fish suddenly lost their experience points. It seemed that they had reached a level, so no matter how many they killed, it was useless. In this way, there is no need for him to continue killing. Luchin sighed and left helplessly. It would be great if he could gain unlimited experience here. Luchin shook his head and left the bottom of the sea. Luchin's operation immediately attracted the attention of others in the world.
Damn it! Did you see it? The master's level has reached level 55. Oh my god! Wasn't it level 51 just now? Why did you reach level 55 in less than an hour? This must be cheating. There is no loud upgrade speed block even in the game. This is obviously like riding a rocket. My dear mother, how did you level up? Great master? Can you give me a guide? Little trash. Please give me some advice. Master, you are really the master in my heart. You are so awesome. Where did you go to upgrade? Master, you didn't really eat Ollie and gave it to me. Did you? This leveling speed is beyond my reach. I want to report someone for cheating. This upgrade speed is outrageous.
Luchin naturally ignored these things. What he wanted to pay attention to now was that at some point, a large number of monsters appeared on the sea level, and they were all snake people. It seemed that the werewolf shark was killed by the snake people. This sea is really dominated by the snake people. But where did the monsters hiding like this come from? Luchin had been at the bottom of the sea for so long, but he still didn't see where these monsters came from. Although many monsters appeared, Luchin still had to rush over. The monsters floating on the sea seemed to have noticed Luchin's appearance, and they all turned around and pointed the harpoons in their hands at Luchin.
Come on! I'll send you to HL.
The monsters of the snake tribe looked very ferocious, but in Luchin's eyes, they were extremely weak. Luchin killed the 2 monsters instantly with a demon sealing slash. then moved to the side of the monster, and killed the two monsters again with two swords. Monster. To Lucien, these little monsters were nothing more than chopping melons and vegetables. Extremely simple. After getting rid of a few monsters in front of him, Lucien flew directly into the sky. He had no intention of fighting, so naturally he had to go back quickly. Just when Lucien was about to use the beacon to go back, there was a blast of breaking wind behind him. Voice. Lucien turned around and saw that the one who attacked him turned out to be the Birdman monster that led the attack last time. Good guy. There are birdmen in the sky, snake people in the water, and ghouls on the land. These monsters really occupy the sea, land and air. But these birdmen are no match for Lucien. Magic gun. A skill was released that instantly killed the two birdmen. Then Lucien made a thought and used a beacon to leave the place. When Lucien came to his senses, he had returned to the main island.
Call! Finally came back. What hell of a trip.
Lucien didn't have time to rest. He had to hurry up and hand in the task. Wait a moment. Lucien was about to go find Xiaoning when he stopped. He wanted to know what the dream stone was used for. Afterwards, Lucien took out the dream stone from his backpack. Dream stone. It can be inlaid on a blacksmith hammer to increase the level of the blacksmith hammer. It has a 10% chance of mutating attributes and becoming a god-level forging hammer. It can create and upgrade mythical quality equipment. Damn it! This dream stone actually has such a function. No wonder Xiaoning wants to find it by herself. But can I use this stone myself? Lucien smiled and licked his lips. Chapter 329 Mission completed. Lucien took out the upgrade hammer. He wanted to see if this dream stone could be embedded in his upgrade hammer. If it could, it would be awesome. Error. Wrong use. The dream stone is a mission item and cannot be embedded and used by players. Damn it! The dream stone turns out to be a quest item, which means that players cannot use it. So they can only give it to Xiaoning.
This is a bit of a trap. The stone I worked so hard to get can only be exchanged for a color stone? No. I have to go to Xiaoning to discuss it.
With that said, Lucien came to the blacksmith shop. But at this time, the blacksmith had just finished his work. And Xiaoning was not in the blacksmith shop either. The blacksmith said,
Xiaoning may be mining in the forest of forgetfulness. You can go find him.
I'll try and find it. Lucien was speechless. Why is this father so arrogant? No wonder your son has been missing for so many years. Xiaoning, I really want to invite you. You have been out for so long and your father didn't even ask if my son was lost. What a good father. Lucien entered the forest of forgetting, while Xiaoning was still waiting at the mining site. Lucien couldn't help but smile bitterly and said,
Xiaoning, you are really stubborn. Why don't you go back so late? Why don't you keep waiting here until I come back?
Xiaoning nodded and said,
Well, we agreed. I will wait here for you to come back. And I will not break my promise.
After listening to Xiaoning's words, Lucien said,
You are awesome. You are worthy of being an NPC. You are awesome. See if this is the dream stone you want.
Lucien took out the dream stone and handed it to Xiaoning. Xiaoning danced happily after seeing the dream stone.
Ha ha ha. It's really a dream stone. It's really a dream stone. Great. 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 I finally have a dream stone. Ha! Great.
Lucien smiled slightly, went up and snatched the dream stone. Xiaoning was stunned for a moment, then understood, and immediately took out the 7-color stone.
This is your reward. Thank you very much. Wait a minute.
Lucien took back the dream stone and said,
Do you know where this thing is? The Sea of Death. It's very dangerous over there. And the value of this dream stone is much higher than the 7-color stone. Just give it to me. A 7-color stone. Don't you feel guilty about it? No,
Xiaoning said calmly. When Lucien heard this, he was speechless, looking at Xiaoning's serious look. It seemed that he really didn't take it to heart. Hack me, Xiaoning continued.
This is the price we agreed on in advance. And you agreed to it. And you should know how dangerous the Sea of Death is. Since you know it, it means that you agreed to our deal. The bargaining chip is a 7-color stone is exchanged for a dream stone. This is an agreement in advance. If you raise the price on the ground, it is your fault. Don't bully me just because you think I am a child. Let me tell you, I am not younger than you.
Lucien was speechless. Xiaoning continued.
In business, you must pay attention to integrity. If you are so dishonest, how can I give you better tasks in the future? If you are so careless, you are not afraid that other people will have other opinions about you. They will I think there is something wrong with your character. And character problems are very dangerous. When the time comes, your family will leave you. Your friends will betray you. And your girlfriend will wear it on you. Okay.
Before Xiao Ning could finish speaking, Lu Chen interrupted him directly.
Okay. Xiao Ning. You're welcome. I'm convinced. I admit it. I agree to the deal. Let's not continue. Let's talk. Come on. Let's end this matter. Okay?
Xiao Ning smiled slightly.
Okay.
Then the two of them made a deal. And Xiao Ning left happily. Lu Chen looked at the 7-color stone in his hand and sighed helplessly.
This guy is really no worse than Tang Xing. Awesome. And he is really talkative.
Lu Chen put away the 7-color stones and returned to the camp.
Lu Chen, you are back. We saw that your level exceeded level 55. How did you level up?
Xiaolan couldn't wait to run over after seeing Lu Chen. Others followed.
This question is very important. Don't talk nonsense. Let me do a task quickly.
It was getting late now. And if Lu Chen wanted to do divination for others, he would probably have to arrest people to perform divination. So he could only use his own subordinates. Congratulations on completing the daily task. Whether to draw a lottery.
Lottery!
Congratulations on getting the Heart of Water *1. What is this? Lu Chen took out the Heart of Water. A blue heart the size of a walnut, with blue liquid flowing in it. It looked very beautiful. Water heart. You can breathe in water for a short time by wearing it, lasting 1 hour. Please note that it cannot be worn again within 24 hours. Damn it! This thing is great. Such an awesome thing. But now that I have the title of Sea King, this Heart of Water thing is no longer important. But it can be used by others to upgrade in the Sea of Death.
Lu Chen, what are you looking at? What is this? It's quite beautiful.
Xiaolan saw the Heart of Water in Lu Chen's hand and snatched it away.
Hey, be careful. If this thing breaks, you won't be able to upgrade.
Lu Chen warned. Hearing this, Xiaolan quickly held the Heart of Water in her hands and said in surprise.
Lu Chen, did you say you relied on this thing to level up? Then how do you use this thing?
Lu Chen then told the story of encountering a big black fish in the Sea of Death. Several people looked shocked after hearing this. Li Kai said,
Good guy. This is the experienced fish. With such high experience, let's go and get it quickly.
Fei Hao frowned and said,
I guess we are out of luck.
Several people looked at Fei Hao at the same time. And Xiaolan asked hurriedly,
Why?
Fei Hao said,
I've heard the legend of this fish. I heard some aboriginal people talking about it in the tavern. This big black fish can double people's energy, which means it can increase their experience. But this fish's the number is limited. It is said that there are only about 300. Lu Chen, you said that you killed about 200. So there are probably not many left now. Because this kind of fish will leave the Death Sea every once in a while. Other places. And this kind of fish will die once it leaves the Death Sea. So after removing the dead black fish, the rest should basically be killed by Lu Chen.
Lu Chen's mouth was open, and he didn't know what to say. He had been making trouble for a long time. But he ended up swallowing it all. Xiaolan frowned and looked at Lu Chen.
Eat alone. Be careful you don't have a butt.
Damn it.
Hey. You're going too far. I didn't know there were only 300 fish. Why don't we go take a look tomorrow and find out? I remember there should still be some hidden in the sand on the seabed.
Yao Yao said.
Okay. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. If not, forget it. The level can be improved slowly. There's no point in being anxious. What do you think? Xiaolan?
Xiaolan glanced at Lu Chen and snorted.
Okay. Just listen to my Yao Yao.
Lu Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. Chapter 330 Crazy Upgrade Time Road. The next morning. Ding! Daily sign-in starts. Whether to start signing in. Lu Chen was woken up by the mechanical sound again.
Sign in!
Lu Chen was looking forward to what he signed in for today, hoping that there would be some good things. Ding! Congratulations on getting the Enhanced Upgrade Hammer *1. Lu Chen frowned. What is this strengthening and upgrading hammer? Enhanced Upgrade Hammer, an enhanced version of the Upgrade Hammer, which can improve the quality of items while upgrading the item level. And the material consumption is reduced to 1/3. Improve quality? Does that mean that mythical level equipment can be upgraded to Holy Spirit level? Lu Chen immediately took out the Enhanced Upgrade Hammer and smashed it against the mythical equipment in his opinion. Error. Insufficient materials to upgrade equipment. 5-color stone *1 is required. Damn it! What the L are 5-color stones? I've never heard of them. Lu Chen was almost autistic. The item he signed in was not a high-end product. He thought he could upgrade it without materials. But it turned out that materials were still needed. In order to test the strength of the enhanced hammer, Lu Chen took out an epic leather leggings. Enchanted leather boots, epic level. Level 40. Defense plus 460. Magic defense plus 460. HP plus 900. Magic value plus 700. Enchantment, 0/3. Introduction, demonized leather boots. Very black. Level limit, 40. Class restrictions, necromancer. Upgrading this epic piece of equipment originally required 4 tricolor stones. Promote. Congratulations on getting the flame magic boots *1. Tricolor stone 1. Rootless stone 20. Dragon tendon 20. Xingnan grass 20. Lu Chen unexpectedly discovered that this piece of equipment could not help but improve its quality and directly upgrade its level. Moreover, it seemed that fewer materials were needed to upgrade the equipment level. It seemed that this enhanced upgrade hammer was good. But if the equipment was upgraded to level 50, will it be directly upgraded to level 60? You need to be careful about this. Flame magic boots, mythical level. Level 50. Defense plus 1260. Magic defense plus 1260. HP plus 2900. Magic value plus 2800. Movement speed plus 20%. Toughness plus 20%. Enchantment, 2/3 skill. Summon fire evil spirit. Summon an evil spirit whose whole body is covered in flames from H.L. to assist you in fighting. The fire evil spirit has flame burning properties, and all nearby enemies will be burned by the flames. Tips. Fire evil spirits are most afraid of water, and will disappear when exposed to water. Fire troll. Summon a fire troll to assist you in fighting. The fire troll will increase the health and life recovery effect of the caster and companions by 20%. Note. The fire troll cannot be summoned at the same time as the fire evil spirit. Introduction. Boots endowed with divine power by the fire troll. Fused with the soul of the fire troll. Level limit, 50. Class restrictions, necromancer. Lu Chen immediately took out the flame magic boots and found that after the upgrade, the equipment actually had 2 more summoning skills, which was amazing. But Lu Chen discovered that these 2 new skills were in conflict, and they couldn't be summoned at the same time. Damn. This was going too far. But forget it. Something is better than nothing. Let's see which of the 2 guys is stronger. And let's use him from now on. After upgrading a piece of equipment, Lu Chen was ready to continue improving it. With this opportunity, why would he look for a blacksmith? He is now better than a blacksmith. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Are you here or not? Don't stop talking. I know you are at home. We agreed to go out to upgrade today. Don't pretend to be dead for me. Xiaolan's voice came from outside the door. This guy is really capable. Lu Chen opened the door and said helplessly, Sister, can we stop being so dumbfounded? Why don't you just knock on the door and say, Okay. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Where are the others? Let's go when they get up. Xiaolan snorted. I know you don't plan to take us there. They are all up and waiting for you. So hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. And then everyone got on the cruiser and headed towards the Sea of Death. Will the boat sink if we sail there like this? Xiaolan asked. If it sinks, I will feed you to the sharks. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lu Chen rolled his eyes again. Xiaolan put her hands on her chest and said disdainfully, Didn't I hear that the Sea of Death is the graveyard of ships? I'm just asking out of kindness. It depends on your attitude. It's true. Xiaolan snorted and turned around and walked to the other side. Although Xiaolan talks a lot of nonsense, Xiaolan's words remind me why ships sink or disappear when they reach the Sea of Death. Is it the turtle doing something good? Or is it because there are other monsters nearby, and they will wake up when they see the ship? Before going out, you have to watch carefully. If it is the turtle, it doesn't matter. The turtle is already dead anyway. If it is another monster, then you have to kill it. The cruiser headed towards the Sea of Death. And at the same time, some players saw this scene, and all the world channels suddenly started discussing it. Big news! Big news! The great god drove a cruiser to the Sea of Death. Damn it! The master is preparing to challenge nature. Challenging nature is obviously suicide. Hee hee. Believe it or not. This time the great god goes to the Death Sea. He will definitely make the Death Sea completely disappear. I have a hunch that the great god will definitely become stronger. Still strong? He's already level 55. He's like a rocket at this level. Do you think the level improvement of the great god will be related to the Sea of Death? You mean to go to the Sea of Death, and then your level will rise. Are you overthinking it? Hee hee. That's not true. Who is the great god? He is an existence blessed by God. Maybe the great god has found some shortcut to improve the level. Damn it! If you tell me this, I also want to go to the Sea of Death to look for opportunities. Opportunities and dangers coexist. So you'd better live well. Everyone, my blacksmith shop is opened. If you need to upgrade your equipment, come quickly. We have a big discount for the opening today. Brother, the equipment recycling department is open today. If you have any unused equipment, you can come and exchange it for various materials and items. Come quickly. Everyone. For a time, the world channel was occupied by various traders, which caused dissatisfaction among many players. And a scolding war began. Lu Chen and others had also arrived at the Sea of Death. But it was calm here, and there were no changes. Lu Chen began to feel that everything that had happened here before seemed to be the fault of the turtle. Now that the turtle was gone, everything was calm. Lu Chen asked, "Okay, which one of you will go down first and try?" "Me." Xiaolan volunteered, and was the first to raise her hand. Of course, the others did not grab it. "Okay, then come down with me, and give it a try." With that said, Lu Chen gave the heart of water to Xiaolan. Afterwards, Xiaolan and Lu Chen jumped into the water. With the blessing of the heart of water, Xiaolan can breathe underwater and swim freely, which is almost the same as Lu Chen's title of Sea King. Lu Chen looked at Xiaolan's crazy swimming under the water. He went over to grab Xiaolan and pointed downwards. Only then did Xiaolan realize that she was too excited. The two arrived at the bottom of the sea. Lu Chen looked at the location, nodded, and then swam forward. I don't know if it was because the big black fish had disappeared, but the two of them didn't find a big black fish. Lu Chen frowned. The last time he found the big black fish, he activated the evil ghost resurrection skill to resurrect the big black fish and helped him find the lair of the black fish. But now there are no dead bodies of the big black fish nearby, so it is a bit difficult to find them. Afterwards, Lu Chen directly released a skill. Holy Cross Attack! Lu Chen's attack was a direct attack on the sand at the bottom of the water. The huge cross bombarded the sand, and the next moment, two big black fish swam out. Xiaolan was overjoyed when she saw this. Palm Thunder! Xiaolan's skill release directly hit two big black fish, killing them. Xiaolan was surprised to find that her experience bar had really increased a lot. Lu Chen saw that this trick was effective and killed two big black fish. So he continued, "The evil spirit is resurrected." Two big black fish were summoned, and then they began to search for the black fish's nest in the ground. They saw the two big black fish pushing out two big black fish directly in the sand. When Xiaolan saw this, she waved her staff and threw it with a skill. Arc! Two snakehead fish died. Xiaolan's level has been raised to level 47. Xiaolan was immediately excited. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen used the evil ghost resurrection skill again to summon four black fish. The four black fish pushed out four big black fish, and Xiaolan killed them again. And just like that, Xiaolan actually killed more than 100 big black fish, and her level soared to 50. Their goal is to reach level 50. After reaching level 50, the effect of the Heart of Water gradually disappears. Xiaolan and Xiaolan returned to the cruiser. Seeing Xiaolan's level soaring to 50, everyone was shocked. At this level, riding a rocket is not that fast. Fei Hao was even more stunned. He didn't expect that the big black fish on the bottom of the sea was far beyond his imagination. Li Kai said, "Let me tell you. Hazi, is your legend wrong?" Fei Hao couldn't help but swallow. "Just pretend that I didn't say anything." Then, Lu Chen led several people to start a crazy upgrade. I don't know if the big black fish on the bottom of the sea is really endless, but it actually made several people upgrade to level 50. I'll go. No, I can't kill all these big black fish. Fei Hao, who was standing on the boat, was also completely confused. It seemed that the legends he had heard were all false. The crazy upgrading behavior of a few people immediately attracted the attention of people from all over the world. Originally, these guys were only between level 45 and 49. What I didn't expect was that in just half a day, the levels of these guys all reached 50. So that the top 7 in the world rankings are all firmly occupied by Lu Chen and his men. Chapter 331 Godzilla vs. Half Mermaid. Mom, what's going on? Master Lu Chen and the others are riding a rocket together. Hack!
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What did they do? Why did the level increase so quickly? Look. Look. I'm just telling you. They went to the Sea of Death to level up. If you still don't believe it, I'll write you this letter and tell you that there must be something to upgrade the level in the Sea of Death. It's true. Didn't you tell me this morning that the Masters and the others went to the Sea of Death? Then, they leveled up one by one. It seems that there really is something to level up in the Sea of Death. Let's go and take a look. I have sailed to the Sea of Death. I want to upgrade to the full level. That's because you're overthinking it. The great gods are only over level 50. It seems there is a limit to level up. It's impossible to keep improving. I don't care. Let's improve the level first. It doesn't matter so much. Hey, I'm here too. Level up. Level up. Let's go together. The level improvement of Lu Qin and others immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Qin did not think so much about this wave of level improvement. And even if those guys came to the Sea of Death, it would be useless. They would not be able to find it without their own methods. To the big black fish. Okay. We have finished raising our level. It's time for us to go back. Let's go. Yao Yao sails the ship. After Lu Qin gave the order, Yao Yao started to drive the cruiser to leave the Sea of Death. But at this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared in the entire sea area. In the whirlpool, a pair of red eyes shone brightly. And then, a black half-murloc man, with a height of more than 10 meters emerged from the whirlpool, rising out of the water. His feet stepped on the water, and his cold eyes looked at the cruiser ahead. Roar! The half-fish man roared. Go ahead. If we kill such a big black fish, we won't be able to upgrade collectively. Li Kai couldn't help shouting. Lu Qin frowned and looked at the half-murloc. It seemed that this guy had come with bad intentions. Maybe it was because they had killed too many big black fish. So this guy came out to kill them. Everyone, be careful. Something is wrong with this guy. Lu Qin reminded him. Roar! A group of humble humans dare to harm our Blackfish clan. You will eventually pay the price for your stupid actions. A big tsunami! The half-murloc roared, stretched out his hands. And then, behind him, a huge wave about 100 meters high swept toward Lu Qin. My dear mother, how can this guy summon such a huge wave with just a wave of his hand? What should we do? Lu Qin! Jia He on the side asked hurriedly. At this time, Lu Qin was also confused. Faced with this huge wave, their cruiser would probably be knocked over. Everyone was at a loss when facing this powerful wave. How about we merge together? Yao Yao on the side suddenly spoke. Fit. Only then did a few people remember that they had not been together for a long time. And if the combined dragon existed, then this huge wave would break it. Fit. The next moment, several people began to merge. However, at this time, the huge wave had already swept over. Seeing the huge wave swallowing up Lu Qin and the others, the half-fish man nodded with satisfaction. Be you? At this moment, a blue light suddenly appeared in the huge wave, and a huge blue beam of light shot out from the huge wave. The blue beam was so powerful that it instantly broke the huge wave, and the beam of light shot out from the huge wave. The huge wave broke through, and the roar did not stop but came towards the half-murloc. The half-murloc man was shocked when he saw this. He raised his hand, and a huge carp formed from the condensed water elements formed in front of him. The carp hit the light beam, but in an instant, the light beam actually directly destroyed the carp again. Puff! Immediately afterwards, the beam directly shattered one of the half-murloc's arms, and then the beam disappeared into the sky. The half-murloc scream suddenly echoed through the sky after one of his arms was knocked off. The half-fish man didn't expect that the opponent actually had such an attack method. Such a powerful attack method was simply outrageous. As the huge waves turned into rain and fell, a huge Godzilla with half its body in the water appeared in front of the half-murloc. The half-fish man looked at Godzilla in front of him, and was suddenly confused. I have never seen anything like this. The half-murloc man looked at Godzilla in confusion. And then Godzilla rushed towards the half-murloc man and bit him. The half-murloc man quickly used his other hand to block it. But Godzilla wanted to. It was a big mouthful of meat, causing the half-murloc to lose an arm again. Ouch! The half-murloc screamed again. The half-fish man lost both arms. But he did not give up the fight. He actually stood there and howled angrily at Godzilla. Li Kai said, This guy is so brave. Let's give him a happy life. Immediately afterwards, Godzilla opened his big mouth, and a blue beam of light spurted out and swallowed up the half-murloc. The next moment, a huge beam of light exploded,
once again creating a splash of water tens of meters high. By the time everything was settled, the half-Murloc man had long since disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Godzilla disappeared out of thin air, and Liu Chen and others returned to the cruiser. However, this scene was seen by many players, who came to look for upgrade opportunities.
Hack! What did I see? Godzilla? You read that right. I saw it too. It's Godzilla. A Godzilla who can shoot out light. He's dead. What is going on? Why is there Godzilla here? The world is full of wonders. I didn't believe this before. But now I do. But where is Godzilla? I still want an autograph. Want an autograph? Godzilla eats you in one bite. You're wrong. Godzilla can only use him as a toothpick. By the way, where did Godzilla go? I saw the Great God and the others leaving. It couldn't be the Great God and the others' pets. Can you tell me? Godzilla is a pet? Then I can get an Ultraman tomorrow. It's hard to explain this matter. Let's let the Master come out and explain it clearly. Master, are you here? Please come out and explain. Yes. Master, please explain to your fans what's going on and where to upgrade the Sea of Death.
Liu Chen didn't pay attention to the chaos in the World Channel. These guys were all talking nonsense. Why should he tell them how to upgrade? Even if he told them, they might not be able to do it. Liu Chen's cruiser left, and many players gathered in the Sea of Death. In an instant, the Sea of Death was no longer the Sea of Death, but instead became a lively area. Liu Chen didn't expect that there would be such a half-Murloc in the Sea of Death. This guy is probably the boss here. But the strange thing is, he is also a big black fish. Why does this guy have no experience at all? And he didn't even drop any supplies? Falling. The cruiser returned to the main island. Liu Chen got off the boat and went to the tavern to continue setting up a stall. Several players came over and sat in front of Liu Chen.
Master, please give me a divination. And can I ask you where you leveled up?
Liu Chen completed the divination and handed a card to the guy on the opposite side.
Upgrade? In the dungeon. The level can be improved very quickly there. Master, don't be like this. Let's talk about it. Let's take it as a reference. Everyone should help each other in this world. You are already level 55. And I am only level 43. Please give me some information.
The man was reluctant. But Liu Chen was a little impatient.
No news. Next one.
Hearing this, the man had no choice but to leave. Immediately afterwards, several more people came to Liu Chen for divination. Their purpose was still the same. Naturally, they wanted to ask about the location of the upgrade. But Liu Chen ignored them one by one.
Damn! You're a great god because you're awesome. What's so awesome about it? It's just about upgrading. One day I'll be better than you.
The last man cursed and left, while Liu Chen put away his belongings and said with a smile,
"Uh-huh. I'll wait."
Liu Chen was really speechless at this time. Everyone went to the Sea of Death to look for ways to upgrade. But these guys only asked questions. Do they think they could upgrade just by saying a few words? What a bunch of idiots. At this moment, Wan Kailing came over and said,
Liu Chen, you are so cruel. You actually sent the ghoul to Sun Shang.
Liu Chen smiled and said,
Yes. What's wrong?
Wan Kailing said,
It's nothing. I just think you are too cruel. Ghouls are monsters with very powerful reproductive capabilities. They can breed hundreds of them in one day. And they can breed tens of thousands in 7 days. As you can imagine, in 7 days, Sun Shang's island will definitely turn into a purgatory. It's bad luck for Sun Shang to find you as your opponent.
Liu Chen said,
Who asked him to mess with me? If he didn't mess with me, wouldn't it be fine? By the way, why didn't you go to the Sea of Death to find a way to upgrade? Sea of Death?
Wan Kailing said,
You think I'm stupid? There are people there now. Even if there is a way to upgrade, it's gone long ago. And you are so uninteresting. You actually upgraded yourself. They didn't even notify us in advance.
Liu Chen said,
You only know one thing but not the other. Although the monsters there are highly experienced, they are also very ferocious. We almost couldn't come back today. But fortunately, there was no danger.
Wan Kailing said in surprise.
The Godzilla they are talking about can't really be you.
Liu Chen smiled mysteriously.
It doesn't matter whether I am or not. Now I have to go to work. By the way, if there is any movement from Sun Shang, please notify me immediately. Okay. Bye.
With that said, Liu Chen turned around and left. Wan Kailing watched Liu Chen leave and swallowed hard.
Does this guy still have Godzilla?
Chapter 332, take the initiative to deliver it to your door. Lu Chen is going to Yingxuan's village at this time. He is going to look for the soul-shaping stone. After a few days, the barrier of the village should disappear. Therefore, Lu Chen is going to look for the soul-shaping stone to upgrade his wings. Then see if you can get those things back to where they belong so you don't have to travel back and forth. At this stage, no one has obtained the soul-shaping stone. So the only one who can possess the wing skill is Lu Chen. Lu Chen must make good use of this to catch those who overestimate their abilities by surprise. Just after Lu Chen walked out of the tavern, he suddenly found someone following him.
Is there another killer? It just stopped for a few days. Is it coming again?
Lu Chen did not stop, but continued walking forward. The man behind him was still following closely. And soon Lu Chen returned to the camp, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lu Chen disappear, the man following him ran over.
Where are the people? Why are they gone?
The man looked around, but couldn't find it at all. When the man was surprised, Lu Chen suddenly appeared behind him.
Hey, what do you want from me?
Just before, Lu Chen used a beacon to return to the teleportation point on the main island. The teleportation point was not far from the camp, so Lu Chen chose to go this way, and the man would run out on his own. Lu Chen's voice suddenly sounded, making the man tremble in fright, then turn around and slashed at him.
When?
Lu Chen raised his hand to block the man's attack. Then, Lu Chen directly attacked the man without holding back. Draw the ground as a prison. Seal the demon and kill it. The two skills were thrown away, and the man's health was reduced to 60% on the spot. Lu Chen chuckled.
That's it. You dare to attack me. You are really overestimating your capabilities.
Lu Chen switched out the rake and prepared to give the man the final blow.
Master, don't do anything. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to take refuge in you.
The man shouted loudly, and Lu Chen suddenly frowned.
Take refuge in me?
Lu Chen looked at the man and then thought of the previous man's attack. It was an assassin's attack method, and there was no icon on this guy's head, which meant that this guy was the same as the previous killer who had no icon on his head.
Take refuge? Do you think I'm stupid?
Lu Chen was told to take action.
No. No. God. Don't do anything. I'm really here to take refuge with you. I have the coordinates of that guy Long Xiao's island. I can tell you that he is now the leader of the killer group. He is the one who asked us to kill you.
Just when Lu Chen made his move, the man shouted loudly.
Long Xiao?
Lu Chen had never heard of this name, but from this guy's tone, he really wanted to seek refuge with him. But he was not a fool. He wanted to play a trick, but it was useless.
Okay, tell me. Given his coordinates, I will consider letting you go. Okay, I'll tell you right now.
The man really told the coordinates, and then said,
Master, these are the coordinates of that guy Long Xiao, and I can tell you that he has no guards or defenses now. You can definitely kill him if you want. I'm willing to take you there.
Oh, I'm just so he. Lu Chen was speechless. He didn't expect that this guy would use this method to deceive him. Did he really think he was a fool?
Really? If that's the case, then I'll send you back.
Hearing this, the man was overjoyed. His purpose was to take Lu Chen back, and then completely surround him. He knew that he was not strong enough to deal with Lu Chen, but it would be different if he used a bitter trick. It seems that his strategy it must have succeeded. Thunder Tiger. Lu Chen spread his wings behind him, and used a skill to throw him over. The Thunder Tiger appeared, and the man was frightened. The next moment, the Thunder Tiger directly devoured the man, and the man died on the spot. Lu Chen snorted coldly.
Do you think I'm a fool? You dare to play tricks on me with a brain like yours? No.
Lu Chen paused and said,
Wait a minute. Who is Long Xiao? Ask Wan Keilang if she knows.
Then, Lu Chen sent a message to Wan Keilang, but Wan Keilang didn't know who this person was. Maybe he was a subordinate of the big boss behind the scenes. Lu Chen shook his head, and then used the beacon to reach an island he had visited when Yingxian took him out of the village last time. This island was still the same as before, but Lu Chen was confused at this time. When he came to this island, how should he get to the village? Although the island was outside the village, it was still far away from the village. Lu Chen checked the coordinates and then determined the direction to go to the village. But at this moment, Lu Chen was stunned because the coordinates were very similar to the coordinates given by the man he had just killed. It was so close. It seemed like it was no more than 5 minutes away. Lu Chen thought for a while and smiled.
Why don't you go and have a look and give them a color spectrum like Ace?
Having said this, Lu Chen spread his wings and headed towards the coordinates. Not far ahead, Lu Chen saw an island. The island seemed to be no more than 1,000 square meters, and there was a hill on it. On the island, dozens of people were hiding in the dense forest.
Boss, will that guy Lu Chen really come? I don't know. No matter if he comes or not, I have to guard him well. If he comes, I will activate the trap and kill him. Yes, boss.
At this time, Lu Chen was in the sea, turning on insight and checking everything on the island.
Trap. 30 people. They are really good to me. Who is offering a reward at this time? They are so good to me.
No matter how many things there are, Lu Chen is still the same as before. Let's send a spark sky pendant to the island first. The sky suddenly darkened, and everyone on the island looked up with doubts on their faces.
It's Lu Chen. That guy is here. Everyone, please disperse.
The leading man shouted, and then everyone ran away. However, the moment everyone ran away, a huge meteor fell from the sky. Boom! The huge meteor fell down, and a huge explosion suddenly erupted on the island. Flames shot into the sky, and the range almost covered half of the island. Fortunately, someone reminded them, and everyone had already dispersed. However, at this moment, a monster wrapped in flames and a zombie with a swollen body and an iron hook appeared not far from the people who escaped.
What it is? It can't be the boss on this island. Impossible. Haven't we already checked this island to see if there are any monsters there? Could these two guys be the summoned beasts of that guy Lu Chen? Can he summon some undead?
What? At this moment, the zombie threw the hook in his hand towards a person, hitting him directly. The next moment, the man was pulled by the hook, and then the zombie raised the big knife in his other hand and chopped it down.
Puff.
Chapter 333 Meeting Senior Brother Again. As a scream came out, the man had been killed by the zombies. On the other side, the flame troll devoured the three people, leaving only a piece of supplies in the end. Seeing this scene, several people from a distance rushed over at the same time.
Be careful. There are monsters on this island. Let's kill them together. Go ahead. Don't even retreat.
Several people nearby rushed over. But at this moment, the bandaged undead appeared and wrapped a man into a mummy. Then several sword lights flashed, and the man died on the spot.
It's the bandaged undead. Lu Chen. Lu Chen is nearby. Everyone be careful.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen appeared. The two weapons in Lu Chen's hands were filled with frosty magic energy. Frost waved sword. The sword light flashed, and a frost formation rose up from the feet of the people who were rushing over. 5 ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen rushed over and released another skill. Indiscriminate killing. Several more rays of sword light flashed by, and the 5 people received fatal blows. 2 of them died on the spot because their defense was too low, while the other 3 had become severely disabled.
Run! It's Lu Chen! Lu Chen is here! Run!
The 3 men turned and ran. Lu Chen smiled slightly and threw out another skill. Dragon Claw Hand. This skill is one of the skills in Lu Chen's set of skills. It has the property of catching enemies within range to him and stunning him for 3 seconds. Lu Chen has never used it before. This is entirely because this skill requires close proximity. Lu Chen cannot let the enemy melee attack. It would be terrible if the distance is too close and you are fatally injured. But now Lu Chen doesn't need to be afraid at all. With his defense and health, unless the opponent also has the same suit or a more powerful weapon, there is no way he can break his defense. After releasing the skill, a long golden dragon in Lu Chen's palm headed towards the 3 people, wrapping around them, and then pulled all 3 people to his side, and suffered dizzy damage. Full moon really hurt. Immediately after Lu Chen released his skill, the big rig drew a full moon-shaped attack all over his body. 3 people died on the spot. Lu Chen collected all the materials on the ground.
These guys are really over 40 years old. Why do they have so little stuff? They are really a bunch of weaklings.
The news of Lu Chen's appearance had spread, and the leader immediately became alert after seeing the news.
Everyone, come here and gather together. Don't disperse. Otherwise we will all be killed by that guy Lu Chen.
The other people who had been scattered all gathered towards the leader. Lu Chen's insight was released again, and he found the locations of a dozen people nearby. Lu Chen grinned.
Want to run? Let's see where you go.
Lu Chen stretched his wings behind him and rushed towards the people in front. Seeing the people running away below, Lu Chen released a skill without hesitation. Draw the ground as a prison. A dozen people below were still running. But suddenly they hit a transparent barrier head-on. When several people reacted, they discovered that Lu Chen had already followed.
It's Lu Chen! Kill him quickly!
Just when a few people were about to take action, they saw a tiger made of thunder and lightning appearing in front of Lu Chen. The tiger was extremely ferocious and rushed towards the few people. Seeing the tiger appear, several people attacked the tiger one after another. However, the tiger exploded the moment it came into contact with the skills of several people. Boom! The thunder tiger exploded, and a dazzling firelight suddenly lit up. Along with the firelight, countless electric arcs burst out from the firelight, bombarding the bodies of several people. The next moment, those people were all hit by electric arcs, and they were collectively paralyzed. Before the paralysis effect on several people was lifted, Lu Chen had already appeared next to them. 7-star fixed demon slaying. Lu Chen immediately used a skill of his. This skill was very powerful, but it required close proximity to be used, and it would also have a mobilizing effect after being used. 2 powerful skills were released, and more than a dozen people were killed by Lu Chen on the spot. After collecting the supplies on the ground, Lu Chen rushed towards the crowd in front without stopping. Lu Chen was not going to leave any way for these guys to survive now. If these guys were not killed all, they would be hidden dangers in the future. Whizzing! Suddenly, several feather arrows were shot at you by Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly dodged in the air, and after firing multiple attacks, he looked in the direction of the arrows. Those guys turned out to be from Yingxian village. Guys, the person taking the lead is senior brother Qin Mian himself. After seeing Lu Chen, the senior brother was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Lu Chen here. This was the person he least wanted to see. A villager pointed at Lu Chen and shouted loudly,
Elder brother, that guy seems to be the intruder in the village last time.
Qin Mian frowned.
You go deal with the others. Leave this person to me. Elder brother, I'm afraid you are no match for me. Why don't we come together? This guy is related to the disappearance of the village chief and elders, and he killed an envoy last time.
The villager looked at Lu Chen with a ferocious expression. Lu Chen heard their conversation and knew that these guys had long discovered that the disappearance of the village chief and elders was related to him.
Didn't you hear what I said? If you deal with other people, get out!
Qin Mian shouted angrily, and the rest of the people were shocked. Qin Mian is now the master of the village. Although there are still a few old monsters in the village, those guys live in seclusion in the mountains and will not come out easily. Naturally, they have to listen to Qin Mian's words. The few people had no choice but to leave. Lu Chen smiled and said,
Senior brother, long time no see.
Qin Mian said,
Why are you here? Shouldn't you be on the main island? Where is Yingxian? Is she okay?
Lu Chen said,
You don't have to worry about Yingxian. She is very good now. I want to know what you are doing and why you came here suddenly. This place should be far away from your village.
Qin Mian looked at the surrounding islands.
Let's go down and talk.
After the two of them fell, Qin Mian said,
It's a long story. Troubles have occurred one after another in the village. Many people can't sit still because the village chief and elders are missing.
After saying this, Qin Mian glanced at Lu Chen and seemed to know that it was Lu Chen who did it. Lu Chen didn't say anything. Qin Mian continued,
Last time you killed the envoy, the sacrifice in the village attracted the priests and asked us to expand the scope of the village and incorporate all the surrounding forces into the village. That's why we came out to kill the surrounding forces. The island was incorporated into our village, but I didn't expect to meet you here.
Qin Mian glanced at Lu Chen, frowned and said,
Hey, you guys are not here to fight against us. Right. Let me tell you, you'd better not do this. The priest has noticed you. Once you are, if they know your movements, you will be in dire straits. I advise you to stay on the main island and not come out. Priest?
Lu Chen didn't seem to hear the last words, and the two of them hurriedly asked,
Aren't your priests also those werewolves? Shut up,
Qin Mian said angrily.
Because there is some hypocrisy between you and me. I just pretend I haven't heard this. If you dare to insult our god, I will never let you go.
Seeing that Qin Mian was angry, Lu Chen smiled and said,
Oh, you are overthinking. Well, I must have said something wrong. Well, then, you clean up all the guys on the island, and I won't bother you. Then, bye now.
With that said, Lu Chen was about to leave. Qin Mian stepped forward and stopped Lu Chen.
Wait a minute. Take out the key. Key?
Lu Chen was shocked. Could it be that this guy also discovered the door? Lu Chen was surprised in his heart, but his expression showed no signs of it. He smiled and said,
"What key? Do you want the key to my house?"
Qin Mayan said coldly.
"You know what I mean. Take it out. That thing will do you no good."
"Leaving it to me is the most correct choice,"
Lu Chen said angrily.
"Qin, I don't understand what you are talking about. I don't know what the key is."
Seeing Lu Chen's appearance, Qin Mayan frowned.
"You don't know the key?" "I don't know."
Lu Chen shook his head. Qin Mayan softened his attitude and said,
"Okay, maybe I made a mistake. You should leave quickly. Well,
bye." With that said, Lu Chen took back the summoned beasts and pets with a wave of his hand. In order not to attract other people's attention, he transferred them into the sea and left. Qin Mayan watched Lu Chen leave with a sneer on his lips. Lu Chen was swimming in the sea. He did not go back to the main island. The place he was going to now was Qin Mayan's village. The soul-shaping stone was his favorite. Lu Chen found the specific direction and headed towards the village. Fortunately, he had been there last time and knew the general location coordinates. So he finally found the village. The current village is very different from before. The islands that were originally divided into the village have all been merged together, and the area of the entire island has now been expanded by more than twice. It seems that they have been plundering a lot these days. But this has nothing to do with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's goal is the soul-shaping stone. Although the village has changed, the location of the soul-shaping stone has not changed. Lu Chen entered the island and carefully used insight. Moving forward, we finally arrived at our target location. Lu Chen took out the key from his backpack and smiled.
"Open sesame."
The key was inserted into the door. The door opened. Lu Chen skillfully took out the key and walked in. The cave is still the same, and hundreds of soul-shaping stones have appeared in the stone platform. It seems that there are still a lot of soul-shaping stones accumulated without the village chief's pickup this time. Without saying a word, Lu Chen grabbed the soul-shaping stone and put it into his backpack.
"I knew the key must be in your hand."
Chapter 334 Battle Against Senior Brother. A voice sounded behind Lu Chen. He turned around and saw that the person was his senior brother.
"Elder brother? What a coincidence."
Lu Chen was not too surprised, as if he had known that his senior brother would come here.
"Lu Chen, this is boring. You hid the key to the gate of our forbidden area behind my back. Now hand over the key. Hand over the things you just took. And then leave the village."
Qin Mayan's words were like orders, which made Lu Chen very unhappy. Lu Chen said,
"Senior brother, it's boring for you to be like this. I found the thing. Why should I give it to you? Besides, isn't this a forbidden area in your village? You violated the village's rules by coming here."
Qin Mayan looked at Lu Chen with an indifferent expression.
"Lu Chen, I'll give you a chance to leave. Don't push yourself too hard. These things belong to our village. It's absolutely impossible for you to take them away." "Impossible?"
Lu Chen said, then reached out and grabbed another handful in the stone platform, grabbed some of the last soul-shaping stones, and said to Qin Mayan,
"I've taken it again now. Do you think it's possible? You guy, you're looking for death."
Qin Mayan was completely angry and drew his sword at Lu Chen. Qin Mayan's swordsmanship was very sharp, and he was already in front of Lu Chen in a flash of sword light. When Lu Chen raised his hand to block Qin Mayan's sword.
"Good guy. If you are serious about playing with me, then don't blame me."
With that said, Lu Chen also turned on the battle mode. Although Qin Mayan said that he had helped him before, Lu Chen knew that this guy must have his own purpose. A person will never help you for no reason, so this guy must have a purpose. Now he should have become the leader of existence. So this guy wants to take Yingxian away with him, probably because he is afraid that Yingxian will snatch him back. The location is right. Therefore, it is nonsense to say that senior brother will be punished by heaven and earth if he does not serve himself. This should be the case for this noble senior brother. Qin Mayan's swordsmanship was very powerful, and each sword hit Lu Chen's vitals directly.
Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't hide anything. Spiral air punch. Lu Chen used a skill to knock Qin Mayan away. And then Lu Chen released another skill one after another. Seal the demon and kill it. The sword energy hit directly, and knocked Qin Mayan out of the cave. Lu Chen raised his head, and looked at the blue ball of light above his head. Now that the secret here has been discovered by Qin Mayan, he may not be able to come back in the future. Rather than not being able to get it, let's try to destroy it. If not, it would be nice to knock it off carefully, so you can take it back. Lu Chen took out his rake, jumped up, and smashed the blue ball down. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the blue ball of light fell down. Lu Chen rushed over and grabbed it, then stuffed it into his backpack without caring about it. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen put the stone platform on the ground into his backpack. He didn't know how to use this thing, so he would just take it with him, in case the soul-shaping stone had to be connected to this stone platform. After doing all this, Lu Chen was ready to leave. But beacons were not allowed here, so he had to leave the village quickly. But as soon as he walked out of the cave, he was faced with a large net covering Lu Chen. What? This big net caught Lu Chen off guard and tied him up directly.
Ha! Let's see where you go this time.
A villager was overjoyed when he saw Lu Chen being arrested.
I'm here to avenge the village chief and kill him.
A man picked up a big knife and stepped forward and slashed Lu Chen on the body. Puff! The man's sword hit Lu Chen directly. But the next moment, the man's figure suddenly collapsed and disappeared, leaving only some supplies.
Ah! What's going on? Why is Ah-san dead? Damn! This guy is poisonous. Everyone, please stay away.
When everyone heard this, they stayed away. Lu Chen smiled faintly.
You want to kill me? It's still early for you.
Qin Mayan frowned when he saw this.
You guy, you are looking for death.
Qin Mayan raised his sword and prepared to strike. But he stopped the next moment because there was a sound of breaking wind coming from behind him. Looking back, he saw an undead man holding a sickle rushing towards him. There is a zombie and material skeleton warrior around. And there is also a troll with flames burning all over its body, attacking others.
Everyone, be careful,
Qin Mayan shouted. And the others immediately became alert and started fighting the monster that Lu Chen came out to find Huan Nu. Lu Chen smiled faintly.
It's just a net. Nothing like it.
Stab! Lu Chen directly tore the net into pieces.
Xiao Hei! Xiao Shen! Come on! Kill them all!
Behind him, Lighting Shuang and Xiao Hei all appeared and launched attacks on the villagers. Without any nonsense, Lu Chen rushed over and beat a villager to death with a rake. At this moment, Qin Mayan was already talking about killing the undead and rushed towards Lu Chen.
Lu Chen! You bastard! Go to H.L.
Qin Mayan struck with his sword, and the sword light turned into several sword lights of the same size and enveloped Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned and stretched out his wings behind him. Thunder escape. A thunder sounded, and Lu Chen appeared behind Qin Mayan, the art of thousands of birds. Immediately afterwards, a deafening sound of birdsong sounded, and the thunder ball in Lu Chen's hand, which was like a small sun, was set towards Qin Mayan. Qin Mayan also reacted quickly and raised his sword to resist. Boom! There was a loud noise. The thunderball exploded, and countless arcs of electricity shot out, sweeping towards others around them. Immediately afterwards, Qin Mayan's figure was also blown away. The moment Qin Mayan flew out upside down, he adjusted himself in the air. Then, he slashed at Lu Chen with the long sword in his hand. Qin Feng's sword slash. The sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through the air. When Lu Chen saw this, he naturally did not dare to neglect. He raised the rake in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. Seal the demon and kill X. Lu Chen opened the weapon directly, and with the blessing of the rake, the power of Chen's demon sealing slash was greatly increased. The 40-meter-long sword light slashed down, shocking Qin Mayan. Boom! The two sword energies collided, and a powerful shockwave spread in all directions, knocking everyone else around them away. Even Lu Chen and Qin Mayan were knocked back. Ah! As the sword light fell, Qin Mayan let out a scream. Lu Chen took a closer look and saw that one of Qin Mayan's arms had been severed and was bleeding profusely.
Damn you! You are really looking for death. I will kill you completely today!
Qin Mayan roared. And then the sky suddenly turned dark. Lu Chen raised his head and looked, wondering what happened. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the dark sky and enveloped Qin Mayan's body. Lu Chen took a closer look and saw that Qin Mayan's body had undergone tremendous changes, and he had turned into a 2-meter-long. What a tall werewolf monster. Different from the previous werewolves, this guy has a pair of demon wings behind his back, which looks very awesome.
Roar!
Qin Mayan roared in anger. The roar shook the sky. And then, Qin Mayan's scarlet eyes looked at Lu Chen.
I want you to die!
Qin Mayan stepped out very quickly and appeared beside Lu Chen, and patted Lu Chen with his furry black palm. Lu Chen didn't react, and was sent flying by the palm. But before Lu Chen fell to the ground, Qin Mayan appeared again and slapped him again. Lu Chen's body was floating in the air. Qin Mayan appeared again in the air, holding fists with both hands and fiercely hitting him. Lu Chen smashed it into the ground. Boom! Lu Chen fell like a meteor and hit the ground. A small crater was created on the ground, which showed how powerful Qin Mayan was. Vitality value 10,000. Lu Chen received the prompt, but he didn't expect Qin Mayan's attack to be so powerful, and even wiped out 10,000 of his health points. How abominable! Lu Chen suddenly flew out of the crater. He stretched out his hands and trembled his wings. He stood in the air and looked at Qin Mayan below. He discovered that Qin Mayan's level had reached level 60, and his health points had reached more than 3 million. Good guy. This Qin Mayan is better than the previous village chief, was even more powerful. Qin Mayan looked at his fist, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Lu Chen,
"You see? This is my true strength. Hand over the things. Otherwise, you will definitely die today."
Lu Chen snorted coldly.
"Sir, it seems that I have to slay demons and protect the Tao again today. I will transform into an armored warrior."
Devil.
"You've gone too far."
Black armor enveloped Lu Chen's whole body. Qin Mayan frowned when he saw the black armor. He seemed to feel the same aura. But no matter what, he had to kill Lu Chen. Qin Mayan stepped out, speeding up again, and appeared beside Lu Chen. However, this time Lu Chen was prepared and noticed Qin Mayan's movements. He dodged Qin Mayan's attack. Qin Mayan was stunned and was about to continue attacking when Lu Chen released a skill. Holy Cross Impact. The huge cross was released and Qin Mayan was pushed directly out. Under this huge cross, Qin Mayan seemed powerless to fight back. But fortunately, he managed to dodge the attack in the middle. Then Lu Chen's skills struck again. Magic gun. The white magic gun shot out. Qin Mayan frowned, raised his hand and punched it. Boom! The magic gun exploded, and the fire knocked Qin Mayan away again. This was the first time that Lu Chen saw someone being able to resist his magic spear with his fists. This guy's physical body must be too strong.
Roar!
Qin Mayan roared again, opened his mouth, and directed a bright red beam of light towards Lu Chen. The beam was extremely fast, and Lu Chen quickly dodged. The red beam passed past Lu Chen and directly hit the sea behind him. The moment the red beam of light shot into the sea, Lu Chen actually saw that a huge wave of 100 meters high was set off on the sea level, followed by a shocking loud noise and a shock wave. Chapter 335. This is not a thunderball. Looking at the huge waves sweeping over him, Qin Mayan did not hesitate at all. As if he was not afraid of these huge waves at all. He launched another attack on Lu Chen. And Lu Chen also discovered that a barrier had risen again around the island. Seal the demon and kill it. Lu Chen directly released a skill, but was dodged by the extremely fast Qin Mayan. Qin Mayan appeared next to Lu Chen. Spiral air punch. When Qin Mayan rushed over, Lu Chen predicted and released his skills in advance. But the moment Qin Mayan appeared, Lu Chen directly pushed him away. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen rushed over and released a skill directly. Rising Dragon Slash. Although he was flying in the air, the release of this skill still made Qin Mayan lose control of his body. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen began to output continuously. Blood Spear. While the opponent was unable to move, Lu Chen directly took out the blood spear and shot it at Qin Mayan's head. Boom! The blood spear glowed with blood and penetrated Qin Mayan's head directly. However, this blow did not kill Qin Mayan. The blood spear seemed to only cut off one of Qin Mayan's ears. Dragon Teeth. While Qin Mayan was unable to move, Lu Chen's dragon teeth were released directly, knocking Qin Mayan into the air again. Lightning Strike. The moment the skill was released, Qin Mayan's body actually emitted golden light.
Tyrants!
Seeing this, Lu Chen chuckled.
Let's see if you die this time.
After dominating the body, Qin Mayan rushed over again. The moment Qin Mayan approached Lu Chen, the demon on Lu Chen transformed into a human form again and stabbed Qin Mayan with a sword. The long sword transformed from the demon's palm directly pierced Qin Mayan's body, while Qin Mayan looked confused. Qin Mayan was a little confused when he saw the demon appearing. You. The devil smiled evilly and kicked Qin Mayan away.
Go to H.L. and think about it.
At the same time, Lu Chen's Hell Reincarnation Cannon was ready. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Blue fire shot out and directly hit Qin Mayan's body, causing him to lose the ability to move again and be fixed in the air. The Hell Reincarnation Cannon's attack was so fierce that even level 60 Qin Mayan couldn't withstand it. Qin Mayan's health points dropped crazily. When the Hell Reincarnation Cannon ended its attack, Qin Mayan's health points also returned to 0. Qin Mayan looked at Lu Qin in front of him in disbelief, thinking that they would actually lose.
Lu Qin, you are cruel. But just wait for me. I will come back.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mayan's body collapsed and finally dissipated in the air, leaving only a streak of black energy floating toward the distance. Lu Qin frowned when he looked at the black energy. He didn't care so much, but collected Qin Mayan's dropped things, and then left the village quickly. When everyone below saw Lu Qin kill Qin Mayan, they were all shocked, and then they fled in all directions. Lu Qin was not going to stay any longer. He was going to look for the ship from last time, and then leave the village. Who knew if these guys would tell the news, and then bring people to surround and suppress him? If the devil from last time showed up again, that would be terrible. That's bad. Lu Qin took back the summoned beasts, spread his wings and headed towards the seaside, then jumped into the sea and started looking for the sunken ship. Finally, Lu Qin found the sunken ship. When he walked into the cab, Lu Qin was teleported to the island from last time. Seeing that he finally came out, he took a deep breath, and then with a thought, he used the beacon to return to the main island. Back on the main island, Lu Qin immediately went back to the room and took out the blue ball of light.
How do you make this thing? Is it possible to hang it up too?
Lu Qin raised his head and looked at the roof. After determining the location, he used a rope to hang the blue ball of light on the roof. Then he took out the stone platform and placed it directly under the blue ball of light. Now he is just waiting to see if any soul-shaping stones will drop. If there are soul-shaping stones, then Lu Qin will be completely relieved. A long time, Lu Qin sat there holding his chin and fell asleep. Snap! A sound came, and Lu Qin woke up from his sleep. When he saw a soul-shaping stone on the stone platform, Lu Qin shouted in surprise.
Ah! It's done! It's done!
Outside the door, Li Kai, who was passing by, looked at Lu Qin's room strangely. When he found the blue light ball hanging on the roof, he was surprised and said,
Lu Qin, is this the whole Thunderball? It won't happen tonight.
There's going to be a dance. Go and inform the others.
Soon. What happened in Lu Qin's place spread immediately. Boom! Xiaolan opened the door excitedly.
Lu Qin, I heard that you are planning to hold a dance party tonight. Where will it be, and how many people are you planning to invite?
Seeing Xiaolan's excited look, Lu Qin frowned and said,
What are you talking about? Who said there was going to be a dance? I don't have that leisure.
Xiaolan frowned.
If you don't have a dance, why do you want this thunderball?
As she spoke, Xiaolan pointed to the blue ball of light on the roof.
Thunderball?
Lu Qin was stunned for a moment, and then laughed loudly.
Who did you listen to? If this is a thunderball, then you are not crazy.
Ah?
Then what is this thing?
Xiaolan looked at the blue light ball in the air strangely. At this moment, a soul-shaping stone fell from the blue tube ball of light to the stone platform below. Xiaolan shouted,
Ah! What is this?
Then, Xiaolan grabbed the soul-shaping stone and asked doubtfully,
This is the soul-shaping stone. Can it be used to enhance the skills of the wings?
Lu Qin smiled and nodded.
That's right. So this is not a thunderball.
Xiaolan looked at the soul-shaping stone in her hand in disbelief.
You actually have such a good thing. Why don't you share it?
Lu Qin smiled bitterly and said,
Your wings are all at the lowest level, so you shouldn't be able to learn any powerful skills now. Nonsense. I can learn it.
With that said, Xiaolan really used the soul-shaping stone to successfully learn a wing skill.
Ha ha ha. Look. Look. I learned successfully. But why is it a white skill that can only temporarily increase flight speed? What a rubbish skill.
Xiaolan looked at the soul-shaping stone in her hand with a look of disgust and said,
It seems this thing isn't of much use. Why don't you go get a thunderball, and let's have a dance party tonight?
Lu Qin sighed helplessly and said,
Wings need to be upgraded. When your wings are upgraded, you can learn more powerful skills. Now you are directly occupying a skill slot. This is a waste.
Xiaolan was suddenly speechless. Lu Qin continued,
Let me show you what a powerful skill is.
As he said this, Lu Qin actually learned a skill again. Congratulations on getting the skill Raikiri. Chapter 336 Synthesis of the God-Destroying Cannon. Raikiri, condensing powerful lightning attributes. It turns into a sharp blade, causing huge damage to enemies within a range of 50 by 50. Note that Raikiri is very powerful. Make sure you are at a distance from your opponent before releasing it to avoid accidentally hurting yourself. It's another powerful skill, and it's also a range attack. If you add your own overrange buff, the range can be expanded to 250 by 250. I just don't know how effective this skill is. I'll find someone to try it out soon.
Luchin, what are you looking at? Do you have any new skills?
Xiaolan asked excitedly on the side.
Luchin smiled and said, You're right. I really gained another skill. Lachia, let's go find a place to try the skill later. Okay, come with me to the dungeon and let's try it. Shall we go? Okay, then what are you waiting for? Let's go now. No, they have all gone to the dungeon. And the camp cannot be empty. We will go back later. And I will go to recover some equipment.
With that said, Xiaolan turned and left. Luchin looked back at the blue ball of light, and then walked out of the room. The wing skill requires more and more soul-shaping stones. The current number has reached 200. It seems that the number required will be more in the future. So let it accumulate slowly. After walking out of the room, Luchin began to patrol the streets, and then came to the tavern. There were still a lot of people in the tavern today, and everyone was accepting tasks. After the last thunderstorm, the bounty task not only increased the reward amount, but even the experience reward has been increased, and the experience value is still very rich. Luchin smiled and said,
Hello, boss. Do you have any new news today? Let me know.
The boss smiled and poured a glass of wine for Luchin.
Island owner, you really can't take your time. Come and buy me a drink.
Luchin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It tasted very good. The boss continued,
Sir, I heard that some sea monsters have appeared near the third island recently, which has had a big impact on the third island. Some people have hunted them, but they all returned without success and even died. A few people. Now the bounty for hunting sea monsters on the third island is higher. You can go and have a look. If you can really kill the sea monster, you will definitely get more honors. Is it a sea monster? I can go and see what's going on. Thank you, boss. To express my gratitude, I'm here to do some divination for you.
After giving the boss a divination, Luchin left the tavern and then used the beacon to reach the third island. Luchin appeared near the park. Luchin saw a sign near the park. There was a bounty task list posted on the sign, which was the task of hunting sea monsters. The mission reward was a large amount of materials. Although it was not clearly stated what the reward was, Luchin had already thought about what he wanted. Luchin reached out and took the bounty task order. Accept the mission of hunting sea monsters. The mission goal is determined. Coordinates. After picking up the mission, Luchin headed towards the mission coordinate point. On the way, Luchin saw many signs with bounty missions posted. It seemed that this sea monster had a great impact on the third island. Bounty missions were everywhere. Luchin came to the seaside, spread his wings and headed towards the coordinate point. Soon Luchin arrived at the coordinate point. But it was calm and there was no so-called sea monster.
Where is this sea monster? Could it be under the sea?
Luchin frowned. If that guy was really at the bottom of the sea, it would be really difficult. Luchin was really not good at fighting in the sea. What Luchin has to do now is to lure the guy up from the bottom of the sea. And he still doesn't know what kind of sea monster it is. Plop! Luchin jumped directly into the sea and began to look for the sea monster in the sea. But except for some schools of fish, there are no other creatures in the sea.
Strange. Where's that guy?
Immediately afterwards, Luchin discovered a sunken ship on the seabed. It looked like a submarine. It would be interesting if it was really a submarine. Luchin swam over and came to a window. He wiped it behind him, but it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything.
It's so dark.
No! Suddenly a red beam of light burst out from the window. Luchin was startled and stepped back. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was an eye.
Goyalu, F***CK.
Luchin couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, with a roar, the huge sunken ship started to shake, and Luchin quickly backed away. The next moment, several huge tentacles poked out from under the boat. If you look closely, they look like the tentacles of an octopus. But where is this guy's head? Later, Luchin determined that the so-called sunken ship was that guy's head. Damn it! Luchin couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. This was simply the merger of a giant octopus and a sunken ship. But how did this guy merge with a sunken ship? At this moment, the 8 tentacles behind the big guy stepped suddenly and rushed towards Luchin. And the huge head hit Luchin. Seal the demon and kill it! When? However, Luchin's skill release had no impact on the guy, not even breaking its outer sh.l. And then the huge guy arrived in front of Lu Chen. Boom! The big guy was so powerful that he directly flew Lu Chen away. Vitality value 3000. Good guy. This big guy is really cruel. This collision caused so much damage. Lu Chen didn't dare to fight with him. So he turned around and headed towards the sea level. He had to lure this big guy out. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lu Chen was, he would be completely restricted underwater. Plop! Lu Chen rushed out of the sea, spread his wings and flew into the sky. But the big guy behind him actually caught up with him. Good guy. If you really dare to come out, then let me give you a taste of my power. Thunder Tiger. The monster below was directly hit by Lu Chen's Thunder Tiger as soon as it showed its head. Boom! Huge thunder and lightning exploded and swallowed up the monster. Ouch! There was a low roar like a huge ship, and the monster sank directly into the sea, seemingly unharmed. This would be difficult to deal with. The thing on that guy's head was really difficult and extremely hard. I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Lu Chen would have to think of another countermeasure. Lu Chen wanted to use the destruction cannon to kill the turtle like he did last time. But the steel on this guy's head was not easy to break. Last time, the turtle was lucky enough to hit the destruction cannon into it. He had just killed him with his mouth. But now, he couldn't find where this guy's mouth was. So he had to think of another strategy. Then you could only use the Samsara cannon. Okay, it's you? Lu Chen directly took out the Hell Reincarnation Cannon, and then rushed directly into the seawater. And the big guy actually returned to the same place, and plunged into the soil again. Lu Chen didn't waste any time. He picked up the Hell Reincarnation Cannon, and launched a fierce attack on the big guy. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A series of artillery fired at the big guy. As the artillery continued to fire wildly on him, the huge hull covering his head began to disintegrate. When Lu Chen saw this, he was immediately overjoyed. If this happened, it would mean that his attack was absolutely effective. A round of crazy strafing actually left the big guy's head full of holes. And the artillery also hit the monster's flesh, causing blood to spurt out. Lu Chen did not stop and continued to fire. With a scream, the monster died directly. I'll go! Really kill him! Lu Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his attack was actually effective, and he also killed him. Congratulations on completing the mission. You can receive the reward at the third island owner's office. And then, after the big guy died, a wishing well appeared at his feet. Damn it! Not bad. A wishing well actually fell. Lu Chen looked at the Hell Reincarnation Cannon in his hand, and then showed a knowing smile. Lu Chen came to the wishing well, and threw the Hell Reincarnation Cannon in his hand. With a pop, the Hell Reincarnation Cannon fell directly into the wishing well. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear in the wishing well. The next moment, the wishing well exploded, and two Hell Reincarnation Cannons appeared in front of him. Lu Chen smiled and stepped forward to quickly put away the Hell Reincarnation Cannon. Discover 3 Hell Reincarnation Cannons. Whether to combine them into a higher level. Synthesis? Can this thing be synthesized? Synthesis! Lu Chen directly chose synthesis without hesitation. Congratulations on getting the God Destroyer Cannon *1. Hell Reincarnation Cannon 3. Lu Chen returned directly to the water, looking at the miniature cannon in his hand, which was only 1 foot long. Lu Chen was cursing in his heart. This thing doesn't look like a so-called cannon. It's just a mini version of a handheld artillery piece. Mom, you didn't trick me, did you? Lu Chen sighed helplessly. No matter what, it was all synthesized by himself, so he had to accept it even though he was crying. Lu Chen could only hope that this thing wouldn't be as rubbish as it appeared. Putting away the God-destroying cannon, Lu Chen headed towards the third island. Back on the third island, Lu Chen asked about the location of the island owner's office, and then headed towards the office. Return to the island owner's office. This name is really tough. The so-called island owner's office is not as beautiful as Lu Chen's small Western-style building. Lu Chen thought that this office was just an office building, but he didn't expect that it was just a very ordinary facade room. It was not the kind of fine decoration. It was basically just the blank was painted with a layer of white. Oh, it's such a poor place. The people who saw it shed tears. Lu Chen pushed the door open, and as soon as he walked in, a gloomy wind hit him. I saw a woman in white walking in front of Lu Chen. Oh my god! What a ghost! Lu Chen screamed and threw it back with one move. Boom! I'll fight! Chapter 337 An Unexpected Harvest of Fighter Jets. Don't fight! Don't fight! Just when Lu Chen punched her, the woman quickly begged for mercy. I'm not a ghost. I'm a human. I'm a human being.
Lucien took a closer look and saw that it was indeed a person. There was a balancing car under his feet. Oh my god. This third island even has a balancing car. It's really amazing. Lucien yelled.
You must be sick. You act like a woolly ghost alone. You scare me to death.
The woman stood up, threw her long hair behind her, revealed a delicate little face, and then said aggrievedly,
Actually, I didn't want to. But there are too few people coming every day. I finally got one today. Just for fun. By the way, why did you come to our office?
Lucien took out the task list and said,
I'm here to deliver the task.
Seeing the task list in Lucien's hand, the woman was immediately shocked. She looked at Lucien in surprise, and after a while she exclaimed,
Oh my god! Oh! Just call me brother! Why call me grandpa? You call me old. I'm actually very young.
Woman. The woman frowned and said,
Can you stop being so shameless? Did I call you that? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Come with me and take you to get the reward.
Lucien quickly asked,
Wait a minute. What are the rewards? Why do you talk so much? Just go as long as you are asked. Don't ask so much nonsense. Can I still sell you? Hurry up,
the woman said impatiently, and Lucien was speechless and could only follow her. The two came to a room at the back and opened the door. There was a lot of garbage piled inside. The woman pointed at the trash and said,
Here, go and choose.
Lucien said with a face full of surprise,
Are you kidding me? Isn't this rubbish? Are these things considered rewards? Your third island is too stingy,
the woman said impatiently.
Why do you talk so much? If you don't want to, just get out of here. I'll wipe it.
Lucien couldn't help but curse in a low voice. But this sentence was heard by the woman.
You scold me? Do you dare to scold me?
The woman said angrily.
Although my status is not high, you dare to scold me. Security guard,
the woman roared. Lucien said hurriedly,
Okay, I admit it. I admit it. I'll take this.
Lucien grabbed a golden oil lamp on the ground and turned around and left the room. Seeing Lucien leave, the woman snorted coldly.
I can't scare you to death.
Lucien left, and the woman closed the door. At this moment, an old man came over. If Lucien saw this man, he would be very familiar. This man was the guy who wanted to win over Lucien last time.
Xiao Zhang, what's going on? Was there someone just now? Oh, the island owner is a guy who completes the task. He really completed the task. You see.
Seeing the task list in Xiao Zhang's hand, the old man was full of joy.
Okay. Isn't the garbage you gave him a reward? Island owner, don't worry. The guy took the things and left happily.
The old man laughed heartily when he heard this. The reason why he released the task without setting a reward was because he was afraid that others would not complete the task. Now, it was good. His garbage was finally sent out. Lucien was walking on the road, looking at the golden oil lamp in his hand a little depressed. This oil lamp was very similar to the magic lamp in
The God of All lamp,
and it was also the most conspicuous among the many junk. So he took it. Come out. But I didn't expect this thing to be so rubbish. After opening the lid, Lucien saw a piece of paper inside and took it out. Lucien suddenly laughed heartily when he saw what was written on it. It said, Special permission to exchange for an F-22 fighter jet. With the seal of the island owner.
Is this thing really fake?
Lucien looked at the thing in his hand and felt that it must be fake. Otherwise, why would it be placed here? But just in case, he still went to try to exchange it. Just in case it really worked. We arrived at the military airport. The airport today has more things than the last time we came here. And there are more fighter jets parked. One of the all-silver fighter jets has F-22 written on it.
So awesome. So spectacular.
Lucien was stunned. It would be great if he could really redeem it. But he couldn't fly a fighter jet yet.
It's okay. There is always a first time for everything. Stop. This is not the place you should be. Get out now.
The guard at the door saw Lucien coming and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Lucien was stunned for a moment, and then immediately took out the previous note and the golden magic lamp. When the guard saw the magic lamp, he was shocked. He immediately stood up straight and saluted with a standard military salute.
It turns out to be your lord. My subordinate was blind just now. Please forgive me. Lord.
Why is this change so big? Is there anything different about this lamp? Lucien immediately began to admire himself. If he had not chosen this magic lamp, he might not have been treated like this. Ahem, Lucien coughed and pretended.
Open the door. I'm going to exchange for a fighter jet. Yes.
The guard picked up the note, looked at it, nodded and said,
Sir, your redemption barcode is qualified. Please follow me.
Then, the guard actually led Lucien towards an F-22 fighter jet. Lucien's heart was racing with excitement. Could it be that the exchange was really successful? Under the leadership of the guard, Lucien got on the fighter jet. And then the guard explained to Lucien the operating essentials of the fighter jet. For Lucien, learning these is very simple. So the next step is to practice. Engine ignition. Call. Flame spurted out from the engine. And Lucien chuckled. Start up. After some operations, Lucien actually started flying the fighter jet. At this time, the old man in the island owner's office found that his magic lamp had disappeared, and immediately called Xiao Zhang over.
Xiao Zhang, where is my oil lamp?
Xiao Zhang thought for a while.
Oh, you said that trash was taken away by the guy just now.
Boom. At this moment, a fighter jet flew over the head of the office. The old man ran out quickly. His heart was bleeding when he saw the F-22 fighter jet, which he wanted to redeem. Lucien quickly left the third island in a fighter jet. He had all the fighter jets in hand, and if he didn't leave, he would be courting death. However, Lucien was worried that the fighter jet would disappear halfway. But to Lucien's surprise, the fighter jet did not disappear.
Ha! Great! I also have a fighter jet. Let's see who dares to fight with me.
Lucien drove the fighter jet straight to the main island. At this time, the players on the main island also discovered the shadow of the fighter jet, and they all went crazy.
Hack! What did I see? A fighter jet? It couldn't be that guy Sunshine's fighter jet. Didn't he say he would attack the main island last time? But he didn't come. Could it be that he's starting now? No way. This guy didn't say anything in advance. He is preparing to be buried with us. Sunshine, your grandson is very well taken care of.
Sunshine, who was far away on the island, sneezed a few times inexplicably and said angrily,
What the hell? Who is scolding me?
The fighter jets were getting closer and closer to the main island, and soon passed over the main island. Everyone felt relieved when they saw that the fighter jets did not attack.
Have you seen it? The person on the fighter jet is a great master. No way. Could it be that the master is flying a fighter jet? Oh my god! The great master got a fighter jet. This is even more powerful. Who dares to disobey in the future and just blow over? Hack you! God! You are such a god. We are still playing in the sand. But you have already boarded the plane. Please take us to fly. Great god. Great god. Little sister, please push me down. Please lead me to fly. You can also fly together. Damn. You are so shameless. Master, do you still need a pendant on your leg? I beg you to hang it up.
Sunshine also saw these conversations, and he immediately contacted the spies on the main island. After confirmation, Lucien actually drove back a fighter jet. Sunshine was immediately furious.
I'm screwed. Why can't he open it? Why can't I? Damn it. The third island is too bullying. I'm going to level the third island.
The younger brother quickly said,
Boss, calm down. Let's take a look and talk about it. If it doesn't work,
we'll destroy his fighter jet.
Hearing this, Sunshine chuckled.
You're right.
Lucien flew a fighter jet in the air, but there was no place to park the plane on the main island. So Lucien quickly contacted Luan Kailing and asked her to lead people to use stones to create an airstrip on the main island. Lucien then started to fly with the fighter jet. It stopped steadily on the main island. Seeing Lucien get off the plane, Luan Kailing and Xiaolan all gathered around him.
I'll go. Lucien, your fighter jet is so powerful. How did you get this thing?
Xiaolan looked at the fighter jet with a golden light in her eyes. She was ready to snatch Lucien's fighter jet. Lucien looked at Xiaolan like that and said,
Don't think about it. This thing is not that easy to operate. You should just stay calm.
Luan Kailing asked,
Lucien, how did you get this fighter jet? Didn't you say that things from the third island can't be taken out?
Lucien said,
Of course you can't buy it with gold, but you can exchange it with things. I only got the fighter jet after doing a sea monster mission. It's not easy.
Hearing this, Luan Kailing's eyes lit up.
I see. Then I'll leave now.
Watching Luan Kailing leave, Lucien said,
Okay, Xiaolan. Let's go to the dungeon. No. I want to fly. Please take me flying quickly.
Later, Lu Chen couldn't resist Xiaolan anymore, so he got on the plane and took off again. Seeing that she was really flying, Xiaolan screamed happily, and Lu Chen's eardrums buzzed.
Lu Chen, look, there's a fight over there. Drive over and break it up.
I saw several warships fighting on the sea ahead. Lu Chen recognized one of them. It was Guan Yi's warship. It seemed that this guy had been robbed again.
Okay, let's go and have a fight.
Chapter 338 Grid Dungeon. The roar of battle came, and the two groups of people fighting below also discovered the fighter jet. Then I saw a SH.L from the fighter jet blasting towards a warship. Boom! When the cannonball hit, the warship was instantly torn apart, turned into fragments and sank in the sea. Seeing this scene, Guan Yi was immediately shocked. He didn't know whether this fighter jet was an enemy or a friend, but it seemed to be here to help him. At least so far. But the power of this SH.I was probably too great. Lu Chen didn't expect that the power of this SH.I was so huge. It was almost the same as the tracking SH.L of the cruiser. But who calls it a fighter? This is the power that a fighter should have. One warship was destroyed, and the other warship immediately gave up its attack on Guan Yi, turned its bow, and evacuated quickly.
Want to run? There's no way.
Lu Chen controlled the fighter jet to turn in the air and chase the escaping warship. Whoosh! Another artillery fire was fired, thousands of meters apart, and the SH.L hit directly, blasting the escaping warship into pieces. Seeing this, Guan Yi believed that the other party should be his friend. If he guessed wrong, they would definitely die. In a fighter jet, no matter how fast you run, it would be in vain. Lu Chen destroyed the two warships, then turned around and headed towards the main island with a smile. Seeing the fighter jets leaving, Guan Yi also breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems they are friends. But who is this person? Boss, this fighter pilot is Master Lu Chen.
At this time, one of his subordinates spoke, which shocked Guan Yi.
What? Is that guy Lu Chen?
Guan Yi opened the World Channel. Now the World Channel is still discussing how strong Lu Chen's fighter is. Now Guan Yi completely believes it.
I didn't expect this guy to actually get a fighter jet. I'm afraid the world will be rewritten now.
Guan Yi said after a while.
Change the target and go to the main island. I want to discuss things with Lu Chen.
Yes. At this time, just as Guan Yi changed direction, Lu Chen had already stopped the battle on his own runway. The two got off the plane. Xiaolan was still excited.
Oh ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. I still want to fly.
Lu Chen said,
there are plenty of opportunities. Let's go to the dungeon first. It won't be good if it gets dark.
Well, let's go. Afterwards, the two entered the 8th floor of the double dungeon.
When the two opened their eyes, they found that everything in front of them had turned into a grid, as if they were in Minecraft. Xiaolan laughed and said,
Ha! Lu Chen, how come you have a square head? Oh, your head is so square. It's so fun. You're still talking about me. Aren't you the same? Wait.
Lu Chen seemed to realize something was wrong and said quickly,
no. Why are we like this?
Congratulations to the player for entering the 8th floor of the 2-player dungeon. This scene has been grid to give you a better experience. Please enjoy it. I enjoy your sister. What is this? Rasterization? Damn it. Why don't you just make a mosaic?
Ouch!
At this moment, a wolf howl came, and in the distance a wild wolf elite monster with a square head rushed towards the two of them. The wild wolf moved in a very strange way, as if it was flying. Lu Chen didn't care so much. Since it was a monster, he would just kill it. Seal the demon and kill it. Puff! A white gas shot out and slowly disappeared 10 meters in front of Lu Chen.
Oh no! No! The skills can't be released normally.
In this case, Lu Chen didn't want to talk nonsense, and let's cut him down. Boom! Lu Chen smacked the rake in his hand and knocked away the 2 bloody hearts of the wild wolf. What the H.L.? How come even the health points have turned into hearts? It seems that everything here has become like Minecraft. I don't know if my health points and defense have changed. Snapped. Behind Lu Chen, Xiaolan raised her staff and released a purple ball of light, which hit the wild wolf and knocked out 2 red hearts.
No! What on earth is this level? It's so disgusting. All my curse arrows are gone.
It's over. It seems that their skills have changed. However, Lu Chen found that there were as many as 100 red hearts on top of his head. From this point of view, his health should not have changed. It was just an adjustment here. If you know your own skills and attack methods, then what are you waiting for? Just go ahead. Boom! Lu Chen swatted at it again. And the wild wolf bit off half of Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen didn't care about his health at all. He had 100 red hearts, which was enough for this guy to chew on for a long time. But the wolf's red hearts were much less. Only a pitiful 10. Boom! Under the repeated attacks of Lu Chen and Xiaolan, the wild wolf was killed. Lu Chen was also surprised to find that the wild wolf died and dropped a chicken leg. It seemed that this thing could replenish health. Lu Chen ate the chicken legs to get 2 red hearts. Now Lu Chen finally understood. Then Lu Chen wanted to summon pets and summon beasts. But when they were summoned, all the summoned beasts turned into a white air and disappeared. Lu Chen now knew that summoning skills seemed to be unavailable at this level. So his necromancer was completely useless.
Okay, let's go and see what monsters are ahead.
Lu Chen rushed to the front. And when he saw a monster coming up, he would slash at it, because he could only slash horizontally. And other skills that released white gas had no effect. Congratulations on getting 2 chicken legs and 1 chi gathering slash. Acquire special skills, whether equipped or not. Equipment. Lu Chen didn't expect to be able to obtain skills, so naturally he had to equip them first. Equip with chi gathering slash. Lu Chen struck at the charging monster. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen began to collect his energy for 2 seconds. Brush. A sharp sword energy was released to directly kill the monster rushing in front. Lu Chen said it was awesome, but it was a pity that this skill was really disgusting. Xiaolan said hurriedly.
Lu Chen, what kind of skill is that of yours? Why don't I have it?
Lu Chen said.
Don't worry. You are a long-range person. Just let me resist, and you can fight. I will give you special skills as soon as I can.
The two reached a consensus. And then, a special skill really appeared, Thunder Shock. After Xiaolan equipped it, she hit the monster in the distance with a thunder shock. Then a very thin thunder and lightning fell from the sky. Just when Xiaolan was about to complain, she saw the lightning exploded the moment it hit the monster below. 4 or 5 monsters died on the spot. And the skill also entered a half-hour cooldown.
Hack! This skill is so powerful!
Xiaolan couldn't help but exclaimed. But after seeing the half-hour cooldown, she was immediately confused. If she had known that this skill was so powerful, she wouldn't have released it so early. Chapter 339 The Power of Cannon. Congratulations on getting the special skill, Blood Siphon. Equipped or not, it was another special skill. Lu Chen directly equipped it without any nonsense. The two continued to move forward, and some monsters appeared in front of them again. The two of them attacked together, and Lu Chen, who was a human shield, was also hurt. Lu Chen seemed very depressed about this dungeon. Judging from his usual attributes, entering the dungeon was very simple. Not to mention being injured. It was simply impossible. But now it seems that the injury is really painful. Congratulations on getting the reinforced iron sword *1. Enhanced iron sword, specially prepared for dungeon players. With super strong attack power. Each attack consumes 4 blocks of enemy blood. Ouch. Yes. This thing is really good. For Lu Chen, this is a timely rain. Lu Chen directly put away his nail rake. This reinforced iron sword is simply a double attack. It can slash the enemy's body without using 3 swords. It was a mob that was taken care of, with the weapon at his disposal. Lu Chen's attacks are now getting higher and higher. From this point of view, this dungeon requires special skills and special weapons and equipment to clear. But I don't know if these equipment will stay after the level is cleared. Congratulations on leveling up to 56. Currently ranked first in the world. Oops. Is this an upgrade? This speed is really not slow. Although I killed the sea monster before, I was only half surprised. Now I didn't expect it to increase so much. It seems that this dungeon is also a place dedicated to gaining experience. With the high experience rewards, the two of them were full of motivation and became more and more enthusiastic about killing monsters. Going further, the two of them got a lot of meat and some equipment that could replenish their lives. Get strengthened iron sword *2. Whether to synthesize a super strong iron sword. Synthesis. Lu Chen didn't expect that the weapons here could be combined. And there were 3 of them combined into one. The combination reminded Lu Chen of his own Hell Reincarnation Cannon, which was also 3-in-1 and very powerful. Congratulations on getting a super strong iron sword *1. Strengthened iron sword 3. Super strong iron sword has higher attack power. Each attack can consume 6 blocks of enemy health.
Wow! This synthesis is very powerful. It can actually consume 6 bars of life each time.
Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiaolan looked at the staff in her hand and said depressedly,
This broken weapon of mine can still only hit 2 blocks at a time. What the HL? It's rubbish.
Lu Chen chuckled.
It's okay. You are behind me. I will resist the beating. Ouch.
Suddenly a wolf howl was heard, and a gray werewolf in the distance came towards us very quickly. The speed was much stronger than that of an ordinary wild wolf, and its health reached an astonishing 30 bars. But compared to Lu Chen's hundreds of grids, that pales into insignificance. The werewolf's attack was very simple. He just used his sharp claws to attack Lu Chen. With one claw, Lu Chen actually lost 5 bars of life.
Oh my god! Such a high attack?
Lu Chen didn't expect a werewolf's attack to be so high. If it were with its original attributes, he would never be afraid. But all the attacks in this dungeon are basically fixed, which is very uncomfortable. Lu Chen hit the werewolf with a blood donation siphon, and the werewolf's health immediately began to drop. It stopped after 8 blocks were dropped, and the dropped health was returned to Lu in the form of 50%. In the morning, Lu Chen's health points were directly restored to 4 bars. Lu Chen called this skill class. It can not only cause huge damage to the enemy, but also restore blood to himself. This is a magical skill. Unfortunately, it takes half an hour to cool down, which is useless. The werewolf was attacked. Lu Chen went over and slashed at him with his sword, cutting off 6 blocks of the opponent. However, the werewolf again caused 8 blocks of damage to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but complain.
Damn! This is really hurting the enemy by 800 and damaging yourself by 1,000. It's too cruel. Lu Chen, step back and let me come!
Xiaolan shouted loudly behind him. Lu Chen turned his head and saw Xiaolan rushing towards this side with a drill bit in his hand.
Hack!
Lu Chen quickly ducked away.
Bah!
The drill bit directly hit the werewolf. The werewolf's health suddenly dropped by 20 bars as he heard a sound of joining and died on the spot. Lu Chen said in shock.
What are you doing? What the H are you doing? Where did you get the drill bit?
Xiaolan chuckled.
I got a drill blueprint earlier. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful. It killed the boss in an instant.
Lu Chen didn't expect this drill to be so powerful, but it was good. At least he killed the boss. Xiaolan quickly stepped forward and picked up everything on the ground.
Ha! I've gained another skill. It's focus blasting. I'm not polite about equipping it.
Xiaolan laughed and equipped the skills, and the two continued to move forward. This rasterized world was really unaccustomed to me. Lu Chen felt like he wanted to vomit when he saw the picture in front of him. The two of them moved forward and encountered monsters again. Xiaolan picked up the drill and rushed over, eliminating all the monsters in a few strokes. Congratulations on leveling up to 57. Ranking first in the world. Has the level been improved again? Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
Wow! This dungeon is really powerful. How come you have such a high level of experience? It has actually been upgraded by 2 levels.
Xiaolan also laughed and said,
Yes, the level increases really quickly.
The two quickly reached the final boss, who turned out to be a witch holding a staff.
Ignorant humans, you will face my endless darkness,
the witch roared. And then the space around the two people suddenly darkened. Fortunately, the lantern could still be used, illuminating a 10-meter radius.
What happened? Why did it suddenly get dark?
Xiaolan asked hurriedly. Lu Chen frowned and said,
Be careful. This boss may have used some skill.
Just as he was talking, a figure rushed towards the two of them in front of him. Lu Chen looked closely and saw that it was the witch.
Careful!
Lu Chen shouted, and the two of them quickly dodged away. But the moment the witch passed around the two of them, several bolts of thunder and lightning emitted from her body, knocking the two of them away, and everyone's chi and blood dropped by 10 bars. Xiaolan only had 20 bars of health left. Xiaolan was immediately shocked. If she continued to attack, she would definitely die. Focus blast. Xiaolan saw the boss figure in the distance and directly released her skills. Boom! A beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped the boss. Immediately afterwards, his body exploded and his health dropped by 10 bars. The boss has 50 bars of health, and losing 10 bars at once is a big blow. But unfortunately, the cooldown of the skills is still half an hour, which is very depressing. Both of them now have no skills in their hands. It can be used. Then if the boss cannot be captured next.
Xiaolan, be careful. I'll deal with that guy.
Lu Chen didn't wait any longer and took out his god-destroying cannon. He held the cannon in his hand and pointed it at the boss ahead. At this moment, the boss also rushed towards Lu Chen. Boom! Seeing the boss coming, Lu Chen didn't flinch and blasted out with a cannon. The next moment, a blue ball of light burst out from the cannon. Next to the blue ball of light, there was a barrier with lightning. The barrier covered a range of 10 meters and flew towards the boss. Got out. The moment the blue light ball was about to hit the boss actually used flash to escape. Lu Chen was suddenly startled. This blow was probably going to end him. But in the next second, in the lightning barrier of the blue light ball, a bolt of lightning turned into a lightning tentacle and wrapped directly around the boss, forcing him back into the barrier. When the boss entered the barrier, the blue ball of light suddenly exploded, and the blue energy swallowed up the boss. The boss's health was rapidly decreasing, as can be seen with the naked eye, and he was soon wiped out. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was not only overjoyed, he also didn't expect that the cannon was so powerful and could actually pull the target into his barrier, and the power of the strong attack, killing the boss almost instantly. And the most important thing is that Lu Chen found that the number on the cannon changed from 5 to 4. In other words, the cannon can be released 4 times, and a blue halo is running around the number. Doesn't this mean, when the blue aperture rotates for a week, the number will become 5 again, which is charging? Awesome! Lu Chen looked at the cannon in his hand and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. His cannon could actually be released 5 times in a row. Then, he would be scared to death when encountering the boss in the future. Congratulations on leveling up to 58. Ranking first in the world. What the HL? Upgraded again? Lu Chen was immediately shocked. How could this be upgraded again? The speed was too fast. This was simply an experience dungeon. World announcement. Congratulations to Lu Chen and Jialan for completing the first kill on the 8th floor of the double dungeon and receiving the first kill gift pack. World announcement. The 2-player dungeon has been completely cleared and will be closed in 24 hours. The appearance of these 2 world announcements immediately shocked everyone. What's going on? Why is the double dungeon closed? Close? Doesn't that mean we can't continue to play 2-player dungeons in the future? Holy shit. I still have to upgrade. So I'll go quickly. If you want to clear the 2-player dungeon, hurry up. Don't be ink stained. It's going to be closed soon. What the HL? Just clear the level? Lu Chen, give us back the double dungeon. Chapter 340. The SS level mission begins. Lu Chen was also shocked by the sudden news. He didn't expect that the 2-person dungeon would be gone. But now that things have reached this point, there is no need to reverse it. An hour later, the 2 returned to the main island. Seeing that everything around them had returned to its original state, both of them let out a sigh of relief. Oh, I'm finally back. I never want to enter that cube world again. It's so disgusting. Xiaolan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lu Chen didn't have time to spare. He had to do his own tasks. When I arrived at the tavern, because bounty missions increase experience points, many people are now accepting bounty missions. Lu Chen didn't take any time to look at the SS level missions and SSS level missions. SSS level mission. There is a group of fallen gods living on a certain island. Kill a fallen god member to obtain the god killing order. Mission reward. God killing set *1. Tips. Fallen gods are very powerful and difficult to kill. Know those with strength should not read it. Level 1. SS level mission. A continent appears in the west, and countless demons live on it. Kill 10 demons to get rewards. Mission reward. Color stone *5. Oh my gosh. This SS level mission is actually to hunt demons. Isn't this much more difficult than an SSS level mission? Lu Chen was speechless. But since this mission was SS level, it meant that it wouldn't be too difficult. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chen accepted the mission, accepting the SSS level mission by the way, and then summoned the Griffin Beast and headed towards the so-called continent. According to the coordinate position, the so-called continent is not really close, but the speed of the Griffin is not slow. After Lu Chen fed it some food, the speed of the Griffin also began to increase. 2 hours later, Lu Chen discovered an ice field in front of him. The ice field stretched for thousands of miles with no end in sight. And as the distance got closer, the temperature ahead was also changing. The temperature plummeted. The devil possessed Lu Chen's body and protected him from the severe cold. Taking back the Griffin Beast, Lu Chen stepped onto the ice field. No! This is the so-called mainland? Lu Chen was completely shocked. If this was a continent, would it be the North Pole or the South Pole? Lu Chen stepped on the ice field. There was a creaking sound, and Lucien thought it was the sound of him stepping on the ice. But when he looked carefully, he found something was wrong. Under the ice in front of him, there was a black figure climbing outwards. Click! The huge figure directly broke through the ice and climbed out. It was actually a huge reptile that looked like a beetle. This guy was 3 or 4 meters long, with a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its 2 scarlet eyes stared straight at Lucien, showing a greedy look towards Lucien, as if discovering delicious food. Lucien suddenly frowned.
Don't look at me. Don't think I will give you something to eat.
However, the next moment, the huge insect rushed towards Lucien with long strides, and the pincers on its head glowed with cold light. Boom! Lucien jumped into the air to dodge, and the beetle's huge pincers fiercely penetrated into the ice. Then, the pincers on the beetle's head lifted up hard, and actually lifted up a huge piece of ice. The block was thrown towards Lucien. Seal the demon and kill it! Lucien raised the rake and struck it. Boom! The huge ice block was directly shattered by Lucien's blow. Then, as the ice block shattered, the huge beetle broke through the ice block and rushed towards Lucien. The beetle's giant pincers danced wildly and pinched Lucien.
If you want to touch me, you're early.
Thunder escape. There was a sound of thunder, and Lucien had moved far away. The beetle let go with one blow, turned around and was about to pursue it, when Lucien had already hit the beetle with one blow. Swing nail rake. Lucien threw the rake in his hand towards the beetle. The rake spun like a murderous scythe and hit the beetle's body directly. Boom! The rake hit and actually knocked the beetle away. The beetle fell down and fell directly into the ice below. The beetle's head was trapped in the ice, unable to move, and its legs kicked wildly, but to no avail.
Let's see where you go this time.
Rake missile. As soon as the rake returned to Lucien's hand, it was thrown out again. The rake hit the beetle in the ice below like a missile. Boom! Hit twice by the missile-like rake. The beetle suddenly lost a lot of health. At this time, the beetle's health had dropped to 65%. Lucien didn't care so much and launched another attack on the beetle. Blood spear. Lucien condensed a blood spear and threw it towards the beetle. The blood spear immediately penetrated the beetle's body, actually punching a hole in the hard SHL behind it.
What a powerful attack!
Lucien didn't expect that the blood spear would be so powerful. The blow was a critical hit, knocking beetle's health down to less than 55%. The beetle broke free from the shackles of the ice, turned around, and rushed towards Lucien again. The attack of this beetle is very simple. Apart from using pliers to attack, there is no other attack method, so it is very simple to deal with it. Draw the ground as a prison. Red Lotus Flame Slash. Scarlet Cross Impact. Boom! After the beetle was hit, its health points again lost a lot. Full Moon really hurt. Another critical hit, knocking beetle's health down to 20%. Extreme Light Speed Slash. The sword flashed and beetle was executed on the spot by Lucien. Wow! The beetles turned into some supplies and scattered on the ground. Seeing that he finally killed one, Lucien let out a sigh of relief and said,
This task is really difficult to accomplish.
After killing one beetle, the mission target also became January 10th, and there were 9 more to come. After resting, Lucien set out to find the monster again.
I didn't expect that the so-called demons are these monsters. Each of them is much simpler than the demons.
While searching, Lucien discovered a huge warship coming from the ice in front of him. Because he didn't know what it was, Lucien hurriedly hid. However, the warship seemed to know Lucien's location and came to a stop not far from Lucien. Only then did Lucien realize that the guys on the warship were actually monsters with human bodies and rooster heads.
Are these all demons?
Lucien murmured doubtfully.
Aim and fire.
On the warship, a rooster-headed monster shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, several artillery pieces on the ship were aimed at Lucien's position. Lucien was startled. Just as he was about to go out, he heard a bang. Several artillery pieces fired at the same time, and several artillery SHLs struck. Shield wall. Reflective shield. Lucien used 2 skills in his backhand. The SHL hit the shield wall and exploded immediately. Although the shield wall was tenacious, it could not withstand such a crazy attack and exploded immediately. Boom! At this time, another cannonball struck again. This time, Lucien had no shield wall and only had the reflective shield in front of him. The SHL hit the reflective shield and was bounced back. Boom! The SHLs exploded on the warship, and flames suddenly shot into the sky. followed by screams. Lucien snorted coldly.
Let's see if you dare to come again this time. Giggle!
Suddenly there was the sound of a rooster crowing. And then, a big white-haired rooster flew out from the fire. Boom! The big rooster landed directly in front of Lucien. Lucien saw clearly that this guy was actually a 3-meter-tall white-haired big rooster. And what was different about this guy from other chicken-headed monsters was that this guy actually ate pure cock. Lucien couldn't help but complain.
Good guy. Haven't you completed your evolution?
As soon as he finished speaking, the rooster pecked towards Lucien. Lucien dodged. And at the same time, he swung the sword in his hand and slashed at it. The attack of this sword was equipped with thunder and lightning properties. And the attack on the rooster immediately triggered the paralysis property. I saw that all the feathers on the rooster stood up and turned into a hedgehog rooster. Lucien burst out laughing.
You're so funny! You turned into a hedgehog and a rooster. You couldn't be the son of a hedgehog and a hen. Right.
The paralysis effect lasted for a short time on the rooster. Half the time than usual. The rooster got rid of the paralysis, only to see its eyes were scarlet. Its mouth opened wide, and a mouthful of green flames spurted out. Lucien quickly dodged away. Although he was not afraid of flames, there was something wrong with the fact that the flames were all the same. So he still just be careful. Sure enough, when Lucien dodged and the flames concentrated on the ground, Lucien actually saw that the ice on the ground turned into stone.
My day! It's actually petrified fire!
Lucien couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise it wouldn't be fun to be hit. Seal the demon and kill it. Lucien struck back with his knife, hitting the rooster and knocking it back. Draw the ground as a prison. Lucien released another skill, and the rooster was trapped. Red Lotus Flame Slash. The skill was released, hitting directly, and the red flame swallowed up the rooster. However, just when Lucien was preparing the next skill, the rooster actually swallowed up all the red flames. Good guy. Is there still such an operation? Lucien was amazed again. Immediately afterwards, the rooster opened its big mouth, and a ball of red and green flames attacked Lucien. When Lucien saw this flame, he knew it was difficult to deal with. So naturally he couldn't resist it. Magic gun. The white spear shot through the fireball. And then the fireball exploded. The explosion was so violent that it was like a small cannonball exploding. The shockwave hit Lucien, knocking him away. And the rooster, he was also blown away by the shockwave. Thunder escape. Lucien used his skills and appeared behind the rooster. Rachel. Chapter 341. The fighter jet opens, targeting the fallen god. Lucien directly used his strongest attack so far. In front of Lucien, a sharp sword transformed from thunder, and lightning stabbed the rooster fiercely. Puff! The sharp sword directly penetrated the rooster's body. And then, the sharp sword suddenly exploded. Thunder and lightning continued to fall from the sky and bombarded the rooster's body, causing it to scream in agony. Lucien stood watching all this from a distance, frowning. Lucien knew that this blow was not enough to kill the rooster. But Lucien discovered that this guy's weakness was the thunder attribute. In this case, there is no need to be polite. The art of thousands of birds. Without waiting for the aftermath of the previous thunder cut skill to end, Lucien activated the skill directly, and a thunder ball was sent directly into the thunder and lightning in front, hitting the rooster. Ouch! Another scream came, and the rooster seemed to have been hit by a fatal rooster, and its health dropped to 60%. And Lucien's attack is not over yet. Thousand Birds Thunder Escape Clone Kill. The clone appears carrying a thunder ball and attacks again. Boom! Another huge explosion came, and the rooster's health dropped sharply again. Thunder Tiger. Lucien took advantage of the situation to pursue him, and the tiger transformed by thunder and lightning rushed into the fire again. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the thunder tiger exploded, causing the rooster to fly out. Only then did Lucien realize that the rooster was completely black and looked like a roasted chicken. Charcoal roasted cockerel? Lucien couldn't help but smile. At this time, the rooster's health had dropped below 20%. Extreme light speed slash. The sword flashed and the cock was executed. Seeing his boss being executed, the chicken-headed man on the warship turned around and ran away. Want to run? Let's see where you go. Lucien spread his wings and chased after him. Thunder escape. There was a sound of thunder, and Lucien had arrived on the warship. Seeing Lucien's appearance, the chicken-headed men did not dare to look down upon him, and they all knelt on the ground. Lucien laughed when he saw this. Yes, I didn't expect that you also know the saying that those who know the current affairs are heroes.
So now go find other demons for me and execute them one by one.
The chicken-headed man seemed to know the meaning of Lu Chen's words, and actually started the boat and headed in another direction. Lu Chen discovered that this warship also had a cannon that could fire continuously. It was simply a small cruiser. But what puzzled Lu Chen was how could this ship walk on the ice? No matter how many. Now look for other demons to dominate. Finally I found a demon that looked like a monkey.
Fire!
Lu Chen gave the order, and the artillery fired out, hitting the monkey directly. The next moment, a charcoal-burning male monkey appeared. Extreme light speed slash. Male monkey pawn. Lu Chen didn't expect that this wave of attacks would be so sharp, and that the task would be completed much faster. After eliminating the monkeys, Lu Chen collected the supplies on the ground and headed into the distance again. With the help of this warship, Lu Chen quickly killed the remaining demons. Seeing that the mission was completed, Lu Chen smiled from ear to ear. Turning to look at the trembling chicken-headed men, Lu Chen chuckled.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work today. I won't embarrass you. But please remember, if you dare to be like that rooster if you do evil, I will definitely come and kill you.
The chicken-headed men seemed to understand what Lu Chen said, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Lu Chen didn't bother to say anything. After all, these guys helped him complete the mission. And if there were similar missions in the future, these guys could still be used. Therefore, he couldn't kill them for the time being. There was no threat anyway. So forget it. Seeing Lu Chen leave, the chicken-headed people let out a sigh of relief and quickly left the palace of right and wrong in their warships. Lu Chen's SS-level mission was completed. But he still had another SSS-level mission. He opened the mission view and found that the location of the SSS-level mission seemed to be further away. So he had no choice but to go back to the main island first. Lu Chen returned to the main island with a thought. After delivering the mission, he obtained 5 7-color stones. The most important thing was that his level was upgraded again, reaching level 59.
Congratulations to the island owner for completing the mission. Come and buy me a drink.
The boss poured Lu Chen another glass of wine, and Lu Chen drank it all.
Boss, let me ask you something. Is it easy to deal with the fallen god on an SSS level mission?
The boss thought for a while and said,
Does the island owner mean to prepare for this task? I saw that the suit on the island owner seems to be short of the last one. Then I will tell you, the island owner, that the fallen god is currently in a period of weakness. If you use your full strength, you will definitely be able to complete this mission.
Hearing what the boss said, Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed.
Thank you, boss, for reminding me.
With that said, Lu Chen walked out of the tavern. This time, Lu Chen did not summon the griffin, but drove his F-22 fighter jet towards the coordinate point. It has to be said that the F-22 fighter jet is much faster than the griffin beast. In less than half an hour, Lu Chen had already approached the target island. Immediately afterwards, an island wrapped in flames appeared in Lu Chen's field of vision. The island looked very scary, like a flaming HL.
What is this thing, and how can it be enveloped in flames?
Lu Chen was stunned. If he couldn't kill the fallen god in this way, then his fighter jets would be even less likely to kill him. Whoosh! The fighter jets flew over the island. Lu Chen was surprised to see a figure bound by iron chains and locked on a boulder on the island. Could this be the fallen god? Lu Chen didn't care so much and just opened fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several rounds of artillery were fired at the fallen god below. Boom! The artillery hit directly, and the reporter heard a painful howl. Lu Chen saw that this attack was effective. So what were he waiting for? He used the F-22 to end the battle. Lu Chen piloted the fighter jet and circled back and forth in the air, and the artillery bombarded the fallen god below as if it was free. An hour later, Lu Chen's fighter jet finally ran out of LS, and the health of the so-called fallen god below also bottomed out. Lu Chen chuckled and directed the fighter jet to a nearby empty island. Although the fighter jet was somewhat damaged, he fought hard for the mission reward. After getting off the fighter jet, Lu Chen spread his wings and came to the Flame Island. On the island, the fallen god was close to death. Seeing Lu Chen appear, his eyes exuded hatred.
Human, you are so despicable. You unexpectedly attacked me. If you have the ability to fight me head-on, let's see if I don't peel off your skin.
Lu Chen then discovered that the so-called fallen god actually had a pair of white angel wings. Lu Chen could not compare this person with the fallen god. Lu Chen smiled and said,
I'm really sorry. I know I can't beat you, so I can only be mean. Then I will accept your life.
Chapter 342, Full Level. A major crisis occurs. Lucien didn't waste any more words. Just picked up the cannon and fired it all over. As expected, the attack of the cannon was very high. This cannon blast directly wiped out the last trace of blood of the fallen god. Lucien suddenly thought of something and raised his palm to use his special skill. Sacrifice. When the skill was activated, flames immediately ignited on the fallen god's body, and the flames engulfed it. The fallen god continued to struggle in it, and Lucien gritted his teeth and persisted.
Take it from me!
Sacrifice is a special skill that Lucien learned a long time ago. It will not appear in the ordinary skill bar, but it will be used when the enemy is on the verge of death or dead. It will burn the enemy and convert it into an enchanting ability for his own use. Lucien used sacrifice to capture many powerful monsters, but the fallen god in front of him was really powerful. This was the first time Lucien encountered such a powerful opponent. But no matter how strong you are, I will conquer you. In the end, Lucien finally defeated this guy and completely subdued him. As the fallen god transformed into a soul body, Lucien also smiled and enchanted it on his suit of armor. Congratulations on the top level enchanting skills. The arrival of the gods. Special rewards for enchanting. And the level of this equipment has been increased by 3 levels. Congratulations on leveling up to 60. Ranking first in the world. Hey, I've upgraded to level 60 again. But what the H? I was the previous prompt. It made people feel a little excited. Lucien was a little excited. This time the enchantment not only gave him powerful skills, but also directly increased his equipment level by 3 levels. That was level 3. What is the concept? The original equipment level was 20. Such an improvement will directly reach 50. Good guy. This is even more powerful than riding on a rocket. Lucien quickly checked the equipment attributes. Demon Slaying Golden Armor, God level suit. Level, 50. Defense plus 100,000. Magic defense plus 100,000. HP plus 100,000. Magic value plus 80,000. Thorns damage plus 20,000. Special skill. Seamless connection. There is a 5% chance of resetting the cooldown of all skills when using the skill. Enchantment. 3/3 demon destruction. The caster will transform into a powerful demon, and the attack will become long range. No skills can be used during the duration of the skill. Tips. Mana will be burned continuously during the skill until it ends. You can also end early. Interrupt the burning of mana, and cool down for 1 hour. Destruction Shock Wave. Release a huge shock wave to the enemies in a 50 by 50 area in front, causing a powerful impact on the enemies. It can be used in the destruction demon form. The Gods Descend. Summon powerful gods to assist in the battle. During the Gods Descent, the caster will be given a 1000% defense bonus. No restrictions. Introduction. The treasure that the god of war in the divine world used to travel around the world later fell into the world and was controlled by demons with infinite power. Set properties. 2 pieces. Increase health by 20,000. Double defense by 10,000. 3 pieces. Reduces all cooldowns by 50%. 4 pieces. Increase damage by 50%. 5 pieces. Casting any skill can add divine punishment, which will cause 200% damage to nearby enemies and a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown. I'm in a big mess. What the H.L. is this? This attribute? 100,000 defense. Lucien was completely shocked. He didn't expect that the equipment level reached level 50 to have such attributes. This is simply unbelievable. I'm afraid this defense is already the strongest in the world, even without other equipment. I'm afraid it is the light prison tower can't do anything to him. And there is also a special skill that has a 5% chance of resetting the cooldown of all skills. Mom, can this 5% be ignored? This is simply a rubbish attribute. But forget it. It's better than nothing. No matter how many things there are, this piece of equipment is absolutely the best of the best. The fallen god in the distance dropped a lot of items after his death. One of them was actually a weapon that emitted 7 colors of light. A broadsword. And it even had a skull inlaid on it. It looked really awesome. Oh my god. Is it also a suit? Lucien couldn't wait any longer, so he went over and picked up the things. Corrupted Ashbringer, god level equipment. Level, 60. Attack power, 160,000. Magic attack power, 100,000. Attack speed plus 50%. Critical hit rate plus 50%. Critical damage plus 100%. Special skill, Will of Ashes. When attacking, the Will of Ashes is transported into the enemy's body, causing the enemy to suffer from flames. The damage received by the enemy is returned to the caster with 100% of the health of the enemy. Enchantment, 3/3 skill, Fallen Rune. Add a rune to your weapon, causing your weapon to restore 10% of your health when attacking, and increase the attack speed by 100% for 30 seconds. Tip, cool for 30 minutes. Dark Emblem, a skill that increases the effect of the corrupted rune by 50% and obtains the protection of the holy light during the duration of the rune. Note that this skill is the default skill, and is cast at the same time as the corrupted rune. Bone Storm, summons a huge bone shield to hover around itself, causing fatal blows to surrounding enemies every second, and recovering 5% of its health while attacking. Devour, 0, devouring can enhance the combat effectiveness of weapons, up to 1000% of attack power. Introduction, legend has it that a great paladin wore a silver gauntlet and wielded a great sword decorated with dazzling gems. He killed thousands of the resurrected dead and corpse mothers, but ended up with a tragic end. Level limit, 60. Career restrictions, none. Looking at the weapon in front of him, Liu Chen was completely shocked. How could this be a weapon? It was simply a magical weapon. With such a magical weapon in hand, who could still be his opponent? Liu Chen was holding the corrupted Ashbringer in his hand, and he was wearing a golden battle armor, making him look like a god of war. With this weapon, Liu Chen was completely uninterested in other things. He put away the other things and prepared to leave. World announcement. Congratulations to Liu Chen for becoming the first full-level player. The experience mode will be closed after 24 hours. No one can obtain experience through any means. World announcement. The world seal is about to move. In 24 hours, the monsters in the demon world are about to break through the seal. Players are asked to go to seal locations around the world to intercept. Once the monsters enter the world, it will be a huge catastrophe. World announcement. The star-raising activity is about to begin. Players can choose the direction of equipment improvement through the star-raising activity. Tips. The star-raising activity can be completed in all territories around the world. 3 world announcements suddenly appeared, making Liu Chen confused. Why is level 60 the full level in this world? Warcraft has been upgraded to 70. Why don't you go to the peak level? And why should I stop gaining experience when I reach level 60? Isn't this just letting me get scolded? Liu Chen was completely speechless. This time, the world channel was probably going to be in chaos again.
Damn it! What's going on? The full level is 60. But why does Liu Chen still hurt us after reaching level 60? I don't accept it. That's right. Why is this? We want freedom. We want to upgrade. Master, are you going to come out and say a few words? Why are we being implicated by your upgrade? Come out and say something. Liu Chen! Liu Chen! Come out! I know you are watching. Don't think we can't do anything to you if you don't speak. Come out quickly and explain. Explain your sister. What does Liu Chen have to do with your leveling up? Who told you to level up so slowly? If you don't level up quickly and get experience, you are annoying me here. Damn it. Grandson, who are you? If you have a fortune, I can dig up the graves of your ancestors. Your grandpa. I can't change my name, but I can't change my surname. Li Kai is the same. If you have the ability, come here. Grandpa is waiting for you. Damn it. I'm the real little brother of a great god. He's awesome. I admire you. Please forgive me for being ignorant. I've been coward and lurked. Take care of yourself. You're so awesome. You're worthy of being a great god's younger brother. I admire you for your courage. I'm convinced. But this upgrade really has nothing to do with the master. Everyone should upgrade quickly and seize the last 24 hours. Damn it. The dungeon is going to be closed. It's really depressing.
The world channel is still in chaos, and Liu Chen has no intention of paying attention to these guys. What he has to do now is to quickly submit the SSS level mission, and then get a full set of suits, and then get some 7-color stones to upgrade the equipment. Liu Chen returned to the main island with a thought. The tavern is now full of people, and everyone is here to improve their level. Seeing Liu Chen's appearance, everyone got out of the way. Liu Chen directly submitted the mission and received the mission reward, Demon Slaying Boots. Those with sharp eyes immediately saw that the SSS level mission disappeared.
Damn it! The master has completed the SSS level mission. Oh my god! My chicken skin fell all over the floor. This is too scary. Master, are you still human? I'm not a human. I'm a god. How can I improve my level so quickly if I'm not a god? No. It's okay. I'm 49 now. I must have reached level 50. Hack. I want to accept an S-level mission. I'll fight for it. Brothers on S-level missions. Let's form a team, and let's gain experience together. The SS-class convoy will drive off in 5 minutes. Hurry up if you are coming.
Everyone did not go to see Lucien anymore, but took the time to accept the task, and then gained experience to increase their level. After Lucien submitted SS-level tasks and SSS-level tasks one after another, he left quickly. The SS-level mission reward is 7 color stones, which is an excellent top grade for Lucien. But he still doesn't have enough 7 color stones, so he must acquire them. The best way is the World Channel.
I purchased a large number of 7 color stones, and some of them were immediately traded at the door of the tavern. The price will improve the level and quality of your equipment for free. Only for those below the mythical level.
Chapter 343. Acquire 7 color stones and increase equipment level like crazy. As soon as Lucien's news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the world. The 7 color stone is a very rare stone, but this stone is specially used to upgrade the suit. So these stones are useless to players who do not have the suit. Therefore, players who have the materials on hand now choose to use the 7 color stone to upgrade the equipment in hand. However, a disgusting voice appeared again.
Everyone, don't listen to Lucien's nonsense. This guy just wants to improve his strength. If you give him the materials, he can dominate the entire world by himself. Damn it. This guy definitely belongs to Sun Shang. Only Sun Shang can't get along with the great master Lucien. I will give it to whomever I am willing to give it to. Do you care? God can give us free upgrades in level and quality. Can you? If you can, I will give it to you. If not, just shut up. Damn it. There are dogs everywhere. They bark as hard as they want. If you don't accept it, come here. Grandpa will fight with you. If you don't have the ability, just leave me alone.
The one who spoke was naturally Li Kai.
Master, don't listen to that dog barking. We support you. I'm here to improve the level and quality of the equipment. Yes, Master. I didn't expect you to be able to improve the level and quality of equipment. Those of us who have just learned the sub-profession can only improve the level. A great god is a great god. He is extraordinary and must be supported. Hey, whoever was yelling just now. Get out of here. Why didn't you say anything? Come out. Come out. Digging grass? Digging grass? You are doing sneak attacks. You can't afford it. You little trash. You have no strength. You don't even dare to confront me head on. You are just kidding. Ah. Ha ha ha. Brother Ollie, here you go.
Lucien's news had been sent out, and many players with 7 color stones came towards the tavern. This made Lucien not expect that so many people had 7 color stones, which was really surprising. Then Lucien started exchanging the 7 color stones. These players carrying 7 color stones are almost all players between level 40 and 50. Most of the upgraded equipment are blue, and some are upgraded from epic level to mythical level. Those players who have been upgraded to epic level look at players who have been promoted to the mythical level have such envy in their eyes. Unfortunately, they do not have epic level equipment, so they can only sigh. At this time, on Sun Shang's island, Sun Shang was so angry that his teeth itched as he looked at the news sent back by the spies. Sun Shang said angrily,
"What a bunch of idiots! Don't they know that this will only make Lucien stronger and stronger? Really? Lucien is too strong. No one can beat him in the future. Damn, they are really a bunch of idiots. Boss, please calm down. Those guys are just a bunch of ignorant guys. Let me go out and inspect them, and we can upgrade them later."
With that said, the younger brother walked out of the room. The younger brother next to him came over and said in a low voice,
"Brother G, you are all ready. I have a 7 color stone in my hand. Let's go and upgrade the equipment quickly. This time it is a mythical equipment picked up for nothing." "That's right."
Brother G looked back at Sun Shang's room behind him and smiled softly.
"Let's go. Don't let anyone find out."
The two immediately took the boat and headed towards the main island. Lucien has more and more 7 color stones, but the materials in his bag are getting less and less. But he doesn't care. It's all for the suit upgrade, and the seal will be broken in 24 hours. So he must do it as soon as possible. Improve your strength. Otherwise, who knows what kind of monster is in the seal? If it is attacked, then it will be a dead end. Lucien's materials were about to run out, but Lucien didn't care at all. He immediately took the unused equipment to the equipment recycling, exchanged the materials for further collection. and continued to upgrade equipment for others. Luchin got hundreds of 7-color stones. After calculation, this is almost enough. If you use the strengthening upgrade hammer to upgrade the equipment level, you only need 1/3 of the materials, which can be greatly saved. So 107-color stones are enough. Seeing that Luchin stopped buying, all the players who had not sold in time looked disappointed.
Master, please do a good job and help us upgrade our equipment. At the worst, we can provide the materials ourselves. That's right. Master, please help me. The seal will be loosened in 24 hours, and we may all die. Master, please do well.
Luchin said.
Everyone, my acquisition is over. If you still want to upgrade your equipment, go to other players' stores.
After saying that, Luchin left without looking back. Seeing Luchin like this, everyone was helpless. It wasn't that they didn't give them a chance, but they couldn't grasp it, so they deserved it. After returning to Xiaoyangla, Luchin immediately took out the suit, started upgrading it, and used the skill transfer scroll to transfer the more powerful skills on other equipment and put them on the suit. Luchin didn't even look at the successfully upgraded equipment. He took the strengthening upgrade hammer and hammered hard. Finally, the helmet was upgraded to level 50. But he did not continue to upgrade it because level 60 equipment could not be upgraded with 7-color stones. Yes, what is needed is the Rising Star system. But this level 50 helmet is already perfect. Demon Slaying Golden Helmet, God level suit. Level 50. Defense plus 80,000. Magic defense plus 80,000. HP plus 60,000. Magic value plus 100,000. Special skills, while fighting, periodically release poisonous blasts towards the surrender, causing poisoning damage to surrounding enemies. Enchantment, 3/3 Holy Hammer, cover yourself in an impenetrable barrier of light, thereby protecting you from any physical and magical damage for 15 seconds. No restrictions. Holy Shield, set up an impenetrable barrier around yourself to resist enemy attacks for 20 seconds. Army of Kings, summon a powerful undead army to assist you in combat. The undead army has powerful undead creatures and can fight indefinitely, lasting 15 seconds and cooling down for 60 minutes. Introduction. The treasure that the god of war in the divine world used to travel around the world later fell into the world and was controlled by demons. With infinite power. Set properties. 2 pieces, increase health by 20,000. Double defense by 10,000. 3 pieces, reduces all cooldowns by 50%. 4 pieces, increase damage by 50%. 5 pieces, casting any skill can add divine punishment, which will cause 200% damage to nearby enemies and a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown.
Okay, I'm going to continue.
Luchin then continued to upgrade the equipment level, and one after another equipment appeared. Demon Slaying Golden Gauntlets, God level set. Level 50. Defense plus 80,000. Magic defense plus 80,000. HP plus 60,000. Magic value plus 100,000. Special skills. Ignore the enemy's speed and dodge ability. The Dragon Claw hand hits 100%. Phantom Clone. After the enemy falls into coma, you can summon a clone to assist you in fighting for 5 minutes. Enchantment. 3/3 Dragon Claw hand. Use dragon power to turn into dragon claws to grab enemies within a 50 by 50 range in front of you and stun them for 3 seconds. Bone armor. Tear the bones of nearby enemies to form a white skeleton attached to itself, forming a defensive barrier, absorbing damage, and causing 120% of the damage of your own weapon to the enemy while tearing. Critical slash. Causes huge damage to a nearby single enemy. The lower the health value of the enemy, the higher the damage caused. The maximum damage cannot exceed twice the total damage of the weapon. Introduction. The treasure that the god of war in the divine world used to travel around the world later fell into the world and was controlled by demons. With infinite power. Set properties. 2 pieces, increase health by 20,000. Double defense by 10,000. 3 pieces, reduces all cooldowns by 50%. 4 pieces, increase damage by 50%. 5 pieces, casting any skill can add divine punishment, which will cause 200% damage to nearby enemies and a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown. Luchin didn't expect that this piece of equipment could directly unleash 2 special skills, which were so awesome. Keep improving. Demon Slaying Golden Boots, God level set. Level 50. Defense plus 80,000. Magic defense plus 80,000. HP plus 60,000. Magic value plus 100,000. Special skill, Rock Guard, Being attacked will increase your defense by 50% and reduce your attack speed by 20%. Guardian of Ice and Fire. Immune to freezing and fire damage. Enchantment. 3/3 skill. Assassination. Make yourself invincible and invisible. If the opponent's health is less than 10%, it will flash behind the enemy to cause a fatal blow and execute the enemy. Holy Cross Impact. Launch a huge cross to attack enemies in a straight line in front. The attack power is proportional to the weapon's attack power, with additional knockdown effects. Piety. Defensive Posture. After switching posture, it can increase one's own defense by 100%, but reduce movement speed by 100%, which lasts for 100 seconds and has a cooldown of 100 seconds. Note that this skill cannot be upgraded. Introduction. The treasure that the god of war in the divine world used to travel around the world later fell into the world and was controlled by demons. With infinite power. Set properties. 2 pieces. Increase health by 20,000. Double defense by 10,000. 3 pieces. Reduces all cooldowns by 50%. 4 pieces. Increase damage by 50%. 5 pieces. Casting any skill can add divine punishment, which will cause 200% damage to nearby enemies and a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown. This piece of equipment does not have its own enchanting skills, but Liu Chen transferred the skills from other equipment, including the skills from the demon-slaying dagger. The reason why Liu Chen did this was because he had the corrupted Ashbringer. There is no need for other equipment, but it is a pity that the rake has occupational restrictions. Otherwise it would be good for Liu Chen to give it to others. However, the special skills of this piece of equipment are very powerful. It is also immune to freezing damage, which is the best. There is only one suit left. The upgrade is complete. Liu Chen feels so happy now that he almost feels like he is about to fly. Chapter 344 Equipment Star Upgrade begins. Demon Slaying Golden Leg Armor, God Level Suit. Level, 50. Defense plus 80,000. Magic Defense plus 80,000. HP plus 60,000. Magic Value plus 100,000. Thorns Damage plus 23,000. Special Skill. Summoning Gospel. The combat power of your summoned beast is increased by 150%. Combined Invincibility. You can combine with your pet to fight, greatly improving your own attributes for 5 minutes. Enchantment. 3/3 skill. Puppet Technique. Used on people to force the enemy to turn into his own puppet to attack. The puppet will strictly obey the orders of the caster for 8 seconds. Evil Ghost Resurrection. Resurrect the killed monster to fight for yourself. The evil ghost will exist for 120 seconds. Tips. The skill cooldown is 150 seconds. Great Holy Word. After being cast, all attribute attacks can be increased by 30% within 10 seconds. No restrictions. Introduction. The treasure that the god of war in the divine world used to travel around the world later fell into the world and was controlled by demons. With infinite power. Set properties. 2 pieces. Increase health by 20,000. Double defense by 10,000. 3 pieces. Reduces all cooldowns by 50%. 4 pieces. Increase damage by 50%. 5 pieces. Casting any skill can add divine punishment, which will cause 200% damage to nearby enemies and a critical hit, with a 10-minute cooldown. This piece of equipment actually has the ability to combine with pets? This is a bit too much. If I fight with Lightning Schwang in combination, wouldn't my attributes increase dramatically? Now that the entire suit has been upgraded, Liu Chen still has 5 7-color stones left, which is considered perfect. Okay. The next step is to upgrade to a star. The Rising Star system is a guide. That person is now on the square. Liu Chen also saw that many people have gone over to check. I don't know what the situation is now. After all, the Rising Star system has just come out, and no one knows how to play. Liu Chen had wondered why the system came out so slowly. Could it be that the achievement was to prevent players from improving too quickly? But he never thought that he would be a trap because the improvement speed was so fast. On the square, Liu Chen came to Xingxing Jiren. The guide for the Rising Star is an old man with short white hair. He holds a thick book in his hand, wears gold-rimmed round glasses, and wears a white robe. He looks very knowledgeable with his elegant appearance.
Hello, brave warrior. Are you here to upgrade your star? Upgrading your star requires corresponding materials. What equipment do you want to upgrade?
Liu Chen directly took out his fallen Ashbringer.
Sir, I want to upgrade this piece of equipment.
Seeing the weapon in Liu Chen's hand, the old man's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise,
Oh my god! This is a rare divine weapon. You are really a warrior blessed by God. I suggest you upgrade this equipment to critical strike.
Harm.
Hearing this, Luchin asked,
Sir, is there any other direction for rising stars? The star upgrading directions for weapons are combat power, critical hit rate, critical hit damage, and attack speed. The armor options are defense power, health value, and magic value. I will give you my suggestions on your equipment's critical hit rate and attack power. They are all very high, so I suggest you increase the critical hit damage. Once you hit a critical hit, it will shock you.
Luchin thought for a while and finally agreed to the old man's suggestion.
The old man said with a smile, Then let's start to upgrade the star. Each time you upgrade the star, the critical hit damage will be increased by 1%. There is a chance of failure to upgrade the star. If you want to succeed every time, it will consume double the materials. I suggest you upgrade to 50 stars. You will definitely succeed after using it, because after reaching 50 stars, the chance will be reduced to 60%.
Luchin nodded.
Sorry to trouble you.
The old man pointed to a stone platform nearby with a smile and said,
Please do the star raising there.
Only then did Luchin realize that there were more than a dozen stone platforms behind the old man, because there were many people nearby. Luchin did not take a closer look, and he only discovered it now. Luchin walked to the stone platform and placed the equipment on it. And then the options appeared. Luchin was speechless. Since there were options on this stone platform, what was the old man doing? It was a waste of time. Then, Luchin started to upgrade his star. The materials needed to upgrade his star were some high-level rare materials. Luchin had plenty of these materials. And even if he didn't have enough, the warehouse had enough. So what are you waiting for? Star rising begins. Luchin began to increase his star level continuously. The star level increased very quickly, and the material consumption was also very fast. However, after reaching 10 stars, Luchin found that more types of materials were needed to consume. As the star level increased, there will be more types required, which is also necessary. Otherwise, with just a little material, everyone will be full of stars. By the way, Luchin forgot to ask, how many stars are there? No matter how many, he should always work hard to improve. After reaching 40 stars, Luchin failed 5 times in a row. Then Luchin didn't want to follow the old man's advice anymore and started to rise to the stars. In this way, the consumption speed doubled. But it doesn't matter. We have plenty of materials. Soon, the weapon star rating exceeded 100.
And the star rating was still improving. And the required materials reached more than a dozen. Finally, after the weapon reached 120 stars, the star upgrade showed that it could not be improved. It was full of stars. World announcement. Congratulations to Luchin for obtaining the world's first 120-star full-star equipment and receiving a star-increasing material package *1. I go. After reaching full star level, you will get the world announcement. Great guy. But what is this star leveling material package? Turn on. Congratulations on getting the star promotion LV50 scroll *1. Damn it. I actually got a star promotion scroll. Doesn't this mean that it can be directly upgraded to 50 stars? Regardless of all that, Luchin took out the demon-slaying golden armor and tried the star ascension scroll. Rising star. The next moment, Luchin successfully upgraded his golden armor to 50 stars. The direction Luchin chose to upgrade his star was health. This piece of equipment would increase his health by 1,000 each time it was upgraded. That is to say, after reaching 120 stars, he would gain the bonus of 120,000 health points. Is simply crazy.
Luchin! Luchin! I finally found you.
Just as Luchin was about to continue raising stars, Galia came over.
What's wrong?
Luchin asked strangely. They should be going to the dungeon at this time. Why are they here? Galia said.
What are you asking? We have already been to the dungeon. Please take us to a multiplayer dungeon. This should be the last chance.
Luchin smiled and said,
No problem. Let's leave now.
Luchin no longer had any thoughts of rising to the stars. And now he still wanted to take everyone to the dungeon to upgrade. Just in time to test his weapon. Several people entered the 5th floor of the multiplayer dungeon. The 5th floor of the multiplayer dungeon is a modern city that has been turned into ruins. There are collapsed ruins everywhere in the city. But there are many pterosaur-like monsters with red wings wandering back and forth on the ruins, seemingly looking for food on the ground. Likai hurriedly said,
Be careful. These monsters look difficult to deal with.
Luchin smiled and said,
Don't be afraid. You wait here. I will gather the wave monsters first.
Everyone looked at Lu Chen in surprise. This guy must be crazy. Chapter 345. One person alone in multiplayer dungeon. Soon, Lu Chen actually attracted a large wave of monsters in the ruins and headed towards the crowd. Seeing the huge black monster behind Lu Chen, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. This was really the last time to clear the multiplayer dungeon before the seal. But what people didn't expect was that Lu Chen actually played so well. They might not be able to deal with so many monsters. If so, wouldn't they all die here?
Get ready to merge and become Godzilla.
Yao Yao swallowed hard on the side. Looking at the monsters in the sky, she even felt that turning into Godzilla would be useless. But at this moment, Lu Chen's figure suddenly hovered in midair and turned to look at the group of monsters behind him.
What does Lu Chen want to do? Is he crazy?
Xiaolan said in surprise.
No. This guy. Does this guy want to be tough? He will die if he does so.
Li Kai said hurriedly.
Let's save him quickly.
And just when everyone was about to rescue Lu Chen, a tiger transformed by thunder and lightning appeared in front of Lu Chen. Thunder Tiger. The tiger rushed towards the group of monsters. Boom! When the tiger touched the first monster, the tiger suddenly exploded and swallowed up most of the monster. Then, a huge fire shot into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. And countless thunder and lightning came from the fire. Light burst out and wrapped around the surrounding monsters. Monsters touched by the thunder and lightning died instantly. Gao Lu and others were also stunned. They only saw that their experience bars were soaring crazily. Almost in an instant, several people were promoted to one level at the same time.
My God! The speed of leveling up is a bit fast. I was scared to death. I thought I had a bug. How could my experience increase so much? Isn't it right? Lu Chen killed all the monsters by himself? Look like. Oh my God!
I'm going crazy. Is this still Lu Chen? How could he be so crazy?
Several people had no idea that Lu Chen would be so fierce. The attack power was so high that it was simply outrageous. Soon all the monsters in front were killed by Lu Chen. And Lu Chen's two pets were also upgraded to level 60.
How's it going? Have you all upgraded?
Lu Chen returned to several people and asked excitedly. When several people saw Lu Chen's appearance, they were all stunned.
Lu Chen, what exactly did you do, and why are you so powerful?
Li Kai asked in disbelief. Lu Chen chuckled.
It's nothing. I just got a more powerful weapon. Okay. Let's continue. We must seize the time now. Time is everything.
It was Xiaolan who went over to collect the items on the ground, and then followed Lu Chen to move forward. With Lu Chen leading the way, they didn't have to worry about anything else and just followed. A long time. The few people who advanced all the way did not encounter a single monster. It seemed that they had all been killed by Lu Chen just now. Boom! There was a loud noise. And then the ground suddenly trembled, followed by a huge crack. Everyone dodged one after another, and several vines sprang out from the crack, sweeping towards Lu Chen and the others. Lu Chen raised his hand and cut off several vines with a single strike. Several others followed suit and cut off all the incoming vines. But after a few people cut off the vines, a rich purple mist quickly filled the air.
Everyone, be careful. This smoke is poisonous.
Lu Chen shouted, spread his wings behind him, and flew into the air. However, the others did not have such speed, and they were all swallowed up by the purple smoke.
Oops.
Lu Chen found that in the team interface, the health of other people was slowly decreasing, and several people were unresponsive. This showed that the smoke was not only poisonous, but also paralyzing. If it continued to be paralyzing, wouldn't it mean that they would all die? It's here. What Lu Chen had to do now was to quickly find the guy who released the poisonous gas. But there was smoke below, and there was no way to do anything. At this moment, a vine sprang out from the smoke and wrapped around Lu Chen's ankle.
I was looking for you. Just in time.
Lu Chen did not resist but followed the vine and was pulled into the smoke. The moment he entered the smoke, Lu Chen felt dizzy and his whole body lost the ability to move. At this moment, Lu Chen saw a huge figure slowly appearing in the smoke ahead. It turned out to be a tree demon that was more than 10 meters tall. Good guy. This guy is probably a 1,000-year-old tree demon. As big as the Grand Mayan.
A Chinese ghost story.
After seeing this guy's true form, Lu Chen stopped waiting and activated the skill directly. Holy Hammer. This was the invincible skill that Lu Chen had transferred to his helmet before. When he activated the skill, he was in an invincible state, directly removing all negative buffs. and slashed at the tree demon in front of him with the big knife in his hand. Boom! When the sword was struck, a thick green mist appeared all over Lu Chen's body, which actually poisoned the tree demon. This is the special skill of Lu Chen's helmet, Poisonous Explosion, which is extremely powerful, and every attack will be poisonous. Explosion appeared, whether it was a skill or a flat A. This blow caused the Dryad to lose 30% of its health. This shocked Lu Chen. This was just an ordinary A-level attack. He didn't add any skills to the attack. It had such an effect. What would happen if he added skills? Critical cut. Lu Chen didn't wait for the tree demon to react, and released another skill, together with a poisonous explosion. This triggered a critical hit, and forced the tree demon's health to drop to 10%. Lu Chen was so cool that he almost jumped up in fright. Seal the demon and kill it! Lu Chen didn't have time to get excited and activated his skills to directly deal with the tree demon. Wow! The Dryad died and supplies fell all over the ground. As the tree demon died, the thick purple fog also disappeared. And everyone recovered. And everyone was promoted to a level. Hey! What's wrong? What's wrong with us? Why have we been upgraded again? Li Kai looked at the others in confusion. However, everyone else also looked confused, not knowing what was going on. And then, they all looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, "No need to doubt it. I killed the boss. Come and clean up quickly. Let's continue on our way. There are more monsters ahead." After packing up the loot, the group set out again. There are still ruins ahead. But this time, the monsters are no longer those like big birds, but a group of spider-like reptiles. But these reptiles only have 4 legs and sharp teeth like blenders. Lu Chen still asked everyone to stop and wait, and rushed over directly. The few people were naturally obedient. With a big boss like Lu Chen here, what use could be made of them? Not long after, Lu Chen gathered a group of monsters again. Afterwards, without anyone else taking action, Lu Chen still casually slaughtered all the monsters. This was a real massacre. Lu Chen's unilateral massacre. Those monsters had no power to fight back. Lu Chen's powerful battle crushed all the monsters. In the end, all the monsters died in Lu Chen's hands. And Lu Chen suddenly discovered that the skull embedded on the back of the knife was actually chewing something, as if it was devouring the souls of those monsters. Lu Chen quickly checked the attributes of the broadsword. Sure enough, Lu Chen was surprised to find that the swallowing function of this knife was miraculously activated. Lu Chen had always doubted what the swallowing was. Now he finally understood that after killing monsters, it would swallow their souls. Now the degree of swallowing has reached 360/1000. I don't know what the effect will be if it is full. All the monsters were killed by Lu Chen, and everyone else followed. I'm going! Lu Chen! It's so nice of you to be like this. We've already reached the full level. It's just that if you don't take out the good stuff early, you're stingy. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. You know what? For this weapon, I directly lost a fighter jet. Lu Chen's combat class was forcibly parked on another island and was unable to take off now, so it had to be thrown over there. However, getting such a weapon was a big compensation. Li Kai said in surprise. I'll go. All the fighter jets are gone. But it's okay. You have such powerful equipment. Why do you need fighter jets? Let's go. Let's go. There is still one last boss left. Once we kill it, we can upgrade again. Lu Chen smiled. Let's go and meet him at the final boss. A few people sorted out their things and then headed towards the final boss location. The main route of this dungeon is very easy to find. Just follow the main road and keep going. Suddenly the surroundings became dark. Empty. Several searchlights suddenly turned on, illuminating a large square in front. The ground of the square slowly opened to both sides, and a circular underground fortress rose up. Several people saw that there was a huge gatling on the fortress. And right here, a figure landed from the sky. In front of the fortress was a soldier with well-developed limbs holding a spear and holding a cigarette. Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted! Chapter 346. The seal is opened. Holy shit! These are the words of the soldier from Red Alert. Isn't this guy a soldier who ran away from Red Alert? Li Kai said in surprise as he looked at the soldier who appeared. No matter what he is, I'll go meet him. You all should hide and don't be attacked by him. As he said that, Lu Chen's wings stretched out behind him, and a sound of thunder came. Lu Chen directly used Thunder Escape to teleport behind the soldier. Critical cut. Lu Chen didn't waste any time and directly released a skill. However,
just when Lu Chen released his skills and was about to gather the soldiers. The soldier took the lead and raised his shotgun and pointed it at Lu Chen's head. Boom! The soldier fired a shot, and the bullet grazed Lu Chen's head. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit by the shot. While dodging, Lu Chen's skill also missed, and the critical slash hit the ground directly. The ground cracked, and a huge crack dozens of meters long appeared. The emergence of the crack almost affected several other people. Fortunately, they dodged in time and were not hit. Otherwise, they would definitely be doomed.
Lu Chen's skill is too powerful. Why is it so powerful? He is a great man. You think he is strong or not?
Lu Chen missed with one shot, but the soldier's second shot had already arrived. Spiral air punch. Lu Chen predicted in advance and released his skills to send the soldiers flying away. The soldier's figure slid on the ground. After he stabilized his body, he spit out the cigar from his mouth. Then Lu Chen discovered that this guy's aura seemed to be completely different. The soldier put on the sunglasses on his chest, revealing a big gold tooth in his mouth.
Showtime!
The soldier suddenly rushed out, picked up 2 shotguns in his hands, and started shooting wildly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was shocked and quickly dodged.
Holy shit! Marco Polo?
Li Kai looked at the soldiers in front of him in surprise. Curse of Chaos. Xiaolang couldn't stand it any longer and threw a skill at him. The soldier who was performing random shooting suddenly stopped and his body began to move around uncontrollably. When the others saw this, what else could they say? This was not a battle for Lu Chen alone. This was a multi-person dungeon, which meant that everyone had to fight together. Lu Chen had already cleared out all the monsters before, and now it was them too. Showtime. Seeing the soldier being charged, Lu Chen smiled slightly.
Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. By the way, since you are so fierce, let me give you something fun.
Lu Chen rushed out and slashed at the soldier with a sword in his hand. Fallen rune. I saw a rune appear on the broadsword. When it hit the soldier was wrapped in runes. The soldier who was attacked also woke up from the chaos, and 2 shotguns started shooting at Lu Chen. Boom! One shot hit Lu Chen's body. The next moment, because Lu Chen was attacked, the special skill Rock Guard on his boots also activated. The defense increased by 50%, but the attack speed was reduced by 20%. But this does not affect Lu Chen's output. Lightning Strike. Rising Dragon Slash. Seal the demon and kill it. Dragon Teeth. Blood Spear. After the skill was released, the soldier's health continued to drop as if he had eaten Xian Mai, and could not stop at all. Just after the soldier's health dropped to 30%, he directly activated his hegemony, then stepped up to the fortress, grabbed Gatling and pointed it at Lu Chen and the others.
Be careful. Everyone dodge.
Lu Chen knew how fierce Gatling was, so he quickly told everyone to start hiding. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The Gatling in the soldier's hand began to fire wildly. Lu Chen continued to dodge, but the soldier seemed to have spotted Lu Chen, and chased after Lu Chen and launched an attack. Lu Chen hurriedly stayed away from the crowd. Only in this way could other people not be harmed.
Since you are looking for death, I will help you.
The Army of Kings.
I want to see if you have more bullets or I have more people.
During Lu Chen's escape, he immediately released a skill, and then the ground trembled, and then skeletons, zombies, and monsters crawled out of the ground one by one. There were hundreds of them, and there was a steady stream of monsters crawling out of the ground. This scene shocked the others. They didn't expect Lu Chen to have such outrageous skills. He was like summoning an army. When the soldier saw the monster that suddenly appeared, he lifted up Gatling and swept over it. However, the endless stream of monsters was not something that his Gatling could deal with. Soon after the bullets were fired, the soldiers began to fight hand to hand. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not defeat such a large number. Soon, the soldiers were defeated by the monsters. The army was overwhelmed. The soldier died, and several people were upgraded again. Lu Chen returned to a few people, and watched the monsters return to the ground, and then disappear. Jia, he exclaimed.
I'll go. Lu Chen, you are so awesome. You actually have such powerful skills?
Lu Chen smiled and said,
Oh, Loki. Not enough for outsiders.
World announcement. Congratulations to Lu Chen, Jiaoan, Yao Yao, Gao Lu, Li Kai, Jia He, and Fei Hao for completing the first kill on the 5th floor of the multiplayer dungeon and receiving the first kill gift pack. World announcement. The multiplayer dungeon has been cleared. The multiplayer dungeon will be closed after 24 hours. Players who have not completed it are asked to complete it as soon as possible. As expected, the multiplayer dungeon was closed again by Lucien. But it didn't matter. He had reached the full level, and other monsters in the world could still gain experience. So there were still many ways to upgrade. After a few people packed up their things, they were teleported back in less than 10 minutes. Feihao sighed.
There is no Rainbow Valley this time. How despicable.
Jia, he said.
Forget it. Forget it. Let's get some equipment and go.
Lucien said hurriedly.
While there is still time, take out all your equipment, and I will upgrade and improve the quality for you. The materials we have now are enough for all of us to be mythical.
Afterwards, Lucien upgraded the equipment of several people one by one, and the sky also turned dark. However, although the sky was dark, it could not stop everyone's enthusiasm for upgrading. After all, in just a dozen hours, the experience completely disappeared, which meant that no one could upgrade. Lucien came to the reception area where the Star Ascension was taking place, and started Star Ascension for several other pieces of equipment again. The next day,
ding! Daily sign-in starts. Sign in or not.
Sign in.
Ding!
Congratulations on getting 100% buff. Lucien? What the HL? 100% buff, what is this? 100% buff. Get 100% buff. Cast any skill to trigger all effects 100%. Damn it! This buff is really powerful. Doesn't that mean that all of your skills will be triggered? 5% or 1% are all my younger brother. 100% is the way to go. Lucien was not interested in other skills. He was only interested in the skill cooldown reset that he had refreshed yesterday. If it was a 100% skill cooldown reset, wouldn't he have to go to the sky and continuously release the army of kings? Who would be his opponent?
Hey hey!
Lucien giggled, then looked up into the sky. At this time, a countdown appeared in the sky. It was the countdown to when the seal was loosened. There were still 6 hours and 8 minutes left. He was ready, so he should go look for it. The seal is in place. World announcement. There are still 6 hours until the seal is loosened. The seal location has been sent to everyone's map. Please check the seal location to start strengthening the seal. Lucien opened the map. Sure enough, it was a world map. There were countless islands marked on the map. There were hundreds of red dots, which were all seals. One of the larger ones was actually his own, on the main island. And that location seems to be the square's own statue.
Damn it! Isn't that right? My statue is the location of the seal?
Lucien came to the square. At this time, a lot of people had gathered here. It seemed that everyone was no longer preparing to continue upgrading, but began to guard the ceiling points. At the same time, there were also players guarding other ceiling locations. Time passed bit by bit, and the seal gradually began to loosen. The countdown is finally over. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the entire island trembled, with the statue as the center of the circle in front. Cracks began to appear on the ground, and everyone retreated. The crack expanded to a radius of 10 meters before stopping. Boom! The next moment, without any warning, the ground in front suddenly sank deeply, and a huge hole appeared in front of everyone. As the hole appeared, everything around it stopped. Quiet. Very quiet.
What's wrong? What is this? Why did it disappear after a hole was made?
Someone curiously walked to the edge of the cave and poked his head out. Null. At this moment, countless monsters with devil wings suddenly rushed out of the hole below. And the guy who had just poked his head out was grabbed by a monster and carried up into the air. Other monsters found out and swarmed up. In an instant, cut that guy into pieces.
Hack! It's a monster. Hurry up. Attack!
Chapter 347 The Power of the Demon King. As one person shouted, everyone picked up their weapons and launched a fierce attack on the monster in the air. When the monsters discovered the crowd below, they swarmed up as if they had discovered delicious food. And the two sides immediately launched a life and death fight. For a moment, facing the overwhelming attack of monsters, everyone was in a mess, completely at a disadvantage. This is simply a massacre of humans by monsters.
Everyone, don't mess around. Use your human shields to resist. Use remote output, and don't be afraid of these monsters.
Lucien shouted loudly, as if they had seen a glimmer of light in the end of the world. Everyone started to attack according to Lucien's command. Soon, everyone's attack and defense began to show results. The monster's attack was no longer a one-sided massacre. Now humans also began to fight back. The human shield continued to draw the hatred of the monsters. And the output from the rear was also very powerful, slaughtering the monsters that rushed over. Some monsters were killed directly in the air before they could fly over.
Ha ha. Great. We will definitely win.
One person laughed.
Roar.
At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the hollow. Everyone was shocked. And then a figure sprang out from the hole. It was actually a huge black demon. The demon held a giant hammer and smashed the human shield in front of it. Boom! This demon's attack was really ferocious. With one blow, more than a dozen people were killed on the spot. Everyone's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Facing such a monster, they were helpless. 6 feet light prison. Xiaolan stepped forward and used her skills to pull him over. However, this skill was directly exploded by the demon.
Roar!
The demon roared in Xiaolan's direction, and then rushed over. Seal the demon and kill it. Boom! Lu Chen suddenly appeared and used his skills to repel the monster.
Roar!
The monster roared at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't care so much and rushed over. And the monster's giant hammer fell again. Boom!
Win!
However, this hammer was easily blocked by Lu Chen. While blocking it, Lu Chen directly released his skill. Critical cut. Release the skill. Split the monster into 2. And massacre it on the spot.
Okay. As expected of a great god. He is so awesome. Great god. The great god is mighty.
Everyone cheered in unison. But at this moment, more monsters holding giant hammers came out of the hollow. This time, everyone fell into despair again. Lu Chen frowned, knowing that continuing like this was not an option. The hole had to be filled first. But before that, the monsters had to be killed. The army of kings. Lu Chen summoned the skeleton army to fight against the opponent's demons. However, Lu Chen's army was no match for the monster holding the giant hammer. The demon came down with the hammer and swept away a sea of skeletons and zombies.
Everyone, use 50 people as a unit to deal with a giant demon. Don't stop using control skills.
Oh! Everyone shouted in unison and immediately started the confrontation according to Lu Chen's instructions. Under the control of dozens of people, those huge demons were unable to move forward, while the other monsters were fought by Lu Chen's army of kings and summoned beasts. Lu Chen took advantage of those giant demons being controlled to use his skills to start harvesting. Lu Chen almost had 2 or 3 skills per monster, so his attack speed was extremely fast. And soon all the huge demons were eliminated. And then it's time to fight other mobs. But just when the monsters were about to be cleaned up, a huge figure appeared in the hole again. The figure was 10 meters tall, rushed out of the hole, and hovered in the air.
A bunch of ant-like humans dare to fight us. You are really looking for death. Let me take you away today.
Demon King?
Damn it. Is this the Demon King? I'm sorry. I've seen the Demon King. And that Demon King is very awesome. We can't deal with him. No. Are we dead? Master, it's up to you.
At this time, Lu Chen was also stunned. Is this the Demon King? How could a Demon King appear? This shouldn't happen. A sound of the name of an eagle was heard. And a huge firebird appeared and directly hit the Demon King in the air. The flames instantly swallowed up the Demon King. Thousands of feet. It was Qianqi. And everyone discovered that Qianqi was standing on the top of a building and looking seriously at the Demon King in the sky. Lord Qianqi, the patron saint of the main island, appeared. With him here, no devil is scary anymore. However, before everyone could be happy, the flames in the sky were suddenly dispersed by a big hand. And the Demon King appeared in front of everyone unscathed.
Humble human beings, seeking death,
the Demon King roared. And a huge red beam of light from his mouth shot towards Qianqi before Qianqi could escape. He was swallowed up by the beam and disappeared. Then the beam of light went towards the distance and directly hit Ma Chao's island. Everyone only saw a ray of light rising from the island. And then, the light gradually expanded and swallowed up the other 2 surrounding islands. Then, the light beam slowly gathered and disappeared. Looking at the sea, there were still 3 islands there. This blow actually wiped out all 3 islands. Such terrible destructive power. It wiped out 3 islands silently, and without causing any waves. Everyone looked at the Demon King in the sky again in horror. They all felt that death was waving towards them. God is coming. No matter who the opponent is, Lu Chen must kill him. Perhaps this is his last resort. As the skill was released, a beam of light fell from the sky. And then a figure as big as the Demon King suddenly appeared. Seeing the figure that appeared, The Demon King's face suddenly became extremely ugly.
Are you a fallen angel?
The Demon King exclaimed, turned around and ran away. This time everyone was stunned. Why did the Demon King escape? What is a fallen angel? The figure that appeared slowly raised its head and looked in the direction where the Demon King was escaping. The next moment, red flame-like wings sprouted from behind it. The red wings trembled, and his figure turned into a red light and chased him out. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the two figures were fighting in the air. The two of them were very powerful, and every attack made a shocking sound. And even space distortion occurred, which made people's hair stand on end.
Oh my god! What the hell are those two? How can they be so powerful? This power is simply not something we can deal with. This is simply killing us. If you don't believe it, I can't die. I want to live. I want to live.
Among the crowd, a person rushed out of the crowd and ran towards the distance. Lucien was shocked when he saw the man running away. He was afraid that he would be bad if he ran away. Sure enough, when they saw the man running away, the others also started a commotion.
Don't run away. Everyone. We still have hope. As long as we unite, we will be able to survive.
Lucien shouted loudly. But no one listened. Lucien forgot that the people here are selfish. They don't care about the lives of others in order to survive. Suddenly everyone started to make a commotion, and Lucien and the others couldn't stop them at all. At this moment, another figure suddenly rushed out of the hole. And this person's figure was only the size of an ordinary person. When Lucien saw the figure, his expression suddenly stiffened. Isn't this guy the same Demon King I met last time in the dungeon?
Humph. Humble human beings. We meet again.
Lucien immediately became alert and pointed the sword in his hand at the Demon King. The Demon King smiled faintly.
Human, I will not fight you. I will let you know what despair is. Just watch. This is my real power.
The next moment, the Demon King raised his palm and waved suddenly towards the fleeing crowd, followed by a shocking loud noise. Lucien and others looked back, only to see that half of the island had disappeared. Not to mention that those who escaped had already died in the hands of this Demon King.
Damn it! I'll kill you!
Lucien roared angrily, spread his wings behind him, activated his thunder escape, and teleported behind the Demon King, and suddenly slashed down with a sword in his hand. Critical cut. Boom! The skill was released and directly hit the Demon King's body. However, the next moment, Lucien was dumbfounded again. The Demon King looked at him without any expression, narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and knocked Lucien away with a palm. HP 10000000. You are dead. Chapter 348 signing in. Divine punishment. Died? I am dead? Lucien looked at the Demon King in front of him in confusion. He suddenly found that his body was flying into the air. This is what it feels like after death. Am I going to ascend to heaven? At this moment, Xiaosu's body suddenly stopped moving. Resurrecting. Resurrection successful. Number of resurrections -1. Random teleportation enabled. Lucien suddenly opened his eyes and found that he had appeared on a desert island. He was not lacking any equipment or supplies. It seemed that he had been resurrected due to the number of resurrections. With Lucien's previous death, the god's descending skill lost its effectiveness, and the fallen angel, who was fighting another Demon King, disappeared. Seeing the opponent in front of him disappear, the Demon King, who was about to collapse, looked confused, and then looked overjoyed.
Ha! Ha! I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Fallen angel. You bastard. Go to HL.
The Demon King looked down at half of the main island, and without saying a word, he opened his mouth and a red beam shot out. The moment the beam of light sank into the main island, the red light enveloped the entire island, and in the next second, the entire main island and all the players on it disappeared without any waves.
Sock, you are so boring. You wiped out the entire island. You don't know how to appreciate it.
Another Demon King, Xiaosha, appeared on the side and looked at Swoke with a complaining expression. Sook said calmly,
The fallen angel has appeared.
As soon as these words came out, Xiaosha was frightened and lost her mind.
Fallen angel? Where is the fallen angel? Where is it?
Xiaosha hurriedly looked around with a horrified look on her face, looking for the fallen angel, and she was already ready to escape.
There's no need to look for it. The fallen angel disappeared just now. I don't know where he went.
Hearing this, Xiaosha breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh. What are you afraid of? It's time for us to kill each other. Let's go!
After saying that, Xiaosha's figure turned into a black light and disappeared at the end of the sky. Then Swoke looked around and found that there was indeed no living thing before turning around and leaving. At this time, in other seal locations, players are resisting monster attacks. Because the seals here are relatively small and there is no demon king, the battle is very easy. Almost all monsters are controlled. And even we can begin to completely strengthen the seal. However, what they didn't know was that the main island had disappeared from the world at this time. And it was the two strongest demon kings who destroyed it.
Everyone, work harder. Victory is just around the corner. I don't know what's going on with the great master. It must be very relaxed. Yes, with the great god here, everything is safe. Hey, after the seal is reinforced, we will go to the main island for a drink. Ha ha! I want to have a drink too.
World announcement. The seal on the main island failed and the seal expanded.
What? Why did the seal on the main island fail? Isn't there a great god? Yes. Have all the great gods failed? Damn it! What kind of monsters are there on the main island? Are they different from ours? Look, what is that thing in the sky? Is that Demon King Xiaosha? I've seen her clone. Damn it! Why did the devil come out? How is it possible?
Xiaosha looked down at the island below, without any emotion in her eyes. And she raised her hand and waved suddenly. Boom! There was a loud noise. And the entire island disappeared under a huge explosion. The seal is released.
A swarm of ants!
Xiaosha snorted and turned into a black light again and disappeared. Two demon kings started a crazy massacre in the world. And their purpose was to unlock all the seals. At this time, Lu Qin was sitting on a desert island, looking at the huge explosion in the distance. He had completely lost all hope at this moment. The devil was more powerful than he imagined. The reason why he had a tie with Xiaosha last time, entirely because Xiaosha's abilities were completely restricted. And now, Xiaosha was fighting with all her strength. So it was naturally not something Lu Qin could handle.
What are you doing? Why don't you deal with those two demon kings?
The devil on Lu Qin's chest suddenly spoke.
Dealing with the demon king? Are you kidding me? That's the demon king. Didn't you see how I died just now? One palm. Just one palm. And I was already dead. How do you want me to deal with it?
Uh-huh. The devil appeared next to Lu Qin and looked at Lu Qin seriously.
We didn't expect you to be such a coward. In this case, let me deal with this devil. Even if I know that I will die, I must stop.
No. The demon's figure disappeared instantly in front of Lu Qin's eyes. Lu Qin was stunned when he saw the demon walking away. Did he still go after knowing that he would die? Boom! There was a sudden loud noise in the distance. And a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. It was the huge explosion caused by the Demon King destroying the island. Lu Qin frowned and stood up.
Fight.
Trigger seamless connection. Reset all skill cooldowns. Ding! Monthly sign-in starts. Whether to sign in or not. Damn it! Why is the monthly sign-in triggered at this time? This sign-in must have superpowers. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations on gaining the power of punishment. Power of heavenly punishment. There is a 0.1% chance of triggering heavenly punishment during battle, which will increase all your attributes by 1,000 times for 60 minutes. My day. This came at the perfect time. I have 100% buff now, which means 100% triggering heavenly punishment. Lu Qin was immediately overjoyed.
Demon King, I'm here. Let me see how you can deal with me this time.
Thunder escape. Boom. A series of thunder sounded, and Lu Qin quickly teleported forward crazily. The devil heard the thunder behind him, looked back, and smiled.
You kid, you are finally here.
Lu Qin stretched out his arm.
Come together. Armored warrior. I told you. I don't like this name.
The demon possessed Lu Qin's body, and formed a layer of black armor on Lu Qin's body. Lu Qin moved faster and headed towards the Demon King Xiaosha. At this time, Xiaosha also heard bursts of thunder coming from behind. She turned around and saw Lu Qin teleporting towards this side. Xiaosha suddenly felt bad.
How is it possible? This guy is not dead?
Xiaosha frowned and said angrily.
Whether you die or not, this time, I will let you die completely.
After saying that, Xiaosha shot Lu Qin out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin felt the space in front of him distort, and a big black hand appeared out of thin air. Trigger heavenly punishment. Increase own attributes by 1,000 times. Chapter 349 The Last Strongman Returns. Final chapter. Final chapter. Null. Lu Chen's body was instantly enveloped by a powerful aura. As if the Super Saiyan was born. The sky was dim, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Seal the demon and kill it. Lu Chen slashed out with his sword. The moment the sword energy was released, it smashed the huge black palm into pieces. The sword energy continued to sweep towards Xiaosha far ahead without losing force. Xiaosha looked at Lu Chen, who suddenly became different and froze on the spot.
How could this happen? How could this guy become so strong?
The sword energy hit. Xiaosha raised her hand and grabbed it. Boom! The moment her palm collided with the sword energy, Xiaosha felt a powerful aura that pressed against her palm. Fortunately, Xiaosha was very strong and crushed the sword energy directly. Xiaosha raised her palm and looked at it. There was a blood mark on her black palm.
This is impossible!
Xiaosha looked at her palms in horror, and then at Lu Chen in the distance. But at this time Lu Chen had disappeared. Xiaosha was suddenly startled and looked back, only to see Lu Chen appearing behind her at some point. This guy's speed was too fast, and he teleported without making any sound. He clearly remembered this before. The guy's teleportation was thunderous. But why is the thunder gone now, and the speed has increased? Also, what is the matter with this guy's aura? How can it be so strong? Rising Dragon Slash. Lu Chen immediately released a skill the moment Xiaosha turned around. A huge dragon rose up and actually knocked the Demon King Xiaosha away. However, Xiaosha had a built-in buff that was immune to various effects. Lu Chen's knock-up effect was ineffective on her. But this blow directly cut off one of Xiaosha's arms.
Ah!
Blood spurted out, and the Demon King screamed, looking at his broken arm in disbelief. She clearly remembered that the guy in front of her had just been beaten to death by her palm. But why did he become so powerful now? What on earth was this guy, and why he was so powerful? Although she didn't know, Xiaosha, he could feel that Lu Chen's current strength was beyond his ability to deal with. No matter how many there are, it's better to run first. Xiaosha turned around and ran away, and Lu Chen chased after her.
Want to run away? Have you asked me? Huh?
Lu Chen kicked his feet. His wings trembled suddenly, and he chased after Sha. But at this moment, a figure fell from the sky, and a sharp blade in its hand slashed towards Lu Chen. The sharp blade struck, and Lu Chen quickly dodged away. The person who came was none other than another Demon King, Sok. After Swoke discovered Lu Chen's powerful aura, he rushed to help Xiaosha deal with Lu Chen.
And you are trying to fight against us. You are really seeking death.
Sok roared angrily, and immediately opened his mouth, and the red beam of light in his mouth began to condense. God is coming. Lu Chen knew how powerful this guy was, so he naturally didn't dare to underestimate him, and directly used the skill God's coming. The fallen angel appeared again, and Swoke was shocked when he saw the fallen angel. It turned out that this fallen angel was summoned by Lu Chen. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string, and he had to shoot. As long as Lu Chen was killed, everything would disappear. The red beam was condensed, and was about to be launched. At this moment, the fallen angel's thug covered Suk's mouth. Suk was shocked. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the red beam of light exploded in Sok's mouth. Suk fell down, smoke billowing from his mouth. The fallen angel chased after her without any nonsense, while Lu Chen looked at Xiaosha, who was looking at this place in horror from a distance. Xiaosha was completely stunned at this time. What she didn't expect was that there really was a fallen angel, and it was summoned by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's wings trembled behind him, and he rushed out like a rocket. Xiaosha was startled and turned around to run away. But before Xiaosha could escape far, she was caught up by Lu Chen again. Critical cut. Boom! Lu Chen's skill was released again. This time, Xiaosha didn't have time to dodge, and was directly hit by Lu Chen's sword, splitting it in two.
Ah!
A shrill scream came, and Lu Chen discovered that Xiaosha's figure was instantly shrouded in thick black fog. And then her figure turned into countless thick black fog, covering the entire sky. A huge ghostly face gradually formed in the thick fog. The ghostly face was extremely terrifying, and its eyes were dark, staring at Lu Chen below. Lu Chen could feel that the face of this thick black fog brought him unimaginable terror. The appearance of this black fog even made the hairs on his body stand on end. But after the grimace appeared, there was no other movement, and he just stared at Lu Chen quietly. Ah! Immediately afterwards, another scream came from below. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Lu Chen looked down, and saw that it was the huge explosion that had just occurred after the fallen angel killed the demon King Sok. And as the explosion came, another black mist rose into the sky and entered the mouth of the ghost face in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the black mist in the sky became thicker and thicker, and finally became as dark as ink. Then Lu Chen saw the huge grimace open its mouth, and countless black figures flew out from it, and flew away in all directions. Those were actually some monsters, and the direction they were going seemed to be exactly where the remaining seals were. Not good! Lu Chen turned around and chased after him. But at this moment, the thick fog in the sky condensed into an entity, and a man in black armor with an indifferent expression appeared in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned. Who are you? At this moment, the fallen angel flew up and rushed towards the man. Death to the conglomeration of evil! The fallen angel's fist struck the man with strong killing intent. Lu Chen was shocked when he saw this. This punch was probably enough to poke a hole in the sky. Lu Chen quickly dodged, fearing that he would be affected by the punch. However, the man's face remained unchanged. His expression remained cold, and he showed no intention of dodge. The fallen angel's punch hit the man's head. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a ripple of energy spread in all directions. Lu Chen was also knocked away by the ripple of energy. When Lu Chen steadied his body and looked, he was horrified to find that the fallen angel had been penetrated through the chest by the man, and his body turned into dots of starlight and disappeared between the sky and the earth. My day! What kind of operation is this? How can this guy be so strong? The man turned to look at Lu Chen and said in a calm tone, Hello! I am Bisak, the collection of energy in this world. In other words, this world was created by me. You? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he had encountered a god? Lu Chen no longer knew what to say. The amount of information was too much. Bisak looked into the distance, raised his palm, and shook it hard. Null! Null! Then countless black beams of light rose into the sky and shot straight into the sky. And the location of the light pillar was actually the location of the wind shadow. What are you going to do? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Bisak said lightly, Merge! The human world is the place I long for, and you are the ones I chose to open the seal. You have provided countless energy for this world. Now this energy will eventually help me complete the merger of the worlds. All humans in this world have been confirmed dead, and you are the last one. You are the opportunity for the seal to be opened. As long as you die, the two worlds will be completely merged. So you should also perform your duties. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen felt an incredible force coming from Navysak's body impacting his body. Boom! Receive 1 billion points of damage. You are dead. My day. Am I dead again? Is this increase in power 1,000 times still useless? Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen was resurrected again. This time in the air 10,000 meters away from Bisak. Trigger seamless connection. Reset all skill cooldowns. What the HL? Skills reset? But even so, no matter what, he still couldn't beat the guy. Suddenly, Lu Chen was surprised to find that the attributes of Heavenly Punishment were still there. If he used Heavenly Punishment again, would the attributes be superimposed? Curse. Null. A layer of powerful aura lingered around Lu Chen's body again, and his attributes were superimposed on top of the previous layer's Heavenly Punishment. The properties are once again expanded 1,000 times. Acquire Heavenly Punishment level 2. Haha. It's true. But just when Lu Chen was happy, Bisak appeared out of thin air. He looked at Lu Chen in surprise, raised his hand, and struck him with a palm, causing Lu Chen to die again. Dead. Lu Chen was resurrected again. Trigger seamless connection. Reset all skill cooldowns. What the HL? Can I use my skills again? Curse. Get 3 levels of Heavenly Punishment. Holy shit. What is going on? Lu Chen's attributes have been expanded 1,000 times again, with the superposition of 3 levels of Heavenly Punishment. Lu Chen's attributes are now directly expanded 100 million times. Suddenly, Bisak appeared again. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Why aren't you dead yet? Boom! Bisak struck out with another palm. But this time, this palm just blew Lu Chen away. Bisak looked at Lu Chen strangely, and then at his palms. He now wondered if there was something wrong with his palms. Lu Chen saw that the slap just now did not kill him. Lu Chen could laugh out of his dreams now. You can't kill me this time. It's my turn to kill you. Boom! Lu Chen slashed at him with a knife. Boom! But this knife did not cause any harm to Bisak. Bisak stared at Lu Chen and struck out with a palm again.
Boom! Lucien was knocked out again. And Bisac was slightly moved. He found that he could not kill Lucien.
Impossible.
Bisac started to panic.
It's impossible for you not to die.
Lucien snorted coldly.
I am immortal, so you have to die for me.
Seal the demon and kill it. A shocking sword energy was released, blasting Bisac away.
Ah! Impossible.
Bisac roared angrily, gathered his hands together, and the countless thick black mist in the sky turned into countless monsters and swarmed towards Lucien.
Bah! I will kill as many as you come.
Lucien stepped elsewhere, brandished the sword in his hand, and began to kill crazily. All the monsters that swept away died in Lucien's hands. Not long after, Lucien had eliminated all the monsters. Bisac looked at Lucien in front of him in surprise. He suddenly calmed down and said,
You are very powerful. You have the same strength as me, the creator. Why don't we rule the two worlds together? Uh-huh. You guys are really funny. If you can't fight, just make peace. You have watched historical dramas a lot. But I don't like historical dramas. I am even less interested in peace talks. I prefer to rule alone now than to cooperate. The whole world.
When the skill devouring value reaches 1000, you can release Devouring Demon Slash, which can increase attack power by 1000%. When Lucien saw the prompt, his eyes lit up. Just in time. Devouring Demon Slash. Lucien waved the fallen Ashbringer in his hand towards Bisac in front of him, and a ghost head transformed by sword energy swept towards Bisac. Bisac looked shocked, as if he had felt the powerful power. He raised his hand and used all his strength to resist the ghost head's attack. However, another 1000-fold attack was even more difficult for Bisac to resist. The ghost head instantly swallowed Bisac and penetrated his body. The next moment, Bisac's whole body froze and stopped in the air. Lucien looked at Bisac and frowned, wondering if he could be killed with this sword. Immediately afterwards, Lucien felt relieved, because Lucien saw Bisac's body slowly disappearing from under his feet, which meant that his attack was effective. Bisac smiled lightly.
It really surprises me. I didn't expect you to be the final winner. But don't be complacent. Don't think that the matter is over here. It's much more than that.
Immediately afterwards, Bisac's figure disappeared into the air, and the black air in the sky also dissipated. But those black beams did not disappear. At this time, Lucien was standing alone in the air, and he was the only one left in the world. It was really quiet and terrifying.
Roar!
Suddenly there was a roar. Lucien looked up and saw a giant red dragon from the sky. There was a human figure sitting on the dragon's back.
That's Anders.
Yes. The person who came was none other than the beggar swordmaster Anders. Anders jumped up and came to Lucien's side.
Good man. We meet again.
Lucien smiled and asked,
Anders, where have you been? There's no need to talk about reminiscing about the past. It's time for you to go back now. Go back?
As soon as he finished speaking, Anders pulled out the sword from his back and threw it into the sea to the west. Immediately afterwards, a huge formation pattern appeared in the sea, and then Lucien was surprised to find that a black altar was slowly rising. Lucien recognized the altar. Isn't this the altar he used when he became the island's owner? Moreover, this altar also summoned a huge overlord. That time, the 7 of them merged into Godzilla. Kill that overlord.
Go up,
Anders said slowly. Lucien didn't understand. And then Anders smiled slightly, patted Lucien's shoulder, and the two of them flashed to the altar. Lucien looked at Anders in surprise.
This is Shu.
Anders smiled faintly, and then he soared into the sky. Lucien looked confused, and suddenly his eyes blurred, and the surrounding scene changed instantly. Human world. Boom! A loud noise came, and the ground trembled. Lucien suddenly woke up from the bed, looking at everything that was extremely familiar. Lucien was very excited.
I'm back? I'll help.